Hey, good afternoon at 1 o'clock. I'm Tony Pierno. What the Knicks had hoped would be a day of preparation is now a day of reflection after they were eliminated last night by the Pacers in Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals, 125-108. Tom Thibodeau now focused on what can be done to get his team over the hump. Meantime, the Pacers are headed back to the NBA Finals for the first time in 25 years, where they will meet the Oklahoma City Thunder. Game 1 of that series is Thursday night. The Yankees hoping to rebound after being demolished by the Dodgers last night, 18-2. Win or lose, Paul Goldschmidt knows this series won't define their season. Ryan Yarbrough is expected to get the start for the Bombers this evening. First pitch is at 7:10 with coverage here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app beginning at 6:30. Meanwhile, Brett Beatty will look to keep the good times rolling as the Mets wrap up their 3-game series with the Rockies. Beatty with a 3-run triple in the first inning on Saturday that propelled the Mets to an 8-2 victory. Beatty now hitting .292 with 6 home runs and 20 RBI over his last 30 games. First pitch on Odyssey Mets Radio 880 is at 1:40. WNBA, the Liberty go for their 7th straight win when they host the Connecticut Sun. Tip-off is at 3 p.m. 61 degrees under mostly cloudy skies in Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Tony Pierno.
All right.
It's AM to AM on WFAN.
Yeah. It's not a KM to AM. Greetings and blessings. It's a little Sunday sauce. That's what we call it. It's a Sunday show. It's a lot of therapy going on, a lot of healing going on. I listened to Moose's show. I couldn't sleep all weekend. I couldn't sleep last night. The homies are hurting right now. The city is healing right now. We're going to go through it. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan till 6 p.m. And as I was putting together notes and thoughts and really recapping this Knicks season, what I came around to was the notorious B.I.G. line, "It was all a dream." It was all a dream. All the dreams of the Canyon of Heroes and a parade that New York City has never seen. All the dreams of a finals in Madison Square Garden. We were preparing to have an NBA Finals, right? We were preparing for a Game 7 in the Eastern Conference. It was all a dream. It was a facade. It wasn't real, but it was real fun, right? The ride was fun. The ride, you got to enjoy the journey. But when you think back to where it started, I mean, go back to last year. This Knicks team last year got hurt. This Knicks team last year couldn't finish the job. They were just run down and injured, broken hands and hamstrings and abdominal issues. And the same Pacers team knocked them off last year. And a lot of us thought they were going to run it back with Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo. We knew they couldn't pay iHeart, but they make the move to get Mikal Bridges. And the price is so high. Nets fans, I'll get to you in a minute. The price is so high, but they paid it because Mikal Bridges was supposed to be that final piece, bringing the Villanova Wildcats, the champions from college basketball, together. something that we rarely ever see in professional basketball, was going to work, right? And since you couldn't pay iHeart, you needed a big. Mitchell Robinson wasn't ready. Jericho Sims not the answer. So you make the trade as well to get Karl Anthony Towns. And I mean, it's just crazy to see where we are right now. Obviously, you put that team together with championship aspirations. But in the NBA, there's about 10, 15 teams with championship aspirations. They're all dreaming. And for a Knicks franchise that had consistently gotten to the playoffs, the second round of the playoffs, the dream was to get out of the second round. But as we went through the season and we got to see Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, all-star starters play together, high-paid player like OG Anunoby, a hustler like Josh Hart, and you know how they came together, they just didn't measure up against the upper echelon. They couldn't beat the elite, right? They were something like 0-8 against the elite teams in the NBA. And I think the only team that they beat that was a good team was the Nuggets. And I vividly remember Nikola Jokic saying, this team's a title contender. And so fans started to dream. Hey, this is a guy who won. This is an MVP who's on the floor with the Knicks. The Knicks beat the Nuggets. And Jokic said, we're a title contender. Maybe this is the year. But ultimately, no one really thought it was the year because you were always going to run into the Boston Celtics, right? So even in the first round, there was trepidation. Even in the first round against the Pistons, it was like, hey, they might not beat the Detroit Pistons. Cade Cunningham is the best player on the floor. The new bad boys. They're scrappy. They're young. They're tough. And a 6-game series, you get that Jalen Brunson shot. You get that epic moment. The dream starts to become a little bit more real because you get into the second round against the Celtics and you say, okay, why not us? And I know they said that. I know Karl Anthony Towns said that, but you start to dream like, hey, maybe we can beat the Boston Celtics. When everybody told you it's a sweep, it's a gentleman's sweep, even after you stole the first game, oh, that was a fluke. You start to dream about a series where, hey, the math tells you, hey, you win that first game on the road, the series is, you win the second game in a similar fashion, almost deja vu. You steal that second game. Now the picks for Mikal Bridges, oh, those picks don't matter. It's worth it now because, look, we're up 2-0 against Boston. And who knows what would have happened in the Boston series if Tatum was healthy. They were up. They were winning. And I think the world saw this Knicks team and said, hey, they're knocking off the defending champs. The defending champs have played a lot of basketball. It's not their year. And then when you looked over at Cleveland, as they were hurt, the number 1 seed, you're seeing a pathway. You're like, wait, the dream is becoming a reality. Maybe this is the year. Maybe it is opening up for the New York Knicks. 888-808-1019. I don't know if you're a fan or not a fan. I don't know how much you believed, but it was all a dream. It was never real. All of the parties and celebrations outside of Madison Square Garden, partying as if something was won. All of the talk, I mean, they put up signs of the players' names prematurely in the city as if they were honoring champions. And I think we all started to take this magic carpet ride. I know I did my part to not crush anyone's dream. I'm not a Knicks fan, but I saw what it did for the city. I read it was over, $830 million of an economic impact. And I saw how happy people were. And I saw people breaking out their old school starter jackets and hats and old school Knicks merch. And it was a dream of uniting the city, the one team, right, that unites New York City, the one team in the middle of Manhattan that everybody rallies around. And the Net fan is in the corner somewhere, right? The Brooklyn Net fan, the New Jersey Net fan is in the corner somewhere saying, hey, you did crush our dreams. You rooted against us when we had our dream team of KD and Kyrie and Harden, and we didn't get out of the second round. We're not rooting for you. But it's such a small percentage of Nets fans who definitely took some shots and some beers and cheered last night and said, hey, the Knicks didn't get it done, because ultimately this was a dream. It was never a real thing. Even if Vegas told you the odds were that the Knicks were going to come out of the Eastern Conference Finals, that the Knicks were favored to go to, it wasn't real, because you doubted the team the whole way. You doubted the coach in the first series, some of the players. And even in this Pacers series, what a dream for Indiana. Give some credit to the Pacers. I knew that they were going to die on that floor last night before they went back to New York. It was their time. It was their dream to get to the Eastern Conference Finals and then go on to the actual finals. They got there last year, right? It's an origin story for both sides. This happens to be the Pacers' year. I don't think they're going to beat OKC, but they took a step forward. The Knicks also did take a step forward, getting out of the second round, but it was never a reality that this was a championship team. And you saw it last night. If that's how you go out last night, the free throw shooting, the three-point shooting, the fouls, the turnovers, and your best players not leading you to victory, it just started to unravel. It started to look like this was all a facade. It wasn't real, but it was real fun while it lasted, right? It's fun to dream for a team and a fan base in a city that hasn't had much to celebrate for decades around the team, 24 years since the Knicks got back to an Eastern Conference. The Knicks this year with Timothy Chalamet and Kylie Jenner, and Ben Stiller and Spike Lee and Tracy Moore. You know, that's another thing. They want to humble New York. They don't want to see us party in the streets. They don't want to see all our celebrities. They don't want us to have nice things. And as we're dreaming of what the city would look like, oh man, you see the party after game 6 of the second round, going to the Eastern Conference. If the Knicks go to the finals, you know what's they're gonna have to send in the National Guard. It was never real. It was all a dream. And when the dream ends, you're left where we are today, thinking about, okay, what do we do next? Right? When I talk about the origin story, like it took Jordan some years before they figured it out with the Bulls to get over the hump. It took Steph Curry and the Warriors some years to figure it out until they got over the hump. You're not changing the coach. He's safe. If you heard Jalen Brunson talking about him last night, he's going nowhere. And he shouldn't go anywhere after beating the Celtics and getting to the Eastern Conference. It's a step forward. But now you got to tweak the team again, right? Now you got to change the team again. But Giannis isn't the answer. You got to dream bigger, though. Got to have better defense. Got to have another star next to Brunson. And there's so many people that will tell you, a small guard like Brunson, not as athletic. You can't win with a guy like that. You can't win it all with a guy like that. But we were dreaming, saying, hey, this is the clutch player of the year. Even last night, as I'm watching the game with Knicks fans that are wearing their Linsanity shirts or Carmelo Anthony jerseys or Patrick Ewing or John Stark, and they're all arms, over the shoulders and a lot of hugs and high fives and dreams, still dreaming, hey, let's get it to the fourth quarter. And maybe in the fourth quarter we can. No, the dream has ended. It is now June. They do not play into June. There will be no Game 7 at the Garden tomorrow. That's it for the New York Knicks. And now you think about, how do they tweak this team? Who do they trade? Mikal Bridges, Mike cost you. And Giannis isn't the answer, but you don't have the assets. This is going to be a wild summer. It's June. The summer weather is coming soon. And before you know it, it's draft and then free agency and free agency frenzy. And you got to get better. You got to get better because the Pacers aren't going anywhere. And you tip your cap to the Pacers, their front office, and Rick Carlisle, the front office, for putting this team together. Rick Carlisle for coaching this team. A guy like Tyrese Halliburton, who was voted most overrated. And now he's turned it around. His whole slogan is overrate that, right? They're the champs. They did it. And as I watched them last night, I'm like, these guys want it more. Look at the box score. I'm like, they've got 10 guys that do not want to go back to New York. They've got 10 guys that are going to lay it all on the line in front of their fans. Indiana's home of the Hoosiers. I'm just watching the game last night like they're not going to lose this game. It was a barn burner for a minute, but the dream has ended. And now the reality is, where do we go from here? 888-808-1019 for the Net fan. Like I said, I'll get to you, Nets fans. I know there was a celebration going on, just a small celebration, because you didn't want to see the Knicks get to the championship with Mikal Bridges being the final piece, right? Giving up Mikal Bridges if that's the guy that gets them over the hump. And a lot of Net fans are salty about, hey, when it was our turn, when we had it for a little while, they didn't want to see us prosper. But just do the math. It's simple math. I heard Moose say it. The Brooklyn Net fan, the New Jersey Net fan is such a small percentage of fans here. It doesn't move the needle. But there's definitely an NBA fan, a national fan, that did not want to see the Knicks win, and they didn't. And so we're on to the next season. We're on to a long summer. Dreams that have to become reality somehow. I don't know. I don't have the answer for you. It's not Giannis. I don't know. Karl Anthony Towns. There's questions about his defense. There's questions about Mikal Bridges, Jalen Brunson. It's tough to see Brunson not play well. It's tough to see these guys not play well with their backs against the wall facing elimination. But you knew, like I said, it was a dream. You were dreaming. They go down 2-0. They're down 3-1. You're dreaming of them coming back. It was never realistic. That first game swung the entire series. That losing that first game, you had it won. And when you lose that first game, it's like now you got to win 5 games out of 7 against a Pacers team that they've got a lot of guys and they hustle and they fight and they're the Eastern Conference Finals champions. Congrats to them. They're going to the finals. And now the Knicks fan is saying, okay, we had some great moments. Progress was made, got out of the second round. But where do we go from here so that the dream can turn into a reality? This Knicks team has a small window here, maybe 2 to 3 years here. And when you look at the East now, the Celtics without Tatum for a year. And I'm not sure what the Cleveland Cavaliers will look like, but the Pacers aren't going anywhere. But it's still open, right? If this Knicks team can add another player, make some tweaks and changes again this offseason, Leon Rose, what do you do to make this team better so they can take that step forward so that these fans can watch the origin story of second round exit, get out of the second round to the Eastern Conference Finals. Now, the next step next year, the bar is set at, hey, we got to win. We got to go to the finals and win it so that this dream that all the Knicks fans are having, all of those years of nightmares, not being in the playoffs, not having a good product on the court. Well, now you got to actually finish the job. You actually got to get there. 888-808-1019. It's tough, man. I was out in Brooklyn with everybody last night. We had a few hundred people out at the event last night. The Yankee game was over so fast. It was disgusting. I wish I had a change of clothes. I was in full Yankee gear, 4-0, 7-0, 10-0. Before you look up, turn it off. And everybody's focus was on the Knicks, and it was a rough night. There was not enough whiskey, beers, tequila to go around there, but when you see New York like that, when you see New York fans out there like that together, everybody wearing their Yankees gear, their Knicks gear, and some Mets fans as the Mets are about to pop up on the TV looking for the sweep of the Rockies today. We'll get into it. But and I know this is therapy right now. It's a Sunday. The hangovers are hanging. The thoughts are swirling in your head about what just happened, what will happen. And I'm here to take your calls and talk sports with you. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Dial 888-808-1019. We'll get into the game. We'll get into the season that was. We'll get into the offseason. We'll talk about the Dodgers absolutely owning the Yankees. I can't stand it. Of course, we'll talk about the generational Juan Soto. And my thing with Juan Soto is he took accountability and then he backed up his words. And now it's June. It's going to get a little warmer. Maybe this is the time that we see Juan Soto break out. And we got to move on. You said against the Rockies. The Yankees lost that first game to the Rockies. They're a Major League Baseball team. And you got to get right against somebody. Get right against the Rockies. They got to face the Dodgers. We're going to get into it. I got the full 5-hour KM and the PM. A little Sunday sauce on the Fan. Nona, cook up 2 pots. Seriously, like, need some comfort food. Got to have a good dinner tonight. Go to sleep tonight. And turn the page. The NBA season is over, and now we have our baseball teams that we're going to lock in on. But, man, that was rough last night. I saw some legit tears. I seen some grown men crying. It's over. It was fun while it lasted, but it was all a dream. It was never a reality that this Knicks team was going to win the NBA Finals. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Please call up and join us. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. All right, let's get it. Stream the dream. Oh, the chat started chatting. What'd you say? So be it. Heartbreaking, but still happy to have enjoyed the ride. The window for this Knicks team is far from closed. Luckily, I have a fun summer of Mets baseball ahead. Yeah, we're going to have fun with the Mets and the Yankees and just sports in general. Hello, everyone in the chat. Happy Sunday. Blessings. I got on the praying hands, lightning bolt shirt. You know, me, that's my little praying hands, lightning bolt logo from the emojis I usually throw up. Let me see if I can throw up the emoji. Because I'm blessed, I'm highly favored, and I'm prayed up. Zing. So I basically took the praying hands lightning bolt that I use, made my own logo right there. All right, let's see what you guys are talking about in here. Appreciate y'all pulling up to hang out with me today. It's Sunday. The Knicks lose. The Yankees get absolutely embarrassed, and we're just here kind of picking up the pieces. I didn't think they would pull it off after the seismic shock of what happened game 1. After psyching everyone else up in the game 6 just to play so sloppy, I understand the loss. It's just the way they did it. It crushes you. It brings you up just to bring you down. It sucks. But this is what we go through as fans. Knicks shouldn't feel bad. They made a good run at it. Pacers are a real good team. Add some pieces and take another shot. That's it. Bridges was a win-win. Knicks don't go to the Eastern Conference Finals with him. Nets got a big return. Yeah. And so we'll see what happens in the future. But obviously in this first year, the Net fan can't be like, oh, we gave him the final piece to, becoming a champion. Same with the Knicks and their preseason decisions, postseason performance. They have more work to do. Happy. Say what? Pride Month. He might. He wasn't with him last year, but maybe it's a team. Maybe it's a team thing. Towns? Oh my goodness. After all that, zesty cat. Let's see. Just looking through my notes, man. Knicks fans, glass half full. Knicks transition defense. Yankees, Obi Toppin. Knicks need to find identity. Knicks and McHale. Those are the topics. There's a ton of calls. We're going to talk through everything. I got a ton of notes from the weekend. Shout out to anybody who came out last night to Brooklyn Backyard. It was a lot of fun. Good vibes, even though we took 2 big L's. Giannis is not realistic. Tibbs is safe. You're spoken like a true casual. I don't think Tibbs is safe, and how can you say that the freak isn't the answer? Spoken like a true, no, you're spoken like a true casual. What are they giving up to get like? I don't even have to do the song and dance with you. Somebody will call. Somebody will call, and I'll do it with them on air. It was all a dream. It was all a dream. Keith McPherson on the Fan Sunday, a little Sunday sauce. Trying to comfort y'all, man. I'm not going to be a hater. I'm not a Knicks fan, but I'm a New York radio host. I'm a sports fan in this city. Like I said, I was out last night with hundreds of Knicks fans, Yankees fans. We took an L and an L and tried to make the most of it. So let's make the most of it today. Call up with your thoughts on each player. Call up with your thoughts on what to do this offseason. Call it with your thoughts from the season, right? It's kind of like you recap and look back on the season. And I think by the time the show ends, you'll feel positive about the journey, the ride, the dream that was almost a reality. 888-808-1019. Let's get right to the phone. Matt is in New City. What's up, Matt? You got it. Hello, Matt. Matt, are you there? Okay, we got you.
We got you. So I think a lot of Knicks fans are going to be acting like the sky is falling today, which, I understand. But thank you.
Okay. At the end of Moose's show, we had some trouble with the calls. There was some stuff breaking up. That's the first one out the gate. I don't know what we were doing there. Let's do better. Like I said, I know it's rough. It was hard to sleep. I didn't sleep Friday night after the loss that the Yankees took. Last night, I didn't sleep at all either. Let's do better. Let's try to rally here. Let's have some good calls and conversation. Frank and Scotch, Plains on the Fan. Go for it, Frank.
JR, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
How are you?
Good.
Does the NBA have a metric where that judges a team's transition defense? Because I'm thinking, were the Knicks the worst this year? Because I've never seen. And listen, I'm a Knicks fan since the days of John Gianelli and Neil Walker. I'm 60. So, but I've never seen a team, like especially last night and throughout the series, not get back on defense. It seems like the other team is far more conditioned. Like Siakam looks like he can run from Indiana to New York and back. Like he doesn't get tired. But you look at the Knicks, they don't get back on defense. They're not athletic. It seems like when the Pacers get out on that break, it's over.
Thanks for the call, Frank. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I mean, listen, the Pacers, that is their game. Coming into the series, we talked about how their name suits them, pace of play. That is that team. That is what they do. It's hard to run with them, anybody, especially when you're late in the season like we are here playing almost till June, and your starters have played so many minutes. So it's tough to keep up with those guys. They had the inside tracks, the mic'd up, with Tibbs basically telling guys, you got to get back. You got to run. You can't jog. If you got to tell guys to hustle, you got to tell guys to run in the Eastern Conference Finals. It is what it is. You can't admire shots made. You can't soak over shots missed. That's how the Pacers play their game. They're tough for anybody to keep up with, for anybody to run with. I don't know if there's a transition defense metric on it, but just use your eyes and watch. You saw it the whole series. That is how the Pacers play, and it was tough for the Knicks to keep up with them. Martin is in Guilford, Connecticut on the Fan. What's up, Martin?
Hey, listen, you're probably not going to like me much, but I just can't help myself. So we had a number 9 pitcher last night. Won't talk about him too much. DJ LeMay, who was flailing at batting practice balls from Kike Hernandez, who shook it down in the 9th inning. Got, Judge trying to stretch into a double down by 9 runs. And we're about to go 8 out of the last 10 games against your team with the softball touching Ryan Yorbold going tonight. But forget about that for a second. After a free pitch on Friday, I was curious. I looked at this postseason record. Have you looked at that?
I have not.
Okay, well, that we have to admit that was a big game last night, okay? You've been to the Yankee-Dodger games, so not like other regular season games.
They're massive. They feel like the Super Bowl. Yes.
Nothing like another regular season game. He got up there and he couldn't swallow. And if you look at his postseason record, I'll tell you, it's 2-5 with a 5.2 ERA. Are you a little nervous about him now?
Maybe. Thanks for the call, Martin. We'll get to the Yankees stuff. I'll say this about Max Fried. He didn't have it. And we can point to a lot of other different things, bullpen decisions, some of the guys that the Yankees are relying on, fringe players. But, Max Fried has been so good. It's tough to look at Max Fried and not give him a pass. Like, you're going up against the Dodgers. And no, he's a world champion. He's got a ring. I don't know his exact, you just told us, but like that wasn't a postseason game. Yes, it was ratcheted up. Apple TV. That's another thing. I'm done paying for Apple TV. I'm good on the streaming services. I listened to the game. I listened to Dave and Susan call the game. But yeah, we'll get to the Yankees. And that game Friday sucked. Yesterday was trash. They're probably getting swept. And it is not a good feeling for the Yankee fan who thought this team was different, right? Okay, the Dodgers are not going to see the same team that they beat in October, that they mocked after beating the Yankees, talking about their defense. Like, this team is going to be – it's the same thing. And what hangs over the Yankees and the Yankee fans' heads is the Dodgers are the modern-day evil empire. They are the kings of baseball. They are at the top of the heap. They do everything right. They have found a loophole with their deferrals, and they put together the best talent, and they always – try to improve their team at the trade deadline in the winter, and they've got talent on talent on talent. And then when you match up against them, you get to see, right? You had a 5-game win streak. You had a 7-series win streak, winning 7 series in a row. And then you go and meet a team from the National League, the kings of the National League, the Dodgers, and they remind you that, like, they're just going to outclass you. The Knicks got outclassed last night by the Pacers. And in this series, it sucks. It's tough to get over. It's tough to wrap your head around all the little different things. But ultimately, like I said in my open, it wasn't a reality for the Knicks to win the finals, go to the finals. But they just took us all on a magic carpet ride. They took us all on an adventure. And most people expected them to lose to the Celtics. Some people thought they would lose to the Pistons. During the regular season, they didn't beat elite teams, but you had to enjoy the ride, and it sucks how it ended, but it's over now. Let's get back to the Knicks calls, 888-808-1019. Jack is in Hoboken on the Fan. What's up, Jack?
Hey, kids. How's it going?
It's going.
I love your work, even though I'm a Mets fan. It's all good fun. I called in the Boomer and Gio the day after game 1, kind of feeling like that's going to do them in. And, they talked me down from the ledge at the time. But, unfortunately, just too inconsistent. Their offense, just too much ISO ball. But, as a diehard Knicks fan, I feel like this is year 1 of a legit championship window. And, I would make some tweaks on the bench, but I wouldn't do too much. And time will tell on the Bridges trade. But honestly, I feel like it's a thing that both sides could be happy on. The Nets got a good return. And honestly, as a Knicks fan, they're not in the Eastern Conference Finals without his play, especially in the Celtics series. So,
Thanks for the call, Jack. It's funny. I meet Mets fans, and I met a bunch of Mets fans at the event last night, and they preface, hey, love your show, love yourself. But I'm a Mets fan. I'm like, you don't have to say that. We're about to watch this Mets game, and I'll give credit where credit is due on what the Mets have done. And if they sweep today, we'll do that. But, sticking with Mikal Bridges and the Knicks and the Nets and the dynamic there, Mikal Bridges was worth the trade because of his defense in that Celtics series. He was instrumental in helping you steal those first 2 games that stole the series. Now, in this Pacers series, right, he helped you get to the Eastern Conference Finals. You needed more from him in this Pacers series, and he didn't have it. He wasn't able to show up. He needs to have more of an offensive impact. He needs to be more of a scorer. To give up that much for a player that's never been an all-star, for a player that now, what do you do? Are you going to give him an extension? Are you going to pay him? Are you going to keep him on this team? Or do you try to move him somewhere? And I think they're just going to keep tweaking and changing this Knicks team. They have the last few years. I expect changes again. I don't expect them to run it back. They got to try to push their chips in this window, like Jack just said, right? The championship window. Maybe this is year 1 of 3. But they gotta figure out how to make the jump. And I think it's next year, right? It's you're staring at the Pacers and the Cavaliers in theory. Somebody else will rise, but it's not going to be the Celtics. They're going to have to figure out that roster and change that team. The Knicks got to figure out who to add. Obviously, Brunson goes nowhere. And shout out to Brunson, right? He took less, the captain of the team, undersized guy, but tough to watch that game last night. 19 points, a minus 18, 5 turnovers. Just not good enough out of the leader of the team, not good enough out of the face of the franchise, the guy that you needed to lead you to victory. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Josh in Columbus on the Fan. What's up, Josh?
Hey, Keith, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. So I'm overall, I mean, obviously they got further than they've gotten in a long time. But I feel like Leon Rose said, let me just go get the 5 best players I can get. Doesn't really matter how they fit. I'll have an amazing starting 5. And if on paper, they have the best starting 5 in the East. But if you look at how they actually fit, and you saw what the Pacers did, they said, we can put a center on Josh Hart. He can't shoot, which means we can put an athletic wing on Cat, and Cat is going to play his very confusing, odd, frustrating game. Minnesota showed if you play Cat at the 4 and you have a rim runner next to him, it works. If you don't have a point guard like Brunson who needs to be in the paint to operate. So it just kind of feels like it was, let's just go get 5 really good names and just maybe they'll figure it out. And they clearly didn't, which is fine. But I just hope this team is not complacent looking at the East next year, because they will probably be one of the favorites to come out of the East next year as presently constituted. But this team does not mesh well enough together and doesn't complement each other to actually win a championship if you look at some of the teams out west. So I would not pay Mikal. I'm not signing up for that contract, or whether that you trade him this year, trade him next year before you pay him. You're going to take a loss based on what you gave up. I think that's fine. And I would seriously consider moving off from Cat. You're not getting Giannis. You're not getting KD. So that's not even a question. But is there a way you can parlay Cat into two other pieces that together give you what Cat should have given you, which is good defense and a big who can stretch the floor? And I think those are the tweaks you need to make.
Yeah, I hear you, Josh. And, people are talking about Giannis, and I don't think Giannis is the answer. The answer is, Leon Rose and Tom Thibodeau, they got to be on the same page. If the coach is a defensive coach, the team's got to be defense first, right? And they got to have a deeper bench. That's another part of this dream. It wasn't a reality when you're in the series, you're in the Eastern Conference Finals, and now you're going to your bench. Landry Shamet is getting chance in Madison Square Garden. Like, you're in the Eastern Conference Finals and Delon Wright is playing minutes. You're in the Eastern Conference Finals, and you know what I'm saying? It's like now you're pivoting. Now you're grasping at straws. You're desperate to try and make anything happen. You're on your last leg. When you say that they put together just 5 names, like we watched how they put this team together. Like, the emphasis on Wingstop, Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, and their defense, like, they built this team to beat the Celtics, and they effectively did that. But now they got to build a team to beat the Pacers. And Karl Anthony Towns last night, 0 for 4, shooting the 3. Like, Karl Anthony Towns, he's a guy that won you a game in this series pretty much in that fourth quarter of game 3. Won you a game against the Pistons with his heroics late. And he can do that. But ultimately, the conversation is going to be like, does he fit with Brunson? And do you need another big? Like, should he be the 5? Should he be the 4? You need another big on the floor with him. There's going to be questions around Mitchell Robinson, what you do with him, right? Mitchell Robinson, he turned a lot of heads. A lot of people were talking about Mitchell Robinson's defense and his impact. Mitchell Robinson worked on his free throws. The Hackimich from the Celtics series, that changed in this series. So I don't know. It's Brunson's team, and they went out to get his teammate in Josh Hart, a hustle glue guy. But, like, honestly, Josh Hart is a guy that should be coming off the bench in theory. You got Karl Anthony Towns because you needed a big after, not being able to pay Isaiah Hartenstein, and that sucks. It's just a technicality. You weren't able to offer him the second apron, and how you signed him, you weren't able to keep that guy, right? And now that guy is in the finals. That guy is in the finals with OKC. He went and signed with them. Good for him. You're gonna see him. You're gonna see also former Nick Obi Toppin. So the Knicks have pieces of their former teams, even as the Minnesota Timberwolves were in the Western Conference Finals, like with Randall, with DiVincenzo, like pieces of these former Knick teams, as they keep tweaking the team, they are helping other teams win. Where are, Mikal Bridges or Karl Anthony Towns going to land? And what are they going to do to tweak this team and make this team better so they could take a step forward. Rami?
So lazy to say that because they didn't win the finals, this group can't win the finals. They didn't do it this year, right? That's true. But they were the third closest team in the NBA to winning a championship with this group, correct?
Sure.
Gone differently. You could point to different things in the series. They break your way, and all of a sudden you're in the finals. So to say that this group was so far away, that's why the people he takes were
they're not. Like, if that ball, if Tyrese Halliburton's shot skips off the back of the rim.
We're going back to the Garden right now. That's
okay. And since I have you, Rami, I know you're a diehard Knicks fan. Do you want to run it back with this group?
I agree they have to change a couple of things. And I do think that Karl Anthony Towns has to decide if you want to buy in on defense or not.
What if he can't? Like,
Because there's a difference between him and Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson gives effort and he's small and he's not good enough defensively. Karl Anthony Towns is quick on his feet, right? He's got really quick feet for a big guy. He's got the size. He's got the athleticism. It's just about buy-in. Why is he going to drop coverage every time on the pick and roll? Like, it's just about buying in. It's just about running back in transition.
And this is honestly year one with this group. It's something that they can work on and put an emphasis on all offseason into next season with him.
You probably need a bench piece or two. But again, to say that they couldn't do it because they didn't do it, it's lazy. It's like saying the Yankees last year, well, you can't win a championship with Aaron Judge and Juan Soto because they didn't do it last year. If they ran it back, they probably would have a good chance.
They tried to. They offered him $760 million. They tried to.
And I think,
but it wasn't just like, and it's good that you just made that comparison. The Yankees had so many other holes and flaws. So with this Knicks team, right? Could they win with Brunson, with Cat, with Mikal Bridges? Potentially. But like you said, they probably need another bench piece. They need a deeper bench.
Every team has flaws. The Pacers have their flaws. They can't play defense. We're going to watch the Pacers' flaws get exposed.
Absolutely. That's just as deep as they are.
Not only that, but plays with the same pace.
Younger, yeah, fast.
It's going to look like the NBA Finals is going to look like the NHL Finals.
Up and down, back and forth.
And guess what? The Pacers are going to be outmatched, I think. And the favorite right now, if you look at all the gambling odds, games and totals, the most likely outcome according to Vegas is OKC in 5. They're not even giving the Pacers a chance.
They'll get a game.
A game too. But that's my point, that every team, maybe OKC doesn't have their flaws, but even them, I don't think that if you're in a close game late, I don't think they have the player who takes over late in games. I think as great as SGA is, he's not the kind of guy who takes over late in the game. Every team, even championship teams, have a flaw. We saw the Celtics' flaws exposed this year, right? It's the same team as last year, and we saw their flaws exposed that late in games, when it gets tight, they just throw up threes.
Yep, make or miss league.
So every team, whether you win or not, it's so easy to play the results. Say, oh, they didn't do it, so they couldn't have done it. It's not true.
And every year is different. And, I mean, we didn't know this year what would happen with the Celtics. We didn't know what would happen with Cleveland. Honestly, Cleveland, with Kenny Atkinson, came out of nowhere to be the 1 seed. Like, most of us weren't expecting that. Every year is different. This Knicks team is in their window. I think now, like what I'm saying, last year they built a team to knock off the Celtics. They effectively did that. Now they got to think about, how do we knock off the Pacers? The Pacers have eliminated them back-to-back years.
By the way, the Celtics aren't going to be here next year. Tatum's going to be hurt out for the year. So how does that change? What do they do in the offseason? Cleveland, this year was their first year with Kenny Atkinson. They look good. Do they learn from what they, obviously they had injuries, but do they learn from their missteps this postseason and get better for next year? But a lot of the teams that were supposed to be the teams to be in the East, do you really think Joel Embiid is going to be healthy again? You can't bet on him to be healthy ever. Do you really think Milwaukee's probably blowing it up with Giannis and Dame? If not, Dame's hurt also. So what you're getting there. So I think the East is going to come down to still the Knicks, the Cavs, the Pacers. It's going to be the same teams. And the Knicks are right there. I don't see why they can't beat the Pacers next.
Yeah, they could run it back, add a couple pieces, and take another step forward. And there was so much talk about this team's chemistry. And I know I said their chemistry, they were forged through fire in the playoffs. Like, run it back, play another year together, put emphasis on the defense and tightening the screws on this thing, and add another player or two to that bench. And they should still be right there next season. Eddie is in Allendale on the Fan. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, Keys, I'm loving the Sunday sauce, man. Good to talk.
Appreciate it.
I think the Knicks, like the way they're currently constructed, they can't run up and down the floor to match the Pacers, and they're missing the two-man game. You don't have the give and go, the pick and roll between Brunson and Pat. And you said before too, they're giving away pieces of the team. Look at Obi Toppin. They gave away him for 2 second-round picks. I mean, the guy's a spark plug off the bench. We need that sort of intensity. The guy, it's like fingernails on the chalkboard. Listen to the Pacers fans chant Obi Toppin in that game, knowing that he used to be a Knick. Your thoughts?
I'm listening to you and I'm listening to Rami about Obi Toppin. I mean, the story with Obi is that the Knicks drafted him and he's a kid out of New York, and they didn't draft Tyrese Halliburton. And Obi, yeah, he had his moments, but like I don't look at Obi as much of a difference maker. He had his moments in this series, but what were you just saying, Rami, about his plus minus? Like he's
of anyone on the Pacers roster. He's the type of player that when the game's already out of hand, you come in and throw a couple of lobs to him and it makes him look good. And I agree, as a Knicks fan, it was frustrating. And he hit that one dagger 3 earlier in the series, but he's not a good player. He's not the kind of player that would change the Knicks. He's a liability.
Yeah.
Bringing him in, how would that have worked for the Knicks that couldn't? He's a mediocre catch and shoot guy. Literally all he's good at is catching lobs in transition, which is great for the Pacers. That's what they do. They run in transition and they catch lobs. So he's great at running the floor in the offensive, but come on, like, does it stink to watch a guy that played here that you drafted have success elsewhere? Yeah, but it stinks more to watch a guy in Tyrese Halliburton that you could have drafted ahead of Obi have success there. Now, granted, if they draft Tyrese Halliburton, they probably don't have Jalen Brunson. So I'll take the trade-off. I'm happy with how things went with the Knicks. I'm glad they didn't draft Halliburton because they ended up with Jalen Brunson. That's fine. But don't tell me that, the Knicks could have really used Obi Toppin.
No, and thank you for the call, Eddie. It's just, I mean, go back to him and Julius Randle and this team having too many forwards. It's just they tweak the team year after year after year. Obi, good for him. He's going to the finals with Indiana. He's a bench player that is a good piece for them, right? So the Knicks need to find a bench player. Like the Pacers add an Obi Toppin and they get him for next to nothing. The Knicks got to find a guy that can come off the bench and be flashy and give you, some good moments and stuff like that. But I don't look at Obi Toppin as much of a factor or much of a loss for this Knicks team. What would he be doing with this Knicks team right now? Where would he be playing with it? It's more about what the Knicks add to this iteration. Obi hasn't been on the team for 2 years. What do they add between 2025 into 2026 on the bench? What do they do to tweak this team so that this team can beat the Pacers, can beat the Cavaliers, so that the dream can become a reality where in the regular season they do beat the elite teams, and then we do say, okay, yes, this is the Knicks unit, this is Tom Thibodeau's group that can actually get it done, and it feels more real. 888-808-1019. Let's see if I can get another call in before we break. Got the Mets game on, bottom of the first here, and Lindor's coming up, and they're rocking the My Girl. I think you got a nice day in Queens. As I took the train in, I saw a lot of Met fans on the train. The Mets have been playing great at home. We'll get into the Mets conversation. We'll get into Yankees conversation as well, but let's continue with the Knicks. Let's go to Bayshore. Chris, you're on the fan. What you thinking?
Hey, Keith, how are you? I haven't spoken to you in a while. Couple things. I think that Carlisle's not getting a lot of or enough credit for exposing Brunson. He's not a distributor. He's got to play his game going, cutting and slashing and making ridiculous shots and everything else. But when you take that away and you double him up high and you force him to get rid of the basketball, he's not at his best. And I think they did that to perfection last night.
Yeah, I tried to give a little credit to their front office. Thanks for the call. I tried to give credit to Carlisle. He's a champion. He's a former player. He's such a smart mind. Each game is different. I said every game in the series is a lap in the race. And I feel like Rick Carlisle kept going back to the drawing board and figuring things out. And yeah, when you watch Brunson last night, like I said, they lost with their best player not having a good game at all. But that's a product of how they defended him and them stopping him. And Rick Carlisle deserves a ton of credit, what he's done with this Pacers team. Like, remember him crying last year about being a small market team and not getting the calls, and they still figured it out. I mean, now he's got small market Indiana in the finals against small market OKC. I think the ratings are going to be down, of course, but it's the NBA. People are going to watch, Halliburton versus SGA. And, I mean, the Pacers, I don't think they're going to win the series. I think, OKC's been laid up. They're going to have a whole week off, and they're going to beat them. But, you tip your cap to Rick Carlisle, what he was able to do against his Knicks team. His team, they're a good team. They're a good group. And that's where I look at Tibbs and Leon Rose, and I say, okay, they have to find an identity. Leon Rose has to find Tibbs the right players. And maybe this year, going into this year, was just a technicality of, okay, we lost iHeart. We need another big. And we want to put this group together, right? Brunson, Hart, DiVincenzo, Mikal Bridges. We want to put these guys back together. It's possible to happen. Like, remember all the trolling that Josh Hart was doing? It was almost just like to the point where, as a Net fan, I'm like, Mikal Bridges wants to play over there. The Knicks want him over there. It's going to happen, or it should happen. And so many people know it can't ever happen, and then it happened. Okay. Now he's on the team. Karl-Anthony Towns is on the team. How do they make this team better? I don't have the answer. But that's not my job. That's Leon Rose's job. And like what I'm saying is he's got to be in lockstep with the head coach.
Everything they've done prove that they are in lockstep and that you should trust Leon Rose.
I mean, Leon Rose, as quiet as he is kept, as much as he doesn't want credit, as much as we talk about this run being a dream, I mean, he has done the thing like this. Come on. Like the Knicks have been terrible for so long.
Them into a perennial team that's top 4 in the East every year the last 3 years, and every year they're at least in the second round, and this year they went to the conference finals.
It's progress. They're working on it. They're going to keep changing the team and tweaking the team and figuring it out. And yeah, they're in lockstep. But I just think if Tibbs's identity is defense, and like you get to the Eastern Conference Finals and you got to go to your bench and get defensive minutes out of Landry Shamet, who was with the Westchester Knicks, and DeLon Wright, who's a journeyman, like there's got to be a couple better guys.
And this is just an interesting, you think about the timeline. You talk about the bird rights deal, obviously, with Hartenstein, where they weren't allowed to pay him, which is so dumb that the team that currently has him is not allowed to pay him more. It's a flaw in the
Sure.
Not the point. The point is, if they don't get the Mitchell Robinson news in training camp that he's going to be out longer than they anticipated, they probably do run it back with DiVincenzo and Randall. And then all of a sudden you're looking at a team where Mitchell Robinson is your starting 5, Randall is your starting 4, and you have Hart and DiVincenzo coming off the bench. All of a sudden, that's where the depth was.
Yeah, in theory, They
had to make a move because of the Robinson injury last minute, right before the season starts. You remember they have their introductory press conference before the season, and they're not even allowed to talk. Hart and Tibbs, they're dancing around the Karl-Anthony Towns streak because they weren't allowed to talk about it yet because it wasn't official yet. The guy showed up 5 minutes before the season started. So I think they kind of had to pivot last minute because of the Robinson injury and because of the bird rights deal, obviously, with Hartenstein. And so it left them in a bad spot.
But not that bad of a spot because they won 50 games and they got to the Eastern Conference Final.
So to think that with all that, they went to the conference final.
It's crazy, bro. This whole show, and like even listening to Moose's show, and we're talking all around this, it is crazy how much we have forgotten about what the Knicks were and like how greedy like expectations have gotten now.
Wagon fans who just showed up in the last couple of years. I was just telling someone on hold, I've been watching forget about watching them my whole life. I don't think I missed a game since they drafted RJ Barrett.
Heard you. Yeah.
That's how it is.
Yeah. And I mean, but this is what it's like being a fan, man. It is pain. It is overthinking everything.
The people on social media who are dancing after playoff wins, also, those aren't Knicks fans.
Oh, don't get me started on that. And I'm fine with it because this younger generation, and I mean, we're part of it, but like not really. Like there's somebody was asking me like if the Nets won, they'd be doing the same thing. I'm like, no, they wouldn't. Like on the concourse out there in Flatbush and Atlantic, like that, there's none of that.
Those same people who are at Madison Square Garden would put on a Nets jersey and go to and.
But what I say is those aren't the diehard fans, because as a Knicks fan, like my friends that are Knicks fans were nervous this entire series. Even when, you did get that game 3 win, that's not something to go outside and run around and celebrate and dance and light stuff on fire and do videos and Knicks in 7, Knicks in 6. Like, nah, that's just a yo.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Straight to Penn Station and going home because I don't want to be in this mess of people who don't actually. my rule would be if you didn't see the Mikal Bridges game winner against Portland live, which happened at about 2 a.m. Eastern time in overtime, if you didn't see that live and you weren't watching that game live, then don't talk about
A great piece of content that somebody should have done was go out there and interview the fans that are going crazy and ask them things like, did you see that game? You know, ask them things like, what number does Ariel Hupporty wear? Ask them little intricacies of the team and like how they built this team and what this team, and you would find that like these are just New York kids that are going where it's free and it's popping and they could go viral and they could be in a 3-second clip of a video that has 100,000 views. Exactly. And it's over now. And that's where I go back to, hey, the world saw those videos. The world wanted to humble us. They wanted to humble New York. There is no dancing in the streets. There's no party now. There is no game 7. Like, it's over. It was all a dream. It was never a reality. It was fun while it lasted. But here we are kind of picking up the pieces on a Sunday and thinking about this team and where we go next. Sunday Sauce on the Fan, Keith McPherson. And I got to give Rami a lot of love as a diehard Knicks fan producing the show, and him and I talking before the show, and me letting him, hey, the mic is open for you, bro, because I know you know. So taking your calls, 1 hour down, taking your calls till 6 p.m. We will get into the Mets, we will get into the Yankees, but we are still picking up the pieces of the puzzle. Healing today, a little Knick fan therapy, and just trying to get through a Sunday, the first Sunday of June. Sunday Sauce returns right after this. It was not all a dream. Got to go to Charlie as soon as we come back. All right, chat. Me and Rami are locked in, talking through the stuff. I'm not talking to the chat, but I see somebody else threw some bread in here. Keith, you're the voice of the real Yankee fans. Passion, truth, and vibes. Keep cooking on the mic, King. Yeah, we'll get to the Yankee stuff. It was rough. That game was over so fast, and Will Warren was just overmatched, and now you got Yamamoto versus Ryan Yarbrough. Like, it's not a good feeling. It's humble pie. We have a lot of humble pie going around right now. Let's see. Sorry if I overcomment. You can't overcomment. This is what the chat is for. This is what, the live stream is for. You guys are pretty much chatting amongst yourselves while I'm hosting the show. Let's see if I can get to more of the comments in here. It's very difficult to make the World Series 2 years in a row, and the Tigers are good. The Yankees aren't guaranteed anything. I know we were all riding high off of, they're going to dominate the American League. Nothing is promised. You got to stay healthy. You got to make the right moves at the deadline. I think this humble pie is needed right now that the Yankees are taking with the Dodgers. And it's not a guarantee that the Dodgers go back to the World Series, even though everybody locked it up for them. Yeah, they do. They do. They own them. It sucks. They own them. The NBA lottery is totally rigged. The lottery ain't rigged. They would never risk billion. Yeah, it's just crazy how it played out for Dallas. Mets versus Dodgers. It's a 4-game set. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I don't know why I thought it was a weekend. Oh, I know what it is. They're playing the Rockies this weekend, and they'll go out to Colorado and face the Rockies next weekend. Talking to people on Twitter. Let's see. What are you gonna get for Cat though? Who wants Cat? What team does he fit on? He's gonna be on his third team in 3 years. You know, like I don't know. I don't know. What is it, bro? You gotta chill with that. You don't have to be a hater. You don't have to be a hater to not believe that the Knicks are gonna get Giannis. I just don't believe that they have the package to get him. Like you being a Knick fan since '84, you're spoken like a true homer. There's not a. It takes two to tango. There's not a better package out there for Giannis. And like the Bucks, he is the player that brought that franchise a championship. Do you think they want to hand him to the Knicks in the Eastern Conference? Like, nah. Lucas, the Luka trade was ridiculous. The Luka trade should have been vetoed. Nets totally fleeced the Knicks. We'll see. The future will tell. Right. I'll bring some of you guys up in the show right now. The Yankees did. For what? Like bullpen depth? Yeah, I guess. I didn't. Yeah, everybody was on the Knick game. They started taking the Yankee game off the TV. It was only like one TV out there. Even at the Yankee event with Yankee influencers, everybody dressed in Yankee. We were embarrassed. But exactly, everybody cared about the Knick game. Even people that like, I'm not a Knick fan, but I had to watch the game, and like we were all talking about it. It's New York. Like it was kind of convenient. Because the Yankee game was over so fast that it was like, all right, start the Knick game. I know. He's always on the mound. Sauce it up. It's the sauce, man. It's sauce, not gravy. New York, we all right. 888-808-1019. The NBA season has come to an end for the New York Knicks. It was a fun run. It was a fun ride. I mean, how many nights was I on taking calls when they won Game 6 against the Celtics? We were throwing out random Knick players' names for the whole show. I don't know how many people have told me when they started watching the Knicks. In my chat, someone's like, I'm a Knick fan since 1984. Good. That's like a badge of honor. And, with that, in my live chat, they're talking about Cat and the same fan who mentioned his name is just CAG in the chat. The same fan who mentioned that he's a Knicks fan since '84 is, talking about getting the Greek freak. And him and I are going back and forth a little bit, and I just don't think Giannis is the answer. Now, is Giannis a great player? Sure. But Giannis brought that franchise a championship. That franchise is also in the Eastern Conference. What are they going to want in return for Giannis? And then he cites the Luka Doncic trade. You can't do that. That's an outlier. That one, they should have vetoed. But I don't think anybody is using the Luka Doncic deal with the Mavs and the Lakers as like a measuring stick for the next big. I don't think. And then he's mentioning Karl Anthony Towns in a deal. You think the Bucks want Cat? I don't see it. I don't know the answer. You don't know the answer. But let's continue to talk about it. I think it'll make you feel better as we try to find some answers for where the Knicks can improve, what happens in this offseason. But all in all, I just think it was a good run. I think that as a fan, you're fanatical. You're supposed to believe. The whole run, I kept saying, belief is needed now. And why I kept saying that was because I didn't truly believe. I had Celtics in 5. Even before the season, I'm like, this team's not gonna make the Eastern Conference Finals. Then once they got Karl Anthony Towns, I'm like, okay, maybe they added a all-star caliber player. But ultimately, they came up short of actually winning anything. That's another narrative going on in the chat that the Knicks didn't win the Mikal Bridges trade. Well, I think time will tell. I think Mikal Bridges obviously helped the team and had his moments, and you had to make that move. But we don't know who won the trade. Years have to go by. Picks have to happen. We don't know who won the trade. So 888-808-1019. Charlie is in Setauket on the Fan. What's up, Charlie?
A lot of where my son lost in the semifinals in the lacrosse game, and my Knicks lose, the Yankees lose, bad. And I got to hear you say it's a therapy Sunday, yet you're playing, it was a dream songs to start your show. I mean, come on, I know you're a Nets fan, but give us a break here.
What do you mean?
It was a dream. You're rubbing it in our face. Just say you don't like the Knicks.
No, I'm not rubbing it in your face, Charlie. Thanks for the call. What I'm saying is the dream has ended. It was never a reality that they were winning the championship. It was fabricated. It was a facade. I'm not rubbing it in your face, bro. Like, if you think this is me rubbing it in your face, like, that's not my angle at all. I expect maybe some Evan Roberts, some Sean Morash tomorrow as Nets fans that were like Sean was wearing a Celtics hat. I think he said he was wearing a Jermaine O'Neal uniform. Right. Evan even came at me and said, I'm not a real Nets fan because of how supportive I was through this run, because I just don't think my fandom matters. I don't think I'm anybody in this situation. You know what I'm saying? As a solo host, I don't think the team that I chose when I was a kid growing up in Jersey is more important than the story. So I'm not rubbing it in your face. I just looked at everything. And now that it's over, I'm like, this team was not a championship caliber team. They didn't beat the elite teams during the regular season. We're in the Eastern Conference Finals playing Landry Shamet and DeLon Wright. That's what I'm saying. I'm not rubbing it in your face. And part of like your dreams, right? When you think about dreams that you were hoping it was real and it wasn't. They lost a series that first game. And even like when you go back to the Celtics series, they weren't supposed to beat the Celtics. A lot of fans called this station during the regular season, said, it's inevitable that we run into the Celtics and we're not going to beat the Celtics. Well, you did beat the Celtics. It's progress. But actually going to the NBA Finals and winning this whole thing, and there being a parade and all of this stuff about Jalen Brunson being immortalized and numbers being retired and what it would mean for the city. And like, it was a dream, and the dream has ended. Let's go to Steve in Rockland. What's up, Steve?
All right. So people are saying the Knicks didn't run up and down. The Knicks aren't getting back on defense. In between the losses where they gave up 130 and 125, they figured out a way to only allow those guys to get 94 points. Now, I don't know why they could not duplicate or, approach that level of intensity on defense last night. I don't know why. All right. But I will say this. They ran up and down the court. They rebounded them. They had offensive rebounded them. And you know what? when you just look at a box score in general, the Pacers took 33 threes, the Knicks took 32. They made 17, the Knicks made 9. All right. That just comes down to like making some shots. All right. And you're probably not going to overcome that disparity in threes in a game like this.
Yeah, and the free throw disparity. Yeah.
People say from the 3-pointers, the Knicks did not. The Knicks, I don't think that hustling had anything to do with it. And you know what? People don't, and when people call and they propose these transactions, these trades and stuff, in the NBA, you're not just trading talent, you're trading contracts, okay? And that CBA and the way that cap is put in place in the NBA, I mean, unless you really look at it and study it a lot, and you go to a website, it's just hard to say. It'll be interesting. I'm not making any predictions. It's going to be interesting to see what they do or don't do. What they tweak it. I'm not. I mean, Towns had 14 rebounds.
Yeah, he's
22 and 14. All right, in a game of that magnitude. All right. I mean, how much more are you going to get? They got offensive rebound. I mean, it's just when you just look at a game like that, if the other team is going to take the same number of threes and make 8 more of them than you, all right, I don't know about hustling or what they got.
They got beat. Thanks for the call, Steve. They got beat by a better team. They were favored in the series, but that swung when they lost that first game and how they lost that first game. Points in the paint, right? That was pretty close. Fouls, not so close. Fast break points, not so close. 25 for the Pacers to 10. The Pacers played their game in their building. They won the game. You got to hit your free throws. So when we're talking about hustling, yeah, but at the end of the day, like hustle or not, effort or not, like even go back, right? There was a viral video of Pascal Siakam saying they played harder than us. They won the game. That's basketball. That is basketball, game to game. Somebody is going to out hustle. Somebody is going to play better. It's a make or miss league. Somebody's going to hit their shot. Somebody's going to not. And then that team will be victorious. The Knicks did not play their best game in that elimination game on the road, trying to force a game 7. And the season has come to an end. Ray is in Brooklyn on the Fan. What's up, Ray?
Yo, my guy Keith, good to hear you in the afternoon, brother. Keith, let me and I'm going to respectfully disagree, very respectfully disagree with some of the things on the Knicks. But just about the Yankees, real quick, to get everybody wants to land you the break. Listen, the Yankees are very strongly and likely to make the World Series. I'll take my damn chances. We'll be healthier. We'll have Jazz. We'll have Luis Hill. I don't know if there's an outside shot that we'll have Garrett Cole. But with or without him, this Yankees team has a real shot to winning the World Series. There's no get. First of all, I'll take my chances against the Dodgers also, right? I don't like how it's been looking, obviously, but there's no guarantee they'll even make it.
Yeah, they got waxed yesterday. A tough loss on Friday that gave you flashbacks of the World Series. Humble pie all around. Yankees, Knicks, they're getting humbled. And you know what? It's a regular season series against a National League team in late May. We don't know what's going to happen with the Yankees, but I'm sure they're going to learn from it. I'm sure they're going to go from here and they're going to do some things. So, yeah, we'll get there when we get there as far as October. Nobody knows. It's not a guarantee that the Dodgers get there. They're not a lock to go back to the World Series either.
And that's what I just said, man. So I mean, all the Yankees, listen, I don't like the optics of what happened, especially on the heels of last year. But it is what it is. Regular season game. Doesn't matter. So, anyway, with the Knicks, like I said, I'm going to respectfully disagree with you. I'm going to push back a little bit on the dream, right? And then I'm going to take a shuttle at the Nets of a couple of years ago, because that was truly a dream and a facade when they got swept by a lesser Boston team in the first round. This was not a dream or facade, Keith. I got a couple of slogans that fit better. I got that, short. It's from the Dream, the singer. Shorty is a 10. The Knicks, Shorty, you and I. Just improve on the margin. You'll be a 10 next year, right? And then the other slogan is just do it, man. minute police and everything else. And these guys, like Rami said, and I appreciate Rami, you know, for sticking up for the Knicks a little bit there. You know, they don't get enough bounce in game one. You know, a 4-4. I think this team could easily be in the finals. And everybody around the league was saying the better of the two matchups for OKC would have been the Knicks. But like, yeah, I just want to say that, man, because I know you're not trying to hate. I know you're not really trying to hate, but it was like low key with the it was all a dream, because it's not really a dream. A dream is something that's unattainable. You know what I'm saying? This Knicks team is
they didn't attain the dream. Ray, you my man. I appreciate the respect and the pushback, but that's the whole thing. It just came right back around. The Knicks run to the NBA Finals or being NBA champions, it just wasn't valid. This wasn't a championship team.
It wasn't attained, and it was unattainable.
Now, it doesn't matter because the season's over. So a lot of this was fabricated that this team was going to go on. We're still talking about the coach. We're still talking about the players. There were so many holes along the way where that'll tell you, like, they didn't beat the elite teams during the season, right? Because but OKC was the number one team all year, right? It's not a dream for them. It's a reality for them to go win the championship. They were a favorite all year. They're getting it done. They're doing it. Then this Knicks team, I think, especially here in New York, we inflate things. We want things to be more than they are. This team wasn't it.
Back with the Yankee point where it was like, you're in the World Series, so you can't say it's a dream that the Yankees were in the World Series. They could have, if Nestor Cortez.
Okay, so stay with me, Rami. In the Eastern Conference Finals, even the first game that the Knicks won, it took them going to their bench, the Pacers letting their guard down, Cat having a 20-point fourth quarter, and they get that game. Yeah, but no, stay with me. In this Eastern Conference Finals, they were outplayed in the finals. They lost in 6 games to a team that they were favored to beat. Even in the game 5, the Pacers kind of just called the dogs off, like, all right, whatever, we're going to go back home and win it.
Right. And that's because the Knicks came out strong and put up a fight and were up big. And so the Pacers said, all right, we're good. I agree. But that was after. If the Pacers had come out strong and the Knicks were laying down, the Pacers would have kept their dogs in. But not the point. The point is, correct, they did not beat the Pacers. Do you think they couldn't have beaten the Pacers?
They didn't beat them. And I don't think, maybe I said at game 1, maybe if game 1 goes differently, the series goes differently.
Difference of a bounce.
What a dream game 1 started off as I watched Knicks Twitter talk about, wow, we're going to the finals. Look at this team. Is this what this series is going to be?
We're up 15. That's not a dream. That's tangible. That
they lost.
No, but to say that it couldn't have happened just because it didn't, it's just playing the result.
Yeah, we're dreaming. We're dreaming. It's fabricated, bro. It's not. It was a facade. This team was not a championship team. They were supposed to lose to the Celtics. They beat the Celtics. And then they were favored to beat the Pacers.
It doesn't matter. None of that stuff matters.
The dream has ended. The dream has ended. And now how do you make this team a real contender, a real winner? How do you change and tweak this team so that they can actually get it done? And not all of the hype of New York. There's a ton of hype. Don't believe the hype. Don't believe everything that we say and put out about, oh, this could be the year. And then, you know what? It's so back and forth. I think I had a show where I was talking about, you know, I don't need to hate on the Knicks. And like, I don't need to be a Knicks hater as somebody who's a non-fan. There are built-in haters, skeptics, people that don't believe in the fan base. You question the team every series, from the Pacers series to the Celtics series to the Pistons series. Now that it's over, you're still dreaming a bit to think they could have won. In what realm? What Spider-Verse were they beating this Pacers team? There's a lot of ifs. There's a lot of if that ball bounces off the rim and doesn't go in for Tyrese Halliburton. But I get it. I understand. It's tough. It is tough to look at the season you had and feel like this could have been the year. This was the pathway, right? This was the year. The number 1 seed in the East gets knocked out. You beat the Celtics. You get the rematch against the Pacers. You want to avenge last year. You're healthy this year. It just wasn't a reality. 888-808-1019. Henry out on Staten Island on the Fan next.
Keith, I love you on this radio station. You got a bright future, buddy.
Thank you.
Listen, I'm a diehard Knicks fan. They blew it. And you know who blew it for them? It was the coaching staff. This team did not move the ball. All you watched was isolation basketball, and that leads to stagnation on the defense. When they move the ball, it's a totally different team, and they become lockdown defenders as a Knicks defense.
Yep.
Honestly, it just has to go because, yeah, he's a defensive coach. Where was the defense?
Yeah, but like, and that's where I get back to the identity and how they got to build the team, and they got to the point where they're going to the bench. It's low key weak. It's like styles make fights, right? You're out of moves. You have no other move left to pull. So you're going to DeLon Wright and Landry Shamet, hoping that gives you a spark, and it does for a little bit, but not enough to win the series.
And Keith, I just want to say there's two players that I would love for the Knicks to go after. That would be a fix-me up on this team, and Devin Booker being one of them. And you're not going to like who I say next, but you're going to get him for cheaper than what he's worth. And you got to try it. Get Zion on this team.
Oh no! Thanks for the call, Henry. No, yeah, don't Google Zion and his latest. We do not want them. The Knicks dodged one. Remember that? The lottery ball not bouncing your way. Everybody thought Zion was going to be a Knick. No, you don't want Zion. Maybe Devin Booker. No KD. And, even going back to what Ray said, I think Ray had the wrong year. The year that the Celtics swept the Nets, no Nets fans were thinking that was the year, right? No one was thinking that. The year before when they lost to the Bucks, where they had the big three scary hours, right? That was the year that the Net fan thought they could win. And that, like, what are we talking about? That team was a number one team. That team had star players. That team was projected to win. When the season started, the Brooklyn Nets were the favorites to win the whole NBA. So, like, we weren't dreaming with that. That was what most people expected. And it doesn't matter what you expect. It matters who goes out there and plays. And you know what happened to that Nets team? It wasn't that they didn't get it done. On the converse, right? This Knicks team was healthy. That Nets team had injuries. Kyrie hurt his ankle in the series. Harden hurt his hamstring in the series. It came down to just KD on his own. So I don't know. I think that's a different kind of comparison. What I'm saying with this Knicks team, it was a great run. It was fun. It sucks to end the way that it ended, but I think now when you look back on the season, there were so many different signs and things during the season where you could have pointed to this team. Like a lot of the Knicks fans didn't believe that this team could win it all watching them during the year because they couldn't beat any of the top teams. So when you did the simple math, it's like if we can't beat any of the elite teams, somebody's going to be in the way in the playoffs, in the Eastern Conference, and ultimately the finals. Let's go to Jay in Hawthorne, New Jersey. What's up, Jay? You got it next.
Keith, I want to make a few points if I could. Number one, regarding Knicks fans, I've been a lifelong Knicks fan. My father brought me into some pain with the Knicks, Jets, and Mets, but that's a whole other conversation. I think with these new Knicks fans, like if they don't know anything about, the Eddie Currys, the Kwame Browns, the Jerome James situations, like I think those guys should probably, take a seat back and let us have these type of conversations. When it comes to what's going on with the Knicks currently, I think it's somewhat of an identity issue. I think when they made this trade last year for Cat, in the offseason for Cat, I was skeptical. I knew there was going to be some defensive deficiencies. I felt like Randall and DiVincenzo were a better representation of what New York is and what this organization was trying to become. And I think in this series, it kind of showed in the big moments that the identity and the culture of the team are the most important thing to move forward in these, deeper playoff runs. Maybe a guy who's filling a stat sheet ain't exactly what's required. I mean, you obviously want to put numbers up. You want guys to keep you in the game. But I think a lot of Cat's issues, he's gonna put up points. He's gonna get rebounds. He's gonna make some plays. But I think there's so many other plays that aren't, talked about in the stat sheet or maybe aren't talked about post game. He breaks up the rhythm of the offense. I mean, the bad fouls are obvious. He missed some free throws last night uncharacteristically. Those few free throws maybe keep us in the game and keep him from going on runs. I mean, he's late getting back on defense. He obviously doesn't give you the effort on defense. That leads to, the transition stuff that we have issues with. Obviously sitting back on the screens and not, trying to close out a little quicker or with at least some better energy to show that it's important to him. Those are identity issues. And I think that going forward, I mean, that's my biggest concern. How are we going to change that? You're not going to change this guy this deep in his career. That's just my opinion. I mean, I just don't know how they move forward with him being an integral piece, quote unquote, because I just don't think you're going to change who he is. I don't think he's.
We talked about it. It's like, do they put emphasis on that in this offseason? It's his first year under Tibbs with this group. Like, is it something that can change? And like you're saying, at this point, he is who he is. His game is what it is. Like, how are you going to really improve that? What drills do you do? What film do you watch? Like, you kind of are who you are in the NBA. I don't know. I don't see him becoming some type of defensive stalwart and like, shifting his game and how it'll fit. But then even going back to the trade, right? It was something they had to do. And there were some reports that they were eyeing Cat the year before, like they wanted this deal. But then think about the Minnesota Timberwolves giving him up, right? Why were they willing to give him up?
That was the red flag for me. If he was such a big time player over there, like, why did they so easily give up? Like, I love DiVincenzo. And Randall, to be honest with you, I liked, but I was concerned about him beating the ball on the ground and taking away from Brunson offensively, and it ended up being Cat who did the same. So, listen, I think it could work, and I'm being optimistic about it, but it's painful. It is painful to watch his type of play, his style of play, taking away from the play that we knew the Knicks were becoming. That's what's disappointing. Tibbs has changed the culture. He's got guys playing the way he wants them to play, defensive-minded, hustle plays. Last year, they're diving for loose balls. Josh Hart is a completely different player this year. And in my opinion, bro, it is because he just does not like playing with Cat. Like, I just don't know what else it is. Josh was a glue guy. And now all of a sudden he fell apart this season, especially late in his postseason run. He's just a different guy. In my opinion, that is an indication. Like, he just does not like the energy that's coming from who they brought in to kind of make this thing a championship group.
Thanks for the call, Jay. Yeah, I mean, there's been enough reports. There's a article in The Athletic. I'll read some from it. I mean, even when we saw the clip of Cat on the bench with OG and people made a little bit of, stuff about that. Like, hey, like, this guy either not knowing his assignments or not playing the defense the way that it's supposed to be played, and, them kind of looking for him to take accountability in that. I won't say that Josh Hart doesn't like playing with Cat. I mean, he took accountability last night. He said, I failed the team. I didn't bring it how I should have, especially in this series. If I played better, it could have been a different situation. It's not just him. Like, I look at Josh Hart as a guy that was willing to come off the bench, willing to sacrifice, to do whatever it took. But then it goes back to my whole premise of this thing not being real. The starting five that you rocked with the entire year, you got to change it in your final hours. The team literally was grasping at straws at the end to try to stay alive. They were trying their like last-ditch efforts to do anything to be able to stay alive in the series. The Pacers were probably going to beat them however it shook out. 6-7. I mean, the only way I saw this series going differently was, watching that first game. Like, the Knicks fan was dreaming of the NBA Finals in that first game. And it was fun in that first game till it wasn't in those last 2 minutes. If they win that first game, the series is different. If they win that first game, and they had it won, the series is different. But ultimately, you got to tip your cap to the Pacers and their players and their coach and just say, hey, the better team won. The better coach won. They out-hustled you. They out-schemed you. They outplayed you. They beat you 4-2. And, like, even when you look at the 2 wins, like I just went back to, the game in the Garden was great. Like, all right, yep. They're not gonna end it in New York, Game 5. And you could see, like, Halliburton had a smile on his face at the end of the game. I was on, and people asked me, oh, you think the series is over? Yes. I was in Somerset with the Patriots on Friday. Hey, Keith, Knicks in 7? I said, no, it's Pacers in 6. I'm sorry. I'm not being a hater. I'm just being real. I don't see any way that the Indiana Pacers lose. They don't want to come back to New York. And then the way that the series breaks out, it's 2-2, 1-1-1. The Pacers knew they were getting back on that flight. So they said, you got it. You got Game 5. Party it up in the Garden. Get your last one in. And we're going to leave it all out on the floor at Gainbridge Fieldhouse on Saturday. You're not coming in there and beating us no matter what you scheme up, what you do, who comes off the bench, who starts, whatever. It's our year to get to the finals because this is our origin story. Too much we just keep it in our echo chamber of New York and what we see in our team. Like, this is a team that earned it. They have players too. They have millionaire player like Pascal Siakam. How about Pascal Siakam being the MVP of the video of Halliburton, thinking that he's going to get the trophy? He's going to be the guy. You tip your cap to the Pacers, man. It was more real for them than it was the New York Knicks. 888-808-1019. Go ahead, Rami.
Back on the adjustments late, Thomas Bryant hadn't played all series because he got played off the floor. All of a sudden, he has a huge game in Game 6. The same thing with Jarris Walker, hit a couple of threes in Game 5. Like, there are guys who didn't have impacts on the Pacers earlier in the series, and yet later in the series, Carlisle had to adjust. That's a normal.
And they won.
I know, but that's my point. That your point that the Knicks were making adjustments throughout the series, saying that, oh, they didn't know what was going on. No, that's just how series go.
What do you mean? I didn't say they didn't know what was going on. I'm saying they were running out of options and moves.
But so the Pacers were also exploring.
You know, they had to go to plan B, C, and D.
So did the Pacers. I don't think Jarris Walker was in their plan A. I don't think Thomas Bryant hitting 3 threes in the first half was their plan A.
It wasn't their plan A, but those guys were ready and available. Those guys played during the season.
Ready and available too. He played well in the minutes he played. He played all year.
Yeah, but they didn't even play in the series before. Like, they didn't even sniff the court against. Yeah, but I'm saying, bro, when you're getting to the Eastern Conference Finals and now you have to go to this, these are last-ditch efforts because it's not. Okay, and I get it, man. I'm not a fan of the Knicks. So I'm not hurt today, and I'm not looking at it the way that you're going to look at it as a fan. I'm looking at it as an NBA fan, as someone that watched. This team didn't have it.
The NBA, though, my whole life, meaning my whole life until the last few years, till Leon Rose and Tibbs and Brunson came here, I still was a huge NBA fan. I watched it from the perspective you're watching the Knicks now. And I see the same things that the Knicks are doing this year. I've seen that for teams. I saw it for the Celtics 3 years ago when they lost the Warriors in the finals. They were losing, and then eventually they won. Was that fake, that run to the finals? The first one when they lost the Warriors? No, it was all part of the battle scars, part of the step in the direction.
Yeah, so this is part of the Knicks' origin story as well. It's progress. This wasn't the year.
It's fake. They could have won.
I think what I'm saying is fake is the thought that we were having that this was the year. This was a championship team, that this team was built to win a championship this year. They didn't get it done. It's evaporated.
And had one of those games where he goes off last night.
We're doing so much of this theoretical what if that didn't happen.
Point that's hypothetical in both directions because you're playing the results. You're only playing the results. You're not looking at what could have happened. To say that it was never going to happen because of the results is just as theoretical as saying, oh, they could have won.
Yeah, they didn't have it, in my opinion. 888-808-1019. They didn't have it all year. They didn't beat the elite teams all year. They were being criticized all year by their own fans. They wanted to fire the coach. People were not feeling Cat. People were not feeling Mikal Bridges during most of the season. But as we got closer to it, it just became a dream. That, hey, this is it. It's happening. Look at the parties. Look at all the excitement outside the arena. They put up signs of the players in New York. Look at, this is our year. It wasn't. And now that it's over, we can look back at it and just be like, yeah, it was a good run, but it wasn't a reality that this team was going to hoist that trophy. They didn't get it done. They got to the Eastern Conference Finals. That's progress, but they're not a winner. They didn't win anything this year. 888-808-1019. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Paul out on Staten Island. You're on the fan.
Yes.
Yeah,
how are you guys?
We're good. How are you?
Okay, just a few things. I've been a Knicks fan since I guess you could say I was around mostly for the '90s and those days. You know, they fell a little short against the Bulls and stuff like that. Basically, what I wanted to say was what I see from this era of this team. Look, I think it was one of those things like Game 6, like every Knick believed it could happen. You know, because they had a good home, good away record. Obviously, we fell a little short, but and this is someone coming from a diehard Knicks fan. But like, I'll say what I feel on some of the aspects. Like, yeah, like Bridges, number one, their defense is not in sync, if that makes sense. Like this, I feel there's like no communication on it. Because how would they leave the guy, Devin White, open for a ton of threes in Boston? And the same thing happened in Game 1 with the gentleman from the Pacers.
This was all year. They didn't defend the 3 well all year. There were so many games where they're talking about we got to communicate better. We got to communicate more. Go on.
Right. Also, look, I think Cat is good, but sometimes I feel like he's a running back in football. In other words, like they're not a consecutive team. In other words, like they can have one night like they're all great, and then the problem is like yes, the turnovers. Bridges. You ever get that feeling too? Like all right, they steal the ball, right? Then they give the ball right back. Like
yeah, sloppy. They were sloppy the whole series. Thanks for the call, Paul. 3-run homer from Pete Alonso as the Mets take the lead 3-1 in the bottom of the fourth. We got a break. We will bring in some more conversation around the Mets, around the Yankees, because we're going to talk in circles about this. Everyone can feel how they feel. Ultimately, the Knicks lose in 6 games to the Pacers. The Pacers are moving on. They did not have it. Maybe they will have it next year. This was not the year, and that's okay. And that's all right. I think as time goes on, this one's going to hurt. This one's going to sting. But in my opinion, I think you'll come around to realizing, hey, it was a good run, but they weren't winning it this year. They didn't win it this year. And we can dance around it and we can say different things about how game 1 went or other teams and use other examples from the Yankees to the Celtics or whatever. This Knicks team was not a championship team. They did not win the East. They did not get to the finals. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We'll be right back. Starlin Marte. Pose for the camera. I like that graphic they just put up. They just put up a little graphic of like a tweet. Let me see something here. I was reading this Athletic article. The message to tighten up got through, but it didn't stay forever. The next game, the first against Indiana, the Knicks let go of a 14-point lead with 2:51 to go in regulation. Let's see. Like, 2 things can be true here. What I'm saying is, like, yeah, this was a great year. This was progress, but this wasn't a championship year. That became a thing at the end. That became a hope at the end. That became conversation at the end. This team, they just, I'm trying to tell people, bro, like we gotta rein it in, bro. This team was not gonna, they didn't beat anybody all year in the regular season. And now all of a sudden they get to the playoffs and they get some luck and some injuries and whatnot. And it's like, okay, they should have won. This team could have won. Nah, bro, they were never winning it. I'm trying to find out what they were talking about in this article with Cat. Let me see, because I'm going to read this right now, but I'll probably read this again when we get back to the show. Man, shout out to everybody in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Almost at 1,000. Virgo, what up, man? I just announced that Pete Alonso homer. Bro, that's what I'm saying. Pacers look like they lost on game 5. That's what I'm like, bro. Like, they basically looked like they gave them that game. Like, yo, we're gonna handle our business in our building. The Pacers were the better team. Why can't we just say the Pacers were a better team? That their origin story was this year, that they were going to go further, and they were going to get. They were in the Eastern Conference Finals last year and lost to the Celtics. Now they have advanced to the finals. They took a step forward. And like, I'm really not, because the Nets suck and the Nets are irrelevant. And like, I don't do a Nets podcast anymore. I didn't even be going to these Nets games. I went to more Devils games than I went to the Nets games. It's not about me. It's not about my fandom. And I know it's you're going to shoot the messenger. Because I'm not a Knicks fan, people are going to think I'm hating. I'm not hating. I'm just being real. This team was not winning shit. Like, they just weren't, Right. I honestly never thought we would beat Boston. Like, let's go back. Like, now that the season's over, you can kind of keep it a bean, keep it a stack, keep it a buck. Like, this was never a championship team. During a regular season, people were like, we're going to be a second round exit again. All right, let me see what excerpt I want to read. And we're back. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the fan. A little Sunday sauce taking you to 6 p.m. And yeah, you know, the Yankees will probably get swept tonight. Yamamoto on the mound. I saw that they recalled Carlos Carrasco, and he's with the team in LA. I don't know. Maybe they're looking for some bullpen depth. If this one gets crazy, if Yarbrough gets rocked and they just got to put somebody out there. I mean, yesterday was trash. I don't even care to talk about it. Like, there's nothing to talk about. The Dodgers own the Yankees. They own the fans. I think it's more of an issue for the fans, right? The fans that had to watch the Dodgers beat the Yankees in the World Series, then mock the Yankees, talk about their defense. We've been, gift to death with Judge dropping the pop-up, and I don't know how many times they reference the fifth inning on social media. I get trolled by it. Oh, fifth inning. Like, yeah, we get it. I mean, for the Yankees to have a 5-2 lead Friday and then lose it. For Max Fried, the ace of the team, guy that we think is going to win the Cy Young, for him to not have it in a big moment like that, it sucks. It's tough. It is tough to take as a fan, but you come around on the fact that it's May, it's regular season. Maybe for pride tonight, they find a way to win and not get swept. That's what happened in June of last year. That series had a lot of juice in Yankee Stadium. They lost the first 2 games, but then they fought and didn't get swept on Sunday Night Baseball. But yeah, ultimately the Yankees right now, they got some soul searching to do, and it's tough to get checked when you think that you've, put together a better team, right? When you think that you have tightened up the screws on defense, and you do have some better hitters than you imagined, and definitely some better players than last year. They were out there last year with Verdugo and Anthony Rizzo. They're a better team, yeah. But the Dodgers just outclassed them again and have shown everybody, like, hey, we own these boys, and we turn up for these boys. Like, I'm tired of seeing Freddie Freeman dance on second base. Shohei Ohtani, that's like I go back and forth that Judge is better than Ohtani, and Judge is the best player in the game, and then like Ohtani shows up and does what he does, and you got to kind of pipe down. They've got a lot of good players. They got after it, whether it's freaking Max Muncy or it doesn't matter. Like, to put up 18 runs, 21 hits on national television, embarrassed the Yankees. And then, we were turning that game off. The party we were at, the Yankees were on like one TV. Like, start the Knicks game ASAP. And tightening up the screws and talking about defense and talking about the Knicks and their coach being defensive minded. There's this article right now in The Athletic. And as I'm telling you guys, this Knicks team was living on a prayer. They were not the favorites. I mean, they might have been the favorites for you to bet in the FanDuel app for Vegas to, get you to throw some money on them to win. But like, every step of the way, they were doubted. Every step of the way, they had to have team meetings and go soul searching and figure some stuff out. Let's see. In The Athletic, it says this year's Knicks team, while prosperous, were also imperfect. New York organized multiple players-only meetings after embarrassing defeats throughout this postseason run, all with various degrees of intensity per league sources. It's not uncommon for teams to hold meetings without coaches, but it is rare for squads that went as far as the Knicks did to do it as often as they did during the playoffs, and for the kick in the behind reasons they occasionally deem necessary. So, like, they're talking about PJ Tucker calling a meeting. Who is PJ Tucker in this group and on this team? 888-808-1019. I'll read some more from it, but like, it's just backing up what I'm saying. And I'm not saying it to be a hater. I'm not saying it to troll or make you feel any type of way. I'm saying as a I guess, independent basketball observer, this team was running on fumes. This team, even though they were healthy, they did make progress in their origin story. Okay, now they got to take a step further next year. But this year was the Pacers' year. They're 30 for 30. They got to the finals. And a lot of times we don't want to look at other cities and other franchises. This is their second finals appearance. They were ready to fight. They gave game 5 up in the Garden And we started talking about, oh, don't let the Knicks get game 6. Because if they get games out there, weren't getting game 6, yo. They were not. Those guys were ready to die out there in Gamebridge Fieldhouse before they let it go back to New York. 888-808-1019. Eric is in Manhattan on the fan. What's up, Eric?
Oh, and I'm so glad you alluded to that Atlantic article because I agree with you. I think this team was running on fumes. We saw it last year in Game 7 against the same team, and this year we gassed out. But what I think we all have to realize is this team fought through adversity. We had an injured Mitchell Robinson for the first half of the year. Brunson got injured the last part of the year. It takes time to figure out rotations, and it takes time to gel. And there comes with adversity improvement and power in unifying as a team. And I think one person that deserves a ton more credit than he's already getting is Coach Thibodeau. You know, everyone loves the team from the 90s, but guess what? New York loves a tough, defensive-minded, consistent, and gritty team like Pat Riley's Knicks. And that's what we're getting with Thibodeau. And even though we gassed out in the Eastern Conference Finals, we'll be back, but we just can't shake up and rock the boat. If we rock this boat, be careful because it's going to be hard to reshape the identity. You know, overnight, we can change defensive schemes. Overnight, we can teach Bridges to be more consistent on defense. We can teach Cat to stop committing dumb fouls. We can teach Brunson to get the team more juiced on offense instead of doing iso ball. But you can't teach culture. And so I really think we need to be supporting Tibbs, the coaching staff, and let's rock into the future and make it a better year.
Thanks for the call, Eric. And yeah, I got a lot of respect for Tibbs. And, you know, I mean, I was taking calls after that loss in Detroit where he didn't get Brunson and Hart into the game. And when they asked him about it, right, you know, he said it was a coach's decision. People were ready to fire him then. But like, he is the architect of the best season the Knicks have had in 2.5 decades. Like, and you know, I'm starting to come around on the, like, you might have to run this back. You might have to let these guys work on it in the offseason, add a couple more pieces, but work on their chemistry and work on the little things around the margins to improve. It's their first year together. Their first year with Bridges, with Cat. As I'm reading the article, right, it says sacrifice was a buzzword around the locker room. We have to go out there with no egos, Josh Hart said in January. We have to go out there with no individual agendas. It is a team. They have to buy in together as a team. They have their shortcomings and their weaknesses, but those things can be worked on, and they got to, you know, play together and learn each other's habits, mores, and strength. Lord, like it was a great run. But this team, I won't say they got thrown together, but they tweaked this team in the offseason, getting Mikal Bridges and then having to get Karl-Anthony Towns. And yes, you had some star players, some big money players, some all-star players. But ultimately, this wasn't a championship team. These other teams build their championship. The Pacers have the same damn team. Like the Pacers, they built to this point. It's hard for us to see it. But I bet you in Indiana, the Pacers fans are telling you, yeah, this was our year to get past the Eastern Conference. We got there. The Celtics humbled us last year. The Celtics weren't in the way. We weren't losing to the Knicks. Lou is in Astoria on the fan. Lou, how you feeling? What you thinking?
Hey, Joe, I got a headache since the first game, and it came back when our Yankees playing great against the Dodgers. Mike don't wake me up when I'm sleeping after being 18 or whatever, nothing. And he said that you got to get a home run in the first pitching inning.
Yep.
Hey, on the Knicks, listen. I want you to correct me a couple of things here. Bridges. I used to watch the Nets because, you know, I watch any sport sometimes when I got nothing better to do. Wasn't Bridges like a tremendous shooter for your Nets?
I mean, I won't say tremendous, but when he came to the Nets, he had multiple 30-point games. Like, I remember betting on him because I'm like, this guy had a run where he was good for 30 points a game, but he was the number one option. They were trying to make him the focal point, the star, where he could do that. And also what I said about Bridges is, man, there was no pressure on him playing in Brooklyn. There was no, like.
It is, but listen, the game has been taken away from him because our best player does not speed with the ball as much as he should. I mean, that's the problem with the team right now, okay? I know we miss Isaiah Hartenstein because of the way he played the game, but we wouldn't have talent if he was here. But what I'm saying is, Jalen and Brunson have to distribute the ball from the beginning to the end. And if you want to take over at the end of the game, that's our problem right now, okay? I mean, Bridges shoot it everywhere when you play with it. 3 points, 2 points, layups.
Yeah, the biggest thing with him too is he doesn't draw fouls. He shies away from contact, and some people suspect it's because he doesn't want to get hurt and lose his Iron Man streak. Well, who cares about that? He does not draw contact. He doesn't shoot foul shots. He's got the mid-range game, and he'll chuck up some threes.
They have to get more involved. The 3-point lack of making that we don't make it. It's got to make progress. The bench, they got to put a couple of guys in there. Now, so I want you to clarify a couple of things for me, okay? I just heard that this guy has a private jet that he don't drop.
No, I heard that wasn't true. Jeff Passan came out and said that wasn't true. I think somebody might have said it on WFAN, but Passan came out and said that that's not true. That would be ridiculous.
True, right? Because then this guy has a really down shot. It's amazing. But it's not true. I'm glad you clarified that for me.
Thanks for the call, Lou. I'm sorry. Rami said that they have a private jet for the family to travel to away games. That's confirmed. That's true. Even that is ridiculous.
Yes, if they want to travel to road games, they can use a private jet.
Like, I don't care how rich Steve Cohen is. For a player, for his, I mean, I know he's obviously, like, you want to talk about like putting a guy on an island by himself and wonder why he's struggling, giving him the special treatment his first year to fly private when you do those things that's team bonding, that's team building. But if that is true, that the Supreme Court of Soto has their own, like, no, I don't know. I don't even want to say that is true. I don't know who reported that or confirmed, but it just seems ridiculous. For what? Soto's mom, dad, his brother, sisters, uncle, like, to fly to LA coming up tomorrow. They have a private jet for them. The Mets or Steve Cohen fund that. It just sounds ridiculous. Like, he's rich. He's been rich. Like, multi-million. Like, he made $31 million last year with the Yankees. They can afford to fly. They're not hurting for money. Like, and if that was negotiated in the deal, that's nuts. Looking at the game out in Queens, Clay Holmes has given up another homer. It's tied now. So the lead that Pete Alonso created is gone. It's 3-3, new game, bottom of the 5th, 1 out as Luis Angel Acuna flies out to right. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just think the Soto stuff has got, like, I'm over it. It has gotten to a point. Like, I'm ready for the guy to play well, right? I enjoyed it in the beginning, all the way up until, the Subway Series. We got our little pound of flesh as Yankee fan. Like, so I'm off it, bro. Who cares? I got people tweeting at me this weekend about Soto. Oh, did you see Soto? Yeah, I saw, but what do y'all want me to do? Y'all want me to get in front of the camera and give you a whole soliloquy? You want me to, go on a rant about, Soto's? No, I don't care, bro. I'm doing things. Shout out to the Somerset Patriots. I go to Somerset to throw out the first pitch. Friday was amazing. I'm like, I wish I got here sooner. Everybody over there is first class, treated me like a king. I had so much fun. I was there from 5:30 to 10:30 at night. They let me get on the mic. I got to announce now batting the DH, Spencer Jones. It was sick. It was fun. Me and my boy Joel, we shot a vlog out there, and they just, they brought us through everywhere and showed us everything. And there's a home run to take the lead. Lindor doing his thing, doing what he's got to do. 4-3 Mets. But yeah, I'm like, Soto now with the Knicks done, Soto's going to definitely be, he's been a topic of conversation, but Soto's going to be the headline, and I hope that it does shift. I'm not a Met fan, but I'm tired of the same conversation, like all this stuff that we're talking about now with a Jet and what's wrong with the guy and does he not like being a Met? It's baseball, bro. Can we get to the baseball of it? Can he just be what we've seen him be? Like, I'm ready for him to go on a heater. It's June now. I'm ready. I'm trying to bet on it. I lost at least $500 betting on him in the beginning of the season because he hasn't been himself. Like, I'm not rooting against Juan Soto. I got that. Like, I got the initial pop of, okay, he's not a Yankee. He's struggling as a Met. But here it's June today. Let's go. What's that? That's a drop from Pride Month. Man, whatever does it. Maybe, I mean, we're coming up on Grimace's birthday again. Bring him back. I'm just over it, man. We have good baseball teams here. New York has not won anything. I mean, the Liberty won. Give them that credit. But their fan base, like, I know they're growing, but they're not like these major teams, these major sports teams. Chill, bro. You're actually right though. Like in Barclays Center, they draw, and their fans go hard. And in the same building, like not for nothing, bro. Like the Liberties fans, like I give them respect. I tried to talk them up during their run last year, even not knowing anything about them. You know, I saw a stat over the weekend, and I'm just like, man, we're hurting. We're hurting because this city is so great. These teams, we have good teams. At least like we had the World Series here, we had the Eastern Conference Finals here, but we've come up short. OptaStat said NYC is the first metro area ever to have an MLB team, Yankees, and an NBA team, Knicks, each lose by 15 or more on the same day. I'm like, they're piling on. And then there was another tweet out there that I saw, the Liberty quote tweet, from Savage Sports. New York hasn't won a major sports championship since 2011. It sucks. NYCFC did win. Count it. It's not major. WNBA is not major, but the Liberty won. But what I'm saying is, man, we are so thirsty and starved for that parade. We are dreaming of a parade. And we're about to shift our focus now to the Mets and Yankees. And hopefully one of those teams can win so that we can see it. We saw this party outside of Madison Square Garden that the Knicks fan and random New Yorkers and kids had. Nah, man, let's get the actual championship parade so the world can see the live stream of this city upside down. You won't be able to see the streets. Keith McPherson on the Fan. That's 2 hours in. I've got 3 hours to go. Juan Soto is batting. When we come back, I'll tell you what he did. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the Fan. Okay. They have their own charter flights that Steve Cohen is paying for. Good grief. Yeah. So, yeah, bring that audio up. We'll talk about it. I'll be right back. What did Juan Soto work a walk? Let's see here. Yeah, Juan Soto worked a walk. All right, man. Oh, we've hit 1,000. Happy Sunday, man. Blessed to be here. Thankful for people tuning in to listen to the radio and also call in. Let's get back to the show. What happened here? He's grounded in a double play. Pick off attempt. Pete Alonso grounds out into a force out. Okay. Oh, man. A little Sunday sauce on the fan. Hopefully you can cheer up and smile and realize it's June and summer weather is around the corner this week and the Knicks season ends, but we are in the real good part of the baseball season with two good baseball teams. I said I was going to tell you what Juan Soto did when we come back. Keith McPherson on the fan. Juan Soto walked, but then Pete Alonso grounded into a force out. So the Mets, they have a 1-run lead after the Lindor homer, but they weren't able to add on any more than that 1 run. Here we are in the top of the 6th, and they're looking to sweep the Rockies, and they should sweep the Rockies. And I mean, I'm even in the chat and people are talking about, Juan Soto hitting a home run against the Rockies and not being like, I'm telling you, I'm over the back and forth. I'm completely over it. It does not matter. The Mets are winning. Juan Soto will be Juan Soto. He's going to probably have a down year just because of how it started. It would take a lot for him to have a year to match his career numbers, but so what, man? And I don't look at the Rockies as I get it. They're the worst team in baseball, but I don't look at them. They're a major league team. They have major league ball players. I don't look at them as it discounts what Juan Soto has done in the series. You got to get right at some point. And like I said earlier in the show, the biggest thing for me was Juan Soto taking accountability, saying, I know I haven't been there for them, but I will. And he's got a ton of attention on him. And Rami, who just brought up the Jet thing, I think it's crazy, but I guess, Rami just found the, facts on it. That the Soto family, which I call the Supreme Court of Soto, because that's what Scott Boras called them in his intro press conference. I guess they do actually have these chartered flights, but are they the only ones? Does Lindor's wife and his kids and his parents do they get to fly? Pete Alonso's people, Nimmo? If it's only Soto, his first year on the team, man. All of this stuff is compounded. That definitely puts another level of pressure. It's you're getting special treatment. Rami, you said you have the audio of Carl Ravage speaking on this. Okay, go ahead and play it.
$765 million contract, 15 years. The outside, plus some family service clause perks that get charter flights to road games. A variety of other things. I mean, you mentioned it too. Cohen's embraced Soto and his family. Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Cohen are very warm, around a lot, very available. They're a dynamic couple.
Okay, so yeah, I heard that was Sunday Night Baseball. So I guess, but like, whatever, who cares, man? The Mets did what they had to do to land the player, and now the player's got to do what he's got to do to be worth all of the perks and stuff. They negotiated that. I think it's ridiculous. I also don't think it. I think it sets a bad precedent for the future. I think anyone else that the Mets bring in the winters, they're gonna ask for everything. They're gonna ask for the world, even if they aren't the caliber of Juan Soto, because the version of Juan Soto you're getting is not the caliber of Juan Soto. 888-808-1019. We'll open up conversation to the Mets and the Yankees. I really don't care to talk about Juan Soto. I wish the guy would figure it out, and so we could just say, hey, there he is. It happened. He's going to hit when? It's June. The Mets are in first place, looking to sweep with the Brewers beating the Phillies yesterday. They're tied for first. And if I go to the scores right now, the Mets got to sweep the Rockies, and the Phillies right now at the bottom of the fifth. They're up 2-1 on the Brewers. They could lose to the Brewers. So we have first place teams on both sides of New York baseball. The Yankees are looking to not get swept tonight on Sunday Night Baseball. For what my money's worth, I'm not looking forward to it. Yamamoto, I just don't expect anything. Ryan Yarbrough versus Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Yeah, but the Dodgers, okay, Max Fried has been really good. So, all right, let me have a little bit of optimism. And I did lean on last year, bro. Like the series in June, they looked like they were about to get swept, and they found it in that Sunday game. The Sunday game where fans were chanting, "We want Soto," when Trent Grisham was batting, and Grisham hits the homer. For pride, for any type of respect, dignity, hopefully the Yankees can go out there and win tonight. But Yoshinobu Yamamoto is nice. I don't know if you guys are paying attention. I know he was a big topic of conversation last year going into the season because both the Mets and Yankees wanted him. Yeah, remember that? Yamamoto. I remember it was I was saying it's Yamamotani. I'm like, he's going to join his boy Otani. We don't even talk about the other dude. I forgot his name. Who's the other pitcher, the young pitcher that they signed? I'm blanking on his name now. He's hurt. He was crying in the club. I'm blanking on his name, who came over from Japan and joined the Dodgers. And he gave people a run around. We thought he was going to sign with the Padres. Blanking on his name. Whatever. Yes. We don't even think about him anymore, but Yamamoto has been as advertised. He's
on the injured list.
Oh yeah, somebody sent me their payroll of just their injured pitchers is more than some Major League Baseball teams. But that's what I'm saying, bro. With the Dodgers, man, they have found a loophole. Like I'm so tired of them. I'm so tired of watching them because it's just like they are dominant. They are good. They have the highest attendance in their ballpark. They have a ton of good players. They have this deferred money, and they've done it with so many guys because who doesn't want to play with Otani and Freeman and live in LA? And I just don't see them going anywhere for a long time. The Mets got to go out there and face them in a 4-game set. That's going to be a big measuring stick. I know some Met fans have been able to laugh at the Yankees' performance against the Dodgers because the Dodgers just came here to New York and the Mets were able to beat them. It's baseball. It is what it is. But I do feel like the Dodgers turn it up against the Yankees. I know their fans do. I told you, I have friends out there. Shout out to Serena, who was texting me and sending me pictures and stuff. We haven't really connected because I've been tight. But at the same time, like, even when they were doing their World Series parade, they're chanting "F the Yankees, Yankees suck" in their World Series parade. And yeah, what can we do right now? That they beat us in the World Series, and the Yankees folded in unimaginable fashion in the 5th inning. They mocked the Yankees the whole offseason. And then when you get your first opportunity to go there and have a new team and a new ace and different hitters in the lineup that didn't face the Dodgers with the Yankees last year, they get humbled. And maybe some humble pie is needed right now because we were riding high. I know a lot of people were riding high, and there's no reason to think that the season is over. I know there's some Yankee fans overreacting about that. Oh, well, we can't beat the Dodgers. We're not winning a World Series. This team is not going back to the World Series. The American League is weak, whatever. None of us know. But yeah, here we go tonight. Moose is in Jamaica on the fan. Thanks for holding, Moose. You got it.
Yo, Keith, ain't no problem. You feeling salty today?
Am I feeling salty about the Dodgers just being the class of,
Friday night.
Yeah, always. I've branded my Sunday shows into Sunday sauce. It can't be KM to AM. KM to PM doesn't rhyme. Shout out to Ryan, our boss here. You know, the first time I called it Sunday sauce, he's like, I like that name. And, you know, it's sauce, not gravy.
I feel you, dog. Anyway, so like, I kind of listened to on the fan the game Friday. I guess Matt Fried has allowed one good team to get to him in one inning. That cost us a dub. Yesterday, I guess it's just Will Warren, a rookie pitcher with good stuff, facing a good lineup that just had his number. The scouting report was on point with them. But that being said, the real point of my call, I want to get your take on this is, considering the schedule is about to get easier. Last year in June, we had a Sunday spoon against good teams where we struggled, couldn't score, couldn't pitch. But I would say we should win for the month of June, maybe even 70% of our games, because we're facing teams that are fourth and fifth place in their division 60 or 70% of the time, so we can sweep. But is this beat down of yesterday gonna affect the players psychologically, or is it just maybe, I don't know if it's the energy in New York City with the Knicks losing? And the thing about the Knicks is, if considering I put money on the last series, if I was confident the Knicks were gonna win or whatever, I would have put money. But like, to get back to the Yankees, to get your take out even with this, if we don't win 60% of our games in June, is it really going to be pressing for us to get a starting pitcher or two, considering we're getting people back and staying back, to really solidify our place in the postseason? I'm not worried about the regular season. It's easy to tell that this team's going to win 90 or more games.
Thanks for the call, Moose. Listen, I don't know what the Yankees are going to do in this month of June. If we go back to last year, I know I was calling it the gauntlet. Last year, June, they had to face the Dodgers. Then they had to face Kansas City Royals for 4, who they ultimately faced in the ALDS, a postseason team. The Red Sox at the time weren't completely dead. They were decent. The Orioles were decent. They faced them. Then they faced the Braves, who obviously were pretty good. They had to face the Mets. They got destroyed by the Mets. One of the worst games, if not the worst game I ever been to it. The Mets swept the Yankees last year, and then even the Yankees lost. They had like a split with the Blue Jays. As I go back and look at that schedule now, this year is completely different. They don't have any more West Coast trips to take after this. They will play all of their games, I think, in the Eastern time zone coming up this month, and they will get Jazz Chisholm back. Shout out to Jazz, who's out there at Somerset. Of course, I go to Somerset, and I book a Friday months in advance, and Jazz is there on Thursday. He's there on Saturday. He's not there on Friday, but it's all good. I got to kick it with George Lombard Jr. I got to kick it with Spencer Jones. Again, shout out to the Somerset Patriots. It was an amazing day for me, and shout out to WFAN as well for covering it and posting the stuff. And I threw out the first pitch, and now I know what all those people feel when they throw out a first pitch and they actually airmail it, or they're terrible, or they don't have any form. I couldn't fire the ball. Like I wanted to throw it as hard as I could, but it's not set up like that. It was completely different than my mind's eye had it. Like there's kids on the field. They're performing the national anthem. There's cameras set up. There's a guy standing there. Like, you have to just throw it to the guy. All I did was throw a strike, but I wanted to come out and throw it as hard as I could, because shout out to Sparky Lyle and the guys out there. They said they have the gun on it. I was like, all right, let me see how hard I could throw. And then it's like, no, don't do that. Like, we don't want it to be dangerous. So, I stepped up, and I literally just slow motion, cocked back, and threw it to the guy. And then, of course, there's comments like, this guy can't throw. You can look at his form. He can't throw a baseball. Oh, he should stick to just talking sports. Another guy talks sports that never played any sports. Okay. Anyway, back to, doing my job, talking about the sports, since I can't play any. All that was taken from a 2-second video. The Yankees, whether they win or lose this month, need to make moves at the deadline next month. They will assess who they have. Like, for what my money's worth, man, like, Jazz is about to come back and play third base. It's not something that I want, because it's like, if we did that last year, he could have spent more time in the, preseason working on it. And now I feel like we're doing this because of DJ LeMahieu. And like, I've given DJ LeMahieu a lot of grace as far as like, yeah, come on, machine, come on. But it's like, come on, bro. Something, that I put out online Friday night, because I could not sleep after a game. I didn't go to sleep until 2 a.m. because I was just like, yo, it's the Dodgers again, showing you, like, someone brought up Chris Taylor and how they cut Chris Taylor. Chris Taylor is playing for the Angels. We just saw him there. And the Dodgers move on from guys, whether it's Jason Hayward or Gavin Lux or Eddie Rosario. There's so many guys that they have that they end up just cutting, DFAing, moving on from MLB caliber players. But the Yankees do not. The Yankees have guys around the margins like a DJ LeMahieu, like a Yorbit Vivas, like an Oswald Peraza who couldn't make a play on Friday, and even guys out of the bullpen that they're like fringe guys. So, like, you're going to end up needing those guys against the Dodgers who they just have stars, and they keep talented star players there, and you get outclassed. And in the chess game, it always ends up where it's like, you got to pinch hit DJ LeMahieu. It's just not going to work out. So I expect Cashman to make moves. I expect Stanton to come back, Heald to come back, Jazz to come back, and we see what this team looks like. But then also get greedy at the deadline. Add. You just saw what the Dodgers have compared to what you have. If you do meet them again in the World Series, or you get back to the World Series and it's anybody else, you want to have bats off the bench. You want to have multiple guys you could go to out of the bullpen. You want to be as strong as you could possibly be. Again, we're talking today after the Knicks series ends, and there were dreams of the Knicks hosting an NBA Finals. There were dreams of the Knicks hosting a Game 7 tomorrow. There were dreams of the Knicks being champions, winning the East this year, winning the whole thing this year, and it wasn't a reality. That reality has ended. It is over. It is done. But what it is we are so starved. We are so thirsty here for a champion. We want us to be the ones having the parade. We're just going to keep rolling. I don't have any faith in the Giants. I saw they signed Jackson Dart. That's great. The future is Jackson Dart. What do you sign? 4 years, $17 million deal. Great. If you're a Giants fan, at least you have some hope in your quarterback in the next 4 years from 25 to 29. Like, that guy will be able to help turn the franchise around. I don't have any faith in the Jets, even though I like the Jets being very, quiet and businesslike. And not, like I said, it's a win for the Jets to not be in the headlines right now. Like, that is a win for there not to be any. Like, I read that Aaron Glenn has implemented Bible study with the team. That's a great headline on a Sunday, right? Like he has these guys, like, there's team Bible study that might not have existed before. Great. And not any goofy headlines that we've gotten from, Rob Saleh or Joe Douglas or Woody Johnson. But, where I'm coming back to as we get back to these Knicks calls is, like, we are starved for a champion, man. These are the best fans in the world here. This is market one for radio, for media, the coverage here. There's a ton of writers and reporters, and, like, we obsess over this stuff all day, every day. When is it going to happen for New York? When is it going to happen again? When can we feel that, being the champions on the top of a league? And shout out to the Liberty and shout out to NYCFC again, but I'm talking about the four major sports. The Rangers had their run. We thought that the Rangers were going to get it done in the last couple of years. I know people, since I've been on the fan from 2021 to now, whenever someone asked me, hey, Keith, which New York sport? And people were asking me this at the event last night. I said, I don't know, none of them. But it was the Rangers for me. I thought the Rangers were going to be the ones to win. Now I'm like, maybe the Yankees because they were in the World Series, but look at them against the best team in the National League. Maybe the Mets, who went on a run and they picked up where they left off last year. Now they have Juan Soto. In theory, you think they could possibly knock off the Dodgers and win something. It's not in football. The Giants and Jets aren't winning a damn thing. I didn't even mention the Brooklyn Nets. They're so far behind. Who knows what they're going to do with the 8th pick and how long it's going to take them to rebuild. Like, when are we going to get a champion in this city that we can celebrate, that we can, have merch? Like, I talked about not going to Dodger Stadium because I can't stand to look at these Dodgers fans with their 2024 World Series champion merch on everything from pins to hats to necklaces to T-shirts, jerseys, shorts, and sneakers and socks that say World Series champions, because that was a World Series I thought we were going to get. But here we go. 888-808-1019. Back to the phones, talking about the Knicks end of the season. As, the questions now are, how do they tweak this team, and if they tweak the team at all, or what they do to get back to this point and go further. Now, like, okay, the bar is set at, you got to go to the Eastern Conference Finals next year and win it. Next year, you got to knock off the Pacers. Next year, you got to knock off the Cavs. And that's, in theory, who we think is going to be standing in the way, right? We think it's going to be those teams. Some other team will emerge. We don't expect the Celtics to be there. But this Knicks team won 50 games. This Knicks team did just give you the best season in the last 25 years. They can't take a step back. The expectations are going to be for them to go to the Eastern Conference Finals and win it in 2026. Scott is in Westchester next up on the Fan. Thanks for holding, Scott.
No problem. Thank you. Long time listener, Knicks fan since the Bernard King days. Loved what Leon was doing when we traded for OG. We were building the team the right way. Last year when we traded for Mikal Bridges, gave up 5 first-round picks. I think that was done to set up for us to beat the Boston Celtics and match up with Brown and Tatum. That's my first point.
Right.
And do you think Brunson and Towns can coexist offensively because they both need the ball so much in their hands to be effective? With that, Tibbs is a defensive-minded coach, and your best 2 offensive players can't be your
Exactly what I was going to say. Yep.
Would you? I don't think you can trade the cap. I think you got to try to move Towns in the offseason. I'd rather trade Bridges, but I can't get the value for 5 first-round picks.
Yeah. It's going to have to.
OG and Towns for someone, and then like a minor trade, say, then like Josh Hart to like a Utah Jazz for a Colin Sexton. Because to me, when Josh Hart broke the single season record for triple doubles, he changed.
Thanks for the call, Scott. I'm not sure what you mean by he changed. Like he got too big of a head. This is a guy who just was willing to come off the bench and sacrifice for the team. When he broke the triple doubles record, he changed. I'm not sure what you mean changed. Like his game changed. He's been great, man. And I like I said, he took accountability for not showing up in this series and not playing his best. When you look at the 2 star players, the 2 all-star starters of Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns, and you think about the conundrum here of, them playing together, them being offensive dominant players and weak defensive players together, like it's kind of tough. You kind of need a star, and it's Brunson's team. Brunson's not going anywhere, and neither is Tibbs. But in theory, you need somebody else that can score, that can play better defense. You can't have 2 negatives out of the 5 starters. And as far as Mikal Bridges, if you're not going to pay him and you're going to trade him, you just got to eat the fact that you're not going to get that return. You're not going to get close to that return. As a Net fan, I still couldn't believe the return. Sean Marks had passed. Other teams were interested in Mikal Bridges, and he passed on deals. And we're like, what are you doing, bro? Like, take anything for Bridges at this point. And when he got that deal from the Knicks, especially being crosstown rivals in the same city, it's crazy. But the thought was, like Scott said, okay, you get Bridges, and then you've got the matchup to beat the Celtics. And they did effectively beat the Celtics. It's been a successful season. They did take a step forward. They set out to beat the Celtics, and just you beat them in the second round. And then the team that beat you in the second round last year, the Pacers, is awaiting you, and it is their year to take a step forward. This is how the NBA runs. Like I keep talking about origin stories and how, it takes time. It took time for Steph and Clay and Draymond and the Warriors. I mean, they changed coaches. They put Steve Kerr there, and then they go on their run. It took time for Jordan, right? The Jordan rules, and for Jordan to get past the Detroit Pistons and then go on his run. This is an origin story. They can make a 30 for 30 about, Tom Thibodeau and Jalen Brunson's Knicks, and, losing to the Heat, and, losing to the Pacers back-to-back years. That's part of it. They have to overcome the Pacers now. Now the thought has to be, okay, how do we build this team, or what do we do with this team running it back to knock off Indiana next year? Jay is in Bergen County. What's up, Jay? You got it.
Hey, Keith. Love your show. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the Knicks. I've been a Knicks fan since the 90s. I just want to keep it real. I mean, I do think they were beaten by a better team, a faster team, a deeper team, better shooters, more athletic. I think they did as well as they could have possibly done. And, just like the Knicks fans to feel disappointed, I think they should celebrate the season. I think it was a big triumph for them. They got past Boston. They got close, a crazy bounce away from getting into a Game 7. I don't know where they go from here. They gave up so much for Mikal Bridges, who played like, a seemingly minor role in the playoffs, given for how much they gave up for him. I don't understand why he wasn't more involved. But given the boatload of number one picks that they gave up for him, and I don't really know where they go from here. Maybe just time. Maybe just have to be patient with them and maybe let some bench players develop. Maybe pick up a bench player or two.
Yeah.
They're slow. When I see them compared to the Pacers, oh my God, it's like night and day. You think, wow, they got 2 games from this team. That's amazing. They did great. So I don't understand the immense disappointment. I think people have to have perspective. They're eons away from what they were years ago.
Thanks for the call, Jay. It is a success. Progress was made. If you're drawing this out during the season when they went 0-10 against the top teams in the NBA, many of us, fans, hosts, pundits, analysts, whatever, said that this team is not going to get past the Boston Celtics in the second round. They did that. They shut everybody up. It is a success. It's a first-year group. I keep talking about origin stories and these teams building their chemistry and playing together. That Pacers team, those guys have been playing together. Yeah, they added Pascal Siakam, but he's a champion. He comes in and he fits perfectly with them. A lot of it is about fit. How do they tweak or change this team so it's a better fit? And do they just stay the course because you are where you are? You bought Mikal Bridges. So get what you can get out of him. And that's the thing. He is what he is. He was changing his shot. He was changing his motion on a shot coming into the year. Karl Anthony Towns is what he is. Brunson is what he is. When you mention the bench and getting some players off the bench, maybe that's it. Build a deeper bench so you can run with the Pacers. But I don't know. I think if it's going to take a while, it's going to hurt. It's going to sting. You're going to be scratching your head. You're going to be thinking about it randomly. This series, that first game is going to live in infamy about that bounce and the choke and, being up 16 in that game and getting 43 out of Brunson and I think 35 out of Cat. Like, man, the way that the series started, it felt like a reality that this Knicks team was going to the finals and would be able to win. But that is not the reality that we are living in today. Emilio out on Staten Island on the Fan in New York. What's up, man?
What's good, Keith? Been a minute.
Welcome back.
Well, I'm not on nights anymore, so I can't be calling you a nighttime.
Understood.
2 calls ago, he kind of stole my thunder a little bit. I was going to say, your 2 best players can't be your biggest liability. But with that said, this person gives you effort. He's small, maybe he's not that good. It's just seems like he just doesn't care for defense at all.
He's just not a defensive guy. Like, he's just, they even asked him after Charles Barkley asked him, why are you always committing dumb fouls? It's like, how does that change? How do they work on that? How he can get coached up, but he is the player he is. He's been in the league 10 years.
It's definitely effort of being coached up because he's nimble. He's quick. He can move. So that tells me you can play defense. You just do that.
Yeah, just got to be smarter.
You don't have to move. You got to sit.
But they have to make the decision, Emilio. Do they think that Brunson and Towns as a combo, after what they saw in this year, do they think they can win a championship with those 2 guys? It is Brunson's team. He is not going anywhere.
I agree with you. When they're both on the floor, for the entire playoffs, they're minus. You can't win like that. You can't win like that.
No, and thanks for the call, Emilio. Rick Carlisle is going to know exactly what to do to match up against you and beat you in a series. So again, as we get to some more Yankee calls, and I've got one more Knicks call here, and read this Athletic article, and it goes back to what I'm saying about this team was flawed, this team had some holes, but they overachieved. So my whole thing about it was a dream that this was going to be a championship caliber team. Man, they were calling team meetings. They were desperate at times. They were trying to figure it out. like PJ Tucker being added to this team, having a 10-day, and then like being like a veteran leader, a guy that's a champion on this team, trying to help lead the way. Like they were searching for answers. But there were signs this whole season that like, I don't know, this team wasn't it. This wasn't going to be a championship team, but they took us on a great ride. They gave us, I mean, I love it as a host on WFAN. That's another reason why, like, being a Net fan doesn't matter. I get to host at night, man. I get to take your calls at night. I get to listen to people that are like euphoric and just in love with the fact that this basketball team that they grew up and put pain in with, that they struggle with, is finally one of the top teams that got to the Final Four of the NBA. You got to live in that. We didn't have to spend every single night talking about Juan Soto. We didn't have to spend every single night talking about whatever the Yankees were doing, what the Yankees pitching, or Devin Williams, or, you know, Anthony Volpe, or whatever. You know, we had this Knicks storyline for the whole month of May. I remember saying, coming out from Memorial Day weekend, the Knicks never be playing in Memorial Day. Like this is great. This is great. It's just when you lose, it's tough to process. It's tough to accept. And you wish that things went differently, but they did not. Still progress, still a successful year. And honestly, the Knicks' most successful year in the last 25 years. Jack is in Sea Caucus on the fan. What's up, Jack?
Hey, Keith, thanks for getting me on, and shout out to everybody in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, they're chatting. I'm not really interacting with them. I'm kind of, you know, I'm locked in. I'm watching this Met game and hosting the show, but I see they're all kind of talking amongst themselves, which I appreciate.
No, it's great to be a part of the community. Love getting to chat with some of the other fans. But just wanted to call in and touch on some of the things that I guess have been kind of bothering me about the Knicks, specifically when people say that they would rather have Dante DiVincenzo or Julius Randle and I heart last year's team. This year's team, what they gave you, in my opinion, is so much better. They can score more efficiently. They're more of a solid unit put together. But I do think that it was the defense that everyone likes and the grittiness from last year that we didn't have this year that is what angered most. And I think that a lot of people will revert that back to Karl-Anthony Towns because of his perimeter game. And I think one of the problems with him was the demeanor at which he attacked the basket. There'd be so many moving parts that it'd be impossible for a ref to call a foul for his way because you couldn't tell if it was offensive or defensive half the time. So it'd be coming out neutral. And then I don't think that Mikal Bridges is at all a waste of a trade. He put the clamps down on Boston is the only reason why we made it to Indiana. So I think people need to chill when they start saying that, oh, Mikal Bridges can't buy a shot, he's changing his shot. I think that Tibbs needs to spend the off season with Mikal and with Karl-Anthony Towns because those trades and moves were made so late in the NBA offseason. They need that time to mesh,
right,
and spend the full regular season not together. And then it was almost like, well, we know the ceiling can be so high if they're all together, but we don't know how bad the floor can be when they're all together. And we saw how bad the negative starting five could be. So yeah, that was kind of my take. Thanks so much, and go Yanks from here on out. Looking forward to talking.
Good stuff, and thank you for the call, Jack. And shout out to everybody, you know, watching and chatting online with the live stream. We've just come together on a Sunday to kind of commiserate, to kind of have some therapy, to talk it out. I know we're talking in circles a little bit, but going back to what you said about last year's team with DiVincenzo and Randle, like this team was better. This was a better run. They got further. They got to Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals. They gave you hope of a potential Game 7, maybe even going to they didn't do that last year. They were hurt last year. This team was healthy. And I do think that they end up staying the course. I think that Karl-Anthony Towns and Bridges are part of this team next year, and they work on some things in the offseason, and they add some pieces, and we'll see what happens with Mitchell Robinson. We'll see what happens with, you know, who knows what trades and what signings happen. But, yes, a great point that Jack made was like, you know, Bridges got traded over in the summer, and then Cat was late, and it's like these things take time. These guys need more reps. They were forged through fire. They were able to kind of get that chemistry through the playoffs. And even with Brunson being hurt late in the season, like, you know, other guys were able to step up. They were able to compete, to battle, to get through the second round, which is progress. I think it hurts right now. You might not think it, you know, it was a good season. It was one of the best Knicks seasons in the last 25 years. And you can build off of that, and you have to build off of that. Now, the expectation is to go to the Eastern Conference Finals and win it next year. And how do they do that? Tom Thibodeau works tirelessly. He doesn't take a day off. He is working on it now. They are watching film now. Him and Leon Rose are going to figure out what they need to do to beat the Pacers, the same way they effectively figured out what to do to beat the Celtics, and they did. Keith McPherson on the Fan. The time is flying by. A little Sunday sauce. I can't wait to go home tonight and eat dinner. And I got to text my wife, see what's on the menu. We need some comfort food. We need a nice solid dinner tonight to go to sleep and wake up Monday and, just move forward with the baseball season and hope that the Yankees and the Mets can get it done, realizing that this run for the Knicks is over. 888-808-1019. Sunday sauce on the Fan. We'll be right back. Who called me? Oh, I see. Okay, yo. We talking about refs, bro? Oh, Sir Charles. We're talking about brick. It went in. They didn't deserve that game. They did. They're the champs. They're going to the finals. I don't know about this. Brunson, it's his team, man. He's the captain of the team. Towns was fine without Brunson on the court. It's Brunson's team, bro. They're very relevant. A lot of money was made through this Knicks run. A lot of young Knicks fans were made through this Knicks run. I'm starring that, and I will bring that up. Bro, what is you talking about? OG working your dribbles, train with that African athlete that dribbles in the pouring rain. Let me see here.
With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy.
Oh, my boy Joel.
Up to $2 million in coverage with
Yeah, what else, y'all?
Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Gain Super Cleans are here to take you to the next level. Super Cleans. Super size laundry bags. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean.
Yeah, Tibbs is safe, bro. I don't know anybody questioning whether this man is going to keep his job or not. He's safe. Got late Dodgers Mets games 10-10, 10-10, 10-10, Monday through Wednesday coming up. Let me go back to my notes from over the weekend. A lot of times I put a bunch of notes in, but then I freestyle. I just go off the top of the head. It's just better. It flows better that way instead of reading.
This summer, enjoy the fresh taste of Calandra's Bakery Breads, available at your local supermarket.
Edwin Diaz been balling. Did Edwin Diaz pitch yesterday? No. So he should be ready to go today.
From their family to yours for over 60 years.
It's Yogi Berra, U.S. Navy bobblehead. For 15,000 guests, receive Yogi Berra, U.S. Navy bobblehead. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/ticket. Again, don't miss Yogi Berra, U.S. Navy bobblehead night. Presented by State Farm. The Yankees face the Red Sox on Friday, June 6th.
Yingling Traditional Lager, a beer that, like true legends, stands the test of time. Brewed by the same family for nearly 200 years, it's a crisp amber lager with a bold, smooth flavor that's perfect for game day. Whether you're cheering from the stands or watching from your favorite bar, Yingling.
Yeah.
Yingling, legends stand except for.
Talk New York sports here, the Fan.
Good drop, Rami. Glorious Sunday. Keith McPherson on the Fan, taking calls, talking sports. Blessed and thankful to be here. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. You could do anything else with your time. I've got over 1,100 people watching the live stream that I throw up when I'm on now, and we've taken a bunch of calls. We've talked to a bunch of Knicks fans. We'll continue, but we've got some Yankee fans on the line as well. It's tough for the Yankee universe. So, we did a watch party yesterday, myself, Alex Day, the Makeshift Project, and Kate Maniscalco. And shout out to everybody that pulled up. There were a lot of Yankee fans out there to watch the game and talk about the game. And the game got out of hand so quickly. I think I said earlier, I wish I had a change of clothes. I was wearing a Tanaka jersey, a Yankee hat, Yankee hoodie, full-on Yankee gear, matching from head to toe. And we got embarrassed, man. And all the talk was about, how we just can't shake the Dodgers. All the talk was about PTSD from the World Series. All the talk was just like, damn, are they just always going to be in the way of the Yankees, right? And this Yankees team, as we talk about the Knicks and their championship window, and we keep going over iterations of how the Knicks have tweaked their team, the Yankees tweak their team every year as well. And, you're in this window of Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton, and, Garrett Cole is hurt, but like this window will close on the Yankees in the next few years. Their stars are older than the Knicks stars. Their stars are, in their mid-30s. They got to get it done, but it's defeating, definitely for the fans. I can't speak for the players, but it's defeating for the fans to feel like, here we go again. The Dodgers, the almighty Dodgers, here we go again. Can't beat them. Cannot get past them. They have humbled us. They have embarrassed us. An 18-2 game, whereas I didn't watch the game. When Will Warren couldn't get out of the second inning, I just saw it go from 4 to a 10 spot, and I'm done. We're watching the Knicks game, and we're all our focus has shifted to the Knicks game, and then that was an L. Like yesterday was an emotional day. I was out in Brooklyn. Shout out to BK Backyard, Jared, all the guys over there. It was such a great environment for New York sports fans. We just didn't get the results that we wanted. Hopefully the Yankees can give us a good Sunday night. Like I'm talking about getting your dinner ready. I'm talking about getting some comfort food. I'm talking about feeling better about, the summer. It's June. The weather's about to change. Man, can we get a win on Sunday Night Baseball? Can we not get embarrassed by Yamamoto and the Dodgers on the national screen? The New York is hurt right now. I'm sure they're going to say something about the Knicks on the broadcast, right? Can we at least, can the Mets sweep here? As it's the bottom of the 8th, and I just had the thought because Edwin Diaz has been so solid, right? Batters are 0 for their last 30 against Edwin Diaz. It's a 1-run game here for the Mets to sweep the Rockies. I'm like, you just got to get it to Edwin Diaz, and then that should be lights out.
Finals, and that's when they're going to start taking their shot.
Oh, Rami is on it, of course. Of course, they're gonna promote. Hey, June 5th, the finals on ESPN.
BC.
Juan Soto gone. So there's an insurance run. I think it was a solo shot. No. Oh, it was a 2-run bomb. No, it was a solo shot. I don't know. What are we watching here, Rami? You and I are watching the same game, 2 games. I thought it was a solo shot. There's no one on. 1 out, and Soto gives you an insurance run. So it's a 2-run lead now, 5-3. Give you a little bit more breathing room as everybody's on their feet applauding Juan Soto. He's back, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't care that it's the Rockies. This is what the guy is paid to do. He's back. the generational Juan Soto. Let's get back to the phones. Simon in Westfield, how you doing, man? You're on the fan.
Thanks so much, Keith, for letting me talk. I mean, I watched that Yankee game last night, and I mean, after the second inning, I shut it off. I mean, it got so atrocious. I mean, I thought, what kind of team is this? Is this an MLB team? The team. I mean, they need to play with confidence. I mean, they played with confidence in the game against the Angels, and they swept them, didn't they? Right.
Yeah.
And then they played the Rockies, and they lost one game. But when you come to the Dodgers, that was embarrassing.
Yeah. It sucks for us as fans, Simon, but that's what I say. I can't speak for the players, but they have a mental edge over the players too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm just wondering, what kind of team are we rooting for? This is not what happens in Major League Baseball. Teams shouldn't be blown out 18.
Well, it happens every year. Every team has a game where they're pitching position players and they're blowouts. It could be anybody, but it just sucks because it's the Yankees. We're Yankee fans, and it's the Dodgers doing this to it. Come on, compete. That first game you lose the lead, okay, but then to come back the next day and get completely embarrassed. Your young pitcher in Will Warren can't get out of the second inning. You can't rally. It gets out of hand so fast. What we're watching is a team that, like I said, the Dodgers have the mental edge over the Yankees. They own the Yankees right now. Beat them in the World Series, embarrassed them, mocked them, and then the Yankees come in their building and they can't compete against them. When you say what are we watching, it does look like we're watching the varsity versus JV.
Yeah, I totally agree. I thought that Will Warren.
He's been good. Will Warren has been great this whole month of May, but it's the Dodgers lineup, man, and their scouting department. They are good.
Yeah, in the beginning of the season, when I was looking at the game matchup, and at the beginning of the season, and Will Warren was pitching, I'm like, who the heck is Will Warren? I've never heard that name before.
He's young.
He's this great young all-star who's been on fire lately until last night, and that makes everybody really change their perspective, really.
It's just a bad series and two bad losses. Thanks for the call, Simon. I'll say this, Will Warren, as a young guy, I knew he was going to be overmatched. I knew he was going to be too big. I didn't expect Max Fried to be overmatched. I didn't expect the moment to be too big for Max Fried. I didn't expect him to get Ohtani to take him deep twice. I'm like, damn, this doesn't bode well for us. It's just not a good vibe, not a good feeling, not a good look. 888-808-1019. Hopefully they can get some get back against Yamamoto tonight. Lou Gehrig Day out there at Dodger Stadium. Those Dodgers fans, they are cocky. They are feeling themselves. They are loving it that they own the Yankees and they are the defending champs, and they feel like the Yankees can't do anything with them. And to the victor go the spoils. They got that right now. They got that right now. Do not get swept. Do not. It's what? It's crazy with the Yankees. Like I'm saying, we're coming off of they did sweep the Angels. They had a 5-game win streak. So you're rolling in hot, and they poured cold water all over them. A 7-game series win streak. They lost the series yesterday in embarrassing fashion. They lost by 16 runs. It was over in the first inning. I was telling people at our event, oh, they're not coming back from 4-0. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, the Dodgers are not going to mismanage this game. Landon Knack on the mound. It didn't matter who was on the mound. I'm like, once Will Warren came out of that game and they had to go to Hedra, I'm like, this is bad. When it rains, it pours, and the Dodgers aren't going to lose this game. Next thing you know, every time you look up, there's another homer. Somebody else is getting some. 21 hits. Max Muncy had 7 RBI. 7. They're even pinch hitting, and guys are getting it. Dalton rushing, getting some. So, yeah, bad look for the Yankees. They got to bounce back tonight. Fingers crossed, but I'm not feeling too good about it. I'm not looking forward to it. Of course, I'm going to watch, but I'm not looking forward to it. The Mets, they're looking forward to sweeping the Rockies and then going to face the Dodgers. And, Mets fans and Yankee fans, we can't leave each other alone. So let's see what the Mets do. They just beat the Mets, or they just beat the Dodgers in Citi Field. If they go to Dodger Stadium and take 3 out of 4, what can you say? You'll say that the National League is stronger. You'll say, yes, the Yankees beat the Mets as we talk about this series streak. But the Mets, like this Mets team was put together to beat the Dodgers, right? This Mets team was put together to take a step forward and beat the Dodgers. And now the streak that Edwin Diaz had ends, that, hitters being 0 for 30 against him. That just ended with a leadoff knock in the top of the ninth. We got a game here still, folks. Sweep on the line. The Rockies, the worst team in baseball, they are fighting back. 888-808-1019. Let's go to North Jersey and talk to Jesse on the fan. What's up, Jesse?
Hey, what's up, Keith? You were talking about trade deadline acquisitions possibly for the Yankees coming up. I mean, I personally think Jazz going into this year, ever since we got rid of Glaber and everything, even with DJ in spring training, this dude was the second baseman. He had a lot more athletic. He was already making sparklers. I think he made one diving play against the Mets, which was awesome. I think it was the Mets. But I don't see why they just don't target a third baseman, or at least just keep Peraza in them. I just don't think DJ LeMahieu's that guy anymore. I love what he did, but I think if anything, why don't we just put him at third? I don't know what.
No. This is what I think, Jesse. Sorry to cut you off. I think this is temporary until we get to the deadline, and they will add a third baseman or a utility infielder and maybe move Jazz back. They know, but you know what it is? And this is what I'm talking about with the Yankees versus the Dodgers. The Dodgers will cut bait on guys. The Yankees won't. The Yankees are trying to get everything out of a washed DJ LeMahieu because they're paying him $15 million, and he's got another year on his contract next year. We knew he couldn't do it last year. There were rumors that he was going to get DFA'd last year, but his teammates love him and Judge fought for him to stay. It's like enough already. This stuff is going to cost you. So I think with Peraza as well, Peraza had a perfect opportunity to step in here this year. Like they thought Peraza was going to be traded or cut during spring training. But Peraza has got an opportunity because of the Jazz injury to, really take a hold of that, infield spot. And man, he couldn't make that play Friday night. And I'm just like, he's not it. So Yorbit Vivas, Oswald Peraza, DJ LeMahieu, none of those guys are it. Jazz is coming back, and Jazz is going to play third, and he's willing to play third because he says, I just want to ring. I'm not going to fight over positions, but his best position is second base. If we want to avoid the disaster that we had last year and have a good defense, play guys at their true positions, their natural positions. The Yankees love playing guys out of position. Go trade for a guy that is a third baseman or a utility infielder with enough experience at third base, a right-handed bat. I don't know who it is, but go do that and move Jazz back, and we'll see. They're going to get a lot of data and intel this month once they get Jazz back, Heel back, Stanton back, and they're going to continue with DJ LeMahieu and see what he can bring to the table. But for me, I don't think he's a winning player. I don't think having him in the lineup, it's a minus.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that Waldo Cabrera going hurt now.
Yes.
A great, fun.
Right. It wasn't even.
I have high hope for Peraza too, coming, getting a full slate of reps here.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Jesse. It wasn't even that Cabrera was that great, but everybody loves that guy, roots for him. I met him. He's a great guy. Even when I was at Somerset, they had his picture on the wall, and I'm like, damn, my boy Waldo. Sucks to see he was getting an opportunity to play. Sucks to see him go down. But okay, you have this Yankees team actually has some depth. But if you want to compete with the upper echelon, you have to not just have depth. You need stars. And I know the Yankee people expect the Yankees to have all stars at every position. No, but you got to have some guys that can cut it. You can't be running out, Peraza and Yorbit Vivas and DJ LeMahieu against a team like the Dodgers. You'll get exposed, and they have. So at this deadline, I would like Brian Cashman to get greedy. At this deadline, I would like Brian Cashman to say, yeah, we didn't do enough last year. We had Jazz and we had Mark Leiter Jr. Let's do some more. Let's tighten up. Let's have bench bats, right? These are going to be good problems to have, like I said, with Ben Rice and Stanton, right? Having Ben Rice's bat coming off the bench, he's a young guy. He'll be able to do it. But when you got to pinch hit Pablo Reyes, when you got to pinch hit DJ LeMahieu, come on, bro. We're starting Yorbit Vivas against the Dodgers. He's a whole rookie. We're starting Will Warren against the Dodgers. He's a whole rookie as well. They're not ready for it. And I know it's just regular season, and that's how the Yankees are going to look at it. They're collecting data. It's a regular season series in May against a National League team. Speaking of National League teams, out in first place, the Make It Happen Mets. They sweep the Rockies. They handle business before going out on the road. 888-808-1019 now taking calls on the Mets. And what you saw, can't say anything about Juan Soto. Juan Soto had multiple homers in the series, driving in runs. He said he needed to be there for the guys, and he was. I don't care that it's the Rockies. They're one of 30 Major League Baseball teams. Juan Soto's doing it at home in front of his home crowd fans. Count it. Jim is in Stony Point. What's up, Jim? Before we go to break, you're in there.
Hey, what's up, buddy? Love the show, man. Best thing to happen to the Yankees was getting crushed by the Dodgers. They are the Yankees' kryptonite. Cashman has to get on the horn, make some trades. What do you think? All schemes? Jones, Volpe, you know, we need an ace. Max Fried is 2-5 in the postseason with a 5 ERA. You know, he was shaky against the Dodgers. We need another ace in order for the Yankees to get another championship.
No, I'm with you. Thanks for the call, Jim. I don't think the Pirates are going to trade Paul Skeens, but if they are taking calls, I expect Cashman to be on the phone, and anybody is potentially available for that young ace. Max Fried's postseason record is what it is. That start wasn't a postseason start, but it had postseason intensity. Max Fried has been great. You give him a pass for now, but it does worry you. Pitching. Last weekend, Cashman said that they are going to improve the rotation and the bullpen at the deadline, and I expect them to get a right-handed bat. And yes, maybe, I guess the silver lining here or the underlining theme in this is like, you know, if the Yankees did go and beat the Dodgers like they did in 2023, I remember, you know, when Judge got hurt, people thinking, oh, the Yankees are number one in the power rankings. They just beat the Dodgers. I'm like, it's fool's gold. Without Judge, they're not winning anything. This isn't fool's gold here. This is maybe just what the doctor ordered, some medicine for the Yankees, some humble pie for the whole organization to realize, like, yeah, you made some changes. You did some things. You're still not on the level. Like Pun said, you ain't even in me class. Like, they are not in the same class as the Dodgers. They have to do more. Keith McPherson on the Fan. It's 4 p.m. We've got 2 hours left. Call the show. We'll be right back. Oh, man. Hey, man. Okay. What we chatting about in the chat, yo? It's good with y'all. Cookie is washed, but he's reinforcements. They might be expecting this to get ugly, where you just throw Carlos Carrasco in there. Yep, Soto Insurance, solid. Appreciate y'all, man. Mad love, bro. Could be with my wife, could be with my son on a Sunday, could be with my mom, could be with the fam, but I'm with my WFAM. I'm gonna say that on air, you know. Happy to be here, happy to get an opportunity to rock on a Sunday when people are awake. It falls on me, and like I honestly thought this was gonna be a different show. I'll talk about it. Jack, appreciate you calling and being in the chat, bro. Thank you as well about Somerset. It was amazing. What would your batting average be if you face Evan Roberts for 6? I have faced Evan Roberts in the softball game. I got a hit off Evan Roberts. He didn't get me out. I think I got 2 hits off Evan Roberts. Infield single and a fly ball into the outfield. I'm tired, bro. We partied in Brooklyn until they kicked us out, bro. I don't know what time I was on the train. I was on the train at like 3 in the morning, bro. But it was worth it. It was one of those nights, man. It was just one of those New York City nights. No, I know, but like that's what I'm saying. Like we're controlling what we can control. Like me being like, yo, like, hold on, let me I bet.
Anyways, talk basketball. I got a little hypothetical trade here.
Okay.
For the Knicks and Nets. Cat to the Nets for Claxton and Cam Johnson, and then the Knicks flip Cat for some first-round draft picks. Rounders for him to not sure what team out there, but I'm sure some team will probably get multiple firsts for Cat.
Are you a Nets fan, John?
Yes, I am.
I think I knew that about you. You want Karl Anthony Towns on the Brooklyn Nets? I don't.
No, I don't want him on the Nets. I want to flip him for draft picks.
Oh, okay.
More draft picks for Cat than for Claxton and Cam Johnson. If you think about it, if the Knicks convert Cat to Claxton and Cam Johnson, they can put Mitchell Robinson and Josh Hart on the bench. It gives them shooting and Cam Johnson. It gives Tibbs two big men.
Sure.
Defense on the floor at all times. You know, you give
reunite Cam Johnson and Mikal Bridges, the twins, as they used to call them.
It gives the Knicks a little bit more depth. You know, it gives them one extra piece, so they're not burning guys into the floor. I mean, I feel like the Knicks would benefit. I feel like the Nets, you know, can get more first-round picks from Cat than the Claxton and Cam Johnson, and you know, it just helps out both teams to achieve their goals.
I just think that the Knicks and Nets won't deal with each other again. Sean Marks is like, nope, gotcha. No give backs. Gotcha with the Mikal trade.
The ski mask away. He's sitting there putting the ski mask away.
He's not picking up the phone for Leon Rose. He said, we're done here. We don't have to do any other trades, deals, anything ever again.
If we can get 4 firsts for Cat, come on, that's like getting 4 firsts for Claxton.
How many picks do you need? I mean, like the Knicks had a bunch of picks and then they cashed them in. I know that everybody was going to point to Sam Presti and what the Thunder did, but eventually you got to make those picks. You got to draft a Chet Holmgren. You got to make picks.
You got to get lucky on those picks too. You know, I mean, unfortunately, you know, we didn't get lucky this year in the lottery, but hopefully, eventually, we do. But the more picks you got, the more shots you got. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't care either.
We're good in the West, or not the West, the East or whatever. It's kind of like
in the American League. Yeah, to quote John Morant. Thanks for the call, John. I don't care. It's humble pie, and it's a reality check. The team that beat you in the World Series, they're still better than you are. Like they still just they play a different level of baseball than you play. You know what I thought about as I was, talking about John and talking about him playing Frank? A bad omen happened yesterday. And sometimes people just don't know these things, right? So we're doing the event at Brooklyn Backyard, BK Backyard, and shout out to the engineer. He's great. I was going back and forth with him because I used to work at Guitar Center. I used to do a lot of DJ stuff. Like he's walking around with a digital mixer. And I'm like, I always knew, we'd get to this point where you have a digital mixer on an iPad where you can control everything. And so he's being the DJ. And in between, we did like a dating game. We did a wing contest. They put me on stage and played a game. Shout out to Alex Day. It was, here's name a Knick player, right? Like, or here's a number and give me one Knick player that wore this number. And then give me like 5 Yankees that wore the number. So like we played that game with like, 13, Tyler Kolek. And then you got a list of Yankee players that wore 13. Anyway, in between doing those games and playing those games, they're playing songs. It's like top 40 stuff. And then they play like Empire State of Mind. And then they play before the Yankee game starts. Like it's maybe the first inning. I think Judge might have just, grounded into, they play Frank Sinatra, New York, New York. And I'm like, no, turn it off. I'm like, this is a jinx. That's a bad omen. You play that in here after we win. And then we just got our ass kicked, had the worst loss of the season. I blame that. I blame that bad omen that in that bar with 200, 300 people, they played Frank Sinatra in the first inning. You got to know that that's the Yankees win song. We don't even play it after losses anymore. Do not play that in here in the first inning. You cannot play that until the game is over.
You don't think there were any good omens anywhere else? Just because in that one bar there was a bad omen.
Hey, it also cost the Knicks. It also playing New York. It also cost the Knicks.
Knicks watch parties. Maybe it wasn't going on there.
I don't know. I'm superstitious with stuff like that. I'm like, do not play Frank in the first inning.
Superstitious too, but that's one party. There's a whole bunch of other places. You got to take those into account.
Hey, I was walking through Williamsburg, Brooklyn. It was vibrant. It was popping on a Saturday. I don't think anywhere had more sports fans and anywhere had more people in one concentrated area that cared about the Yankees and the Knicks than BK Backyard, 151st Street, 151 Banker Street in Brooklyn. It was a bad omen for those loudspeakers to play New York, start spreading the news before the Yankees really got into the game and before the Knicks even came on.
We say when people tell them, oh, you guys jinxed it.
Well, that's different.
Hey, they're always like,
they're underpaid.
You can control it.
Imagine. Let's go out to Brooklyn. Speaking of Brooklyn, let's talk to Chris on the fan next. What's up, Chris?
What's up, Keith? How you doing, man?
Good. How are you? Thanks for calling.
I'm good. I'm good. Yo, man, listen, I love your enthusiasm again as a Yankee fan, and you bring the Yankee energy to the station, which I love. Bro, don't burn the house down, man. The Yankees, yeah, okay, it's a bad loss. It's one loss. It's two losses. Max Fried had nothing Friday night. Everything was in the middle of the plate. That's fine. He's entitled to have a bad game, right? The Yankees just beat the Mets in the series, right? The Mets just beat the Dodgers in the series.
Oh, yeah. It's baseball.
And bro, we had one of our young pups on the mound last night. It's okay. No big deal. We're missing Jazz. The big fella's not in the lineup yet. We're missing another starting pitcher. It's okay. Yes, we need a third baseman. 100%.
Yeah, I said it's okay. They get swept tonight. I'm not going to lose any sleep over them getting swept tonight. It's fine.
Yeah, but you keep saying, oh, humble pie.
Yeah, they're getting humble, bro. And I'm giving respect to the Dodgers, bro. The Dodgers are the upper echelon of the league. They have a cheat code. They have figured it all out. We cannot figure it out with them.
They just lost the series to the Mets.
Yeah, but they're about to play the Mets again. Let's see what happens when the Mets go out to, and maybe the Mets sweep them.
Now the Mets go and beat them in another series, though. Does that give the Yankees?
No, and I don't compare okay, the Mets just swept the Rockies and the Yankees did not. That has nothing to do with the Yankees going to Coors Field and dropping that first game. Like it's baseball. That's why I put respect on the Rockies. Thanks for the call, Chris. I put respect on the Rockies even with Juan Soto because I see some people trying to reduce what Juan Soto did in this series because it's the Colorado Rockies who are 9-50. They still pitch and hit, and they're still pro ball players, and they're still one of 30 Major League Baseball teams. It's not discounted. Like it doesn't change anything to me. But like series are series. You can't compare one. I think it's stupid to compare. Oh, what this team did against this other team. It doesn't make sense. There's a different pitcher on the mound. The lineups change. You can't compare it. But I mean, I guess here I'll give you the long and short of it with the Yankees. I'm not panicking. I didn't think this team was going to win the World Series this year anyway, just because it's hard to go back. I didn't think that this team was going to be able to get back to the World Series, win the World Series. Just looking at on paper what they are, and it's hard to do in baseball. And maybe they do, maybe they don't. But man, this month of May, talking about I got sunshine. When it's cold outside, I got the month of May. This month of May for the Yankees was excellent, and it just ended rough here. But I am all in on this team going through the American League, winning the division, and getting back to the World Series. Hell, isn't that the goal every year? Yeah, let's see it. But what I'm saying is it is defeating, it is deflating, it is hard for the fans because we want to knock the Dodgers down. Don't you hate the Dodgers now? I didn't hate the Dodgers for years. I like the Dodgers culture. I like a broken record. I've told you how many times I've been to Dodger Stadium. I'm not going out there now. So all I'm saying, the long and short of it is, hey, it's humble pie. The Dodgers, you tip your cap to them. The deferred Dodgers, they have figured it out, man. They've got the Yankees number. They are partying and dancing and dancing on the Yankees' grave, and they mock the Yankees and they beat them in the World Series, and it is what it is. Does that stop the Yankees from winning the 2025 World Series? It does not. It might not be the Dodgers there. Am I burning the house down? Am I punting on the season? Hell no. But even saying tonight, hey, whatever. If they get swept with Yamamoto on the mound, Yamamoto's been awesome. And the Yankees have not, like, I'm not expecting Ryan Yarbrough to go out there and shove. Carlos Carrasco is with the team. They're preparing for the worst. But it is one series. It is a National League opponent. And they're done after this West Coast trip. I would love to see them win, not get swept, and have somewhat of a happy flight. But as a fan, it is tough to watch. I could not sleep Friday. I listened to the game. Like I said, coming back from Somerset, it was 5-5 when I got back in the house. And I knew they were going to lose. I knew they weren't going to be able to rally. So 888-808-1019. Hopefully they're able to do what they got to do. Looking for some calls from the Met fan. Are you not as pumped up because they beat the White Sox and then they swept the Rockies? Like, are you not? Like, winning is winning. The Mets are in first place. Winning is winning. Juan Soto helped you win. He gave you an insurance run. He hit a home run yesterday. Like, Juan Soto is coming out of it. So these are positive things, especially coming off the heels of the end of the Knicks season, right? The Mets sweep, the Mets win, Juan Soto is hitting. The Yankees potentially can go out tonight on Sunday Night Baseball and redeem themselves and not get swept. Maybe they can, maybe they can't. Let's see it. Matt in Lindenhurst on the Fan. You got it, man. You're on.
How you doing? Thanks for taking the call.
You got it.
So, I want to talk a little bit about what the Dodgers have going on. The Dodgers are basically playing with, house money in the sense that they have all these guys on deferment. Meanwhile, the Yankees, they have a $280 million payroll. They're playing $100 million down right now. And this is something the Yankees have done when guys got injured. They punted how many seasons when Jacoby Ellsbury was injured? And I know I'm digging up the past here, but they punted on those seasons and wouldn't bring in the help they needed because they said, we got all this money on the DL. As a Yankee fan, I'm sick and tired of hearing that. Any other team in baseball at this point can cut ties with guys that can't produce anymore or done, they're cooked. The fact that the Yankees don't do it is nothing short of maddening. And even recently, they went after Josh Donaldson and had him at the two worst years of that contract, at the two oldest years, and they let him play for a year and a half before they finally said, you know what, enough's enough. We got to get rid of this guy when there was an $8 million cap hit left. The Yankees, Ron and Randy, they got to figure out the money because the fans are tired of being in the business of thinking that they're going to win. It's time that they figure out how to win.
I mean, I'm with you, Matt. I said it Friday, and I had some people kind of push back, and I don't care. But I'm like, when you look at the Dodgers and the Yankees, the biggest difference is the Dodgers are always improving. They're always spending, and they have found a loophole in their spending where they're able to put this team together that they would not be able to put together without all the deferrals. And while the Yankees want to keep stringing along DJ LeMahieu and don't want to go out, and I know they weren't going to get Alex Bregman, but we'll use him as an example, and not really helping the Boston Red Sox right now. Looking forward to the homestand coming up with Cleveland and Boston this weekend. We'll be there rooting the Yankees on, pumped up, fired up, whatever. But like when you look at the Yankees, how they consistently cut corners and the Dodgers do not. Like the Dodgers, they go out and get the best. The Yankees will run out Yorbit Vivas. They could have paid Alex Bregman or somebody or traded for Nolan. They could have had another guy there. Instead, they'll have Peraza, who, Peraza couldn't make that play in the 7th inning on Friday. And I'm like, bro, come on, man. Come on, man. That is a glaring difference. And the way that I wrote it out on my Twitter account, and I'm not like, I love the Yankees. If anyone can't tell, I'm a diehard Yankee fan, all that, like love the team, believe in the team, whatever. But my boy Ryan Garcia from Fireside Yankees wrote, the Dodgers cut Chris Taylor. The Yankees still have DJ LeMahieu out there. That's one difference in process that still irks me a little. The lack of options isn't an excuse either. That's a point of criticism. And I quote tweeted that, and I said, one team is cutting players, always trying to get better, while the other is cutting corners, trying to get by without doing too much, spending too much, giving themselves a self-imposed salary cap and saying that we don't have to spend any more than this. We can have a good team without like that. That is, and then that goes against what the whole Dodgers game plan. The Dodgers spent the most money last year and won the World Series, and then they followed it up by spending the most money again.
In the lineup tonight.
Oh, give us the lineup, Rami, while you're at it. Go for it.
Trent, Paul Goldschmidt leading off and playing first base. Trent Grisham in center field batting second. Judge, the right fielder, batting third. Ben Rice is the DH today. He's cleaning up. Jason Dominguez, he's been hitting better in the 5 spot in left field. Volpe also swinging a hotter bat of late, shortstop. And then Wells, LeMahieu, and Peraza, catcher, second for LeMahieu, and third base for Peraza, the number 9 hitter. And Ryan Yarbrough, who's been pitching really well for them. But again, I think they're concerned about his length. The only thing you need to tell you that is that they brought up Carlos Carrasco to probably back him up.
Yeah, hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully he goes out there and shows. He's been good. He's a former Dodger. I saw the interview on Foul Territory where he's getting his ring, or maybe he got it on Friday.
Doesn't want to hold on to it.
Of course.
Keys and that whole thing. I think that's cool.
I mean, you don't want to flex it, especially coming off the heels of Giancarlo Stanton telling the team, I better not see you guys wearing those AL pennant rings. Carlos Rodon saying that's the first loser ring. Anthony Volpe gave it to his dad, Michael, and like I don't need this, and the whole narrative being like, that's not the one we wanted. Yeah, of course you're going to get that ring for winning the AL pennant, but don't flash that ring, don't wear it. And supposedly none of the players have worn them. They've all stashed them. So it's funny. You've got the Yankees stashing their American League pennant rings, and now Ryan Yarbrough stashing his World Series ring, not to flex it or flaunt it or show it or even be seen with it with his teammates. I'm his teammate. I'm like, hey, let me see that, bro.
Wear it and be like, hey, this is the motivation. Let's go get one of these.
Right. Don't you want a shiny Yankee one? Don't you want to be fitted for one of these? If I'm Ryan, I'm like, hey, I want a Yankee one. I want 2024 and 2025. Take a look. It will motivate me. I'd be like, wow, look, this is nice, man. We got to get one of our own this year.
Rings, did you see the record that was set today by Francisco Lindor?
No.
Passed Derek Jeter for, I think it was 5th all time in home runs by shortstop. Yeah, he's now 4th all time home runs by shortstop, passing Derek Jeter.
Well, I guess he's better than Derek Jeter. Argument settled. Best New York shortstop, Francisco Lindor. Let's go to Mike in Saddlebrook on the Fan. What's up, Mike?
What's happening, Kenny?
Bringing it home. Got about 90 minutes left.
There we go. Look, I think this homestand was huge. Taking care of the White Sox, sweeping the Rockies. Got to go to LA. Soto looks like he's heating up. I think this is the time that maybe he warms up a little bit. The weather's warming up. His swing is looking good. I think the Mets will maybe take 2 out of 3 in LA if pitching can stay what it's been doing. Bullpen has been sharp.
Yeah, I think this is you're exactly right. You were at the game. What was the vibe like? What was the crowd like? I know there was some boos for Soto last week, but obviously they have nothing to boo now.
Oh no, it was all standing O when Soto came up for his first day today, and the crowd was good. It was a lot of positive energy.
Yeah. I'm sure. I mean, we were watching the game in here. We have the sound off because we're doing it, but I'm sure there was a loud roar when he added that insurance run, hitting that solo shot.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And Lindor's home run really got the place rocking.
Good, man. They have home field advantage. They play the best there. Thanks for the call, Mike. Like, no one can deny it. It's obvious the change that has happened from the owner calling out fans. The fans are showing up, and it ain't because it's the Dodgers. Like, fans are showing up to see the Rockies and the White Sox. They win at home. They just won back-to-back series. They just swept the Colorado Rockies, as you must. You have to do. And then it's a 4-game set in LA against the Dodgers. If they take 2 out of 4, they split with the Dodgers, that's fine. You already beat them. You know what I'm saying? You already beat them at home. So you took 2 out of 3. If you take 2 out of 4 here, 4 out of 7 games, advantage Mets. I don't see why that can't happen. Juan Soto, like you said, heating up. You need Juan Soto to star in this game, right? As we just read the Yankees lineup, and I guess now they'll have Cody Bellinger available off the bench because he's not starting. They'll have Ben Rice available off the bench, where if they get in a pinch hit situation, there you go later in the game. You need your stars to match the Dodgers stars. They have stars all through their lineup, and Juan Soto has to be ready to be the superstar that he's paid to be. That's all it is. You are given superstar treatment. Your family has a jet. They are able to charter flights. You gotta be the man, bro. It's non-negotiable. You negotiated all this stuff in your contract. You gotta hold up your end of the bargain. And it doesn't matter if it starts now because they're a first place team. They're winning without it. So, like, if this is it, when did the Mets really start heating up last year? June. If Juan Soto has a ridiculous June, it's not going to be too late. It's not going to be too late. You'll accept it. 888-808-1019. Let me take a call from my guy, Mario, Long Beach. I know he wants to talk about the Knicks.
Yeah, how you doing, man? Yeah, I'm a little disappointed about the Knicks.
Sure.
I think you said earlier, not a championship team. That's what's very interesting is you could throw regular season doesn't really mean anything. They played Boston, they beat them 4-2. They went 4-2 against Boston, so they beat them. Now, if you look at the really, really great team, I think is Oklahoma City, but it remains to be seen. You know that in the finals, how many titles Oklahoma City and Indiana have won in there?
Zero.
So who is a championship team now?
No, well, what I was saying, they go 0-10 against the elite teams. So in the regular season, how many people were saying that the Knicks were going to win the championship? I think Jokic was the only one that said they're title contenders, but he was putting them in there with about 5 other teams, and they lost to those other teams. It's been a great year for the Knicks and the Knicks fan. There are young Knicks fans that these moments have made them diehard fans. Like the franchise is all the way back. And now they have to, go further next year. Now the bar is set to get to the finals next year. But my whole thing, I was like, I think we were hyping it up. I think, even, reading that article, they had some meetings. They were soul searching. This team being put together kind of quickly in the offseason for them to do what they did, go and beat the Celtics, which that was a whole thing. That's why they put these guys together and knock off the Celtics. That mission was accomplished, but they came up a little bit short. And where I just came around to was that it was a dream. It was a dream that this team was going to go to the finals and win it. They did what they were supposed to do. They won as much as they could. And I think it's a success, even though some people are going to say that this was a failure.
Yeah, very well put. Do I have a chance I can ask you a Brooklyn Nets question?
Sure. And I think we got a break after this, so go for it.
Yeah, okay. So what should the Nets do? I said I heard you say you didn't want Towns. Now you need stars. I know Towns is not perfect, but he still is an all-star.
I don't think they're a star away from competing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if you're going to give up just Cam Johnson, is there any core that you want to keep for the Nets, or would you let everybody go?
Cam Thomas. Cam Johnson can go. But Cam Thomas, I want to keep. Nick Claxton can go. And this year, you were able to see some young players that the Nets drafted that actually became, like a part of the fabric of the team. Guys like Keon Johnson and Zaire Williams and Jalen Wilson. Like these are homegrown guys. Trendon Watford. Like I want to see the Brooklyn Nets do it the right way. Sean Marks, this is your last opportunity to do it the right way. Draft and develop your own and then have sustained success, right? And not a quick pop. Not to knock the Knicks. I'm not hating on the Knicks. This team was not drafted and developed. They put this team together through trades and free agency. And that's when I initially said this year, they're not winning anything because this team isn't a team that has had years to be developed and go through the battles and win together. I would like to see the Brooklyn Nets do it the right way, draft and develop their own team and let those guys become together and not try and take a shortcut to get a Giannis or get a Karl Anthony Towns or a Trae Young or whoever.
Unfortunately, that's the way most of the teams do win, though, by just going other places.
No, look at thanks for the call, Mario. Look at the two teams that are in the finals this year. They had all right. So yeah, Alex Caruso and SGA was a trade, but he's been there for some years. But they drafted Jalen Williams. They drafted Chet Holmgren. Okay, for the most part. And even if you look at Halliburton and Siakam, but they've been there for years with guys that were drafted and developed there. Miles Turner been there forever. They drafted Nembhard. They drafted Neesmith. They drafted Mathurin. That's what you have to do. It's a successful formula. You build through the draft and then you add auxiliary pieces that fill out the team. In my opinion, we've seen that happen. Look at the Celtics. Look at the Warriors.
Paul George is part of the Sabonis trade, which you end
masterful, worked out great. You have to have some crafty moves like that, but your entire starting five and really like the core of your team can't be all through trades and free agency, because they're like we talked about with the second apron. There's just certain things that will stop you from actually doing what you want to do. If iHeart was on this team, it's a different looking team. All right, I'm running out of time. We got a break. Less than 90 minutes to go on my Sunday Saw show. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Dial 888-808-1019 if you'd like to speak to me. We will be right back. All right, yo. Oh. All right, chat. What else? Bringing Clay to the Nets or to the Knicks? Clay's done. I'm almost done. I'm tired, bro. Like I said, I was out. We partied until the bars were closed at like 2:30. I think I was on the train 3 a.m. I think I didn't go to sleep till like 4 or 5. But it's fun. I'm not young anymore. But to still be out and party in New York on a night where you have Yankees and Knicks and an event like that shit was fun, bro. That was an all-timer. Just sucks we lost. We didn't get the wins. That was an all-time Saturday night in Brooklyn, partying with Knicks fans, Yankee fans, watching the game, eating, drinking. And again, shout out to BK Backyard, my boy Jared over there who owns the place, Alex Day who set up the event, and everybody that came out. 54. Okay. I thought he was saying 54 to end the show. I'm like, 54, I'm on till 6. So 54, 54 for, I'm tired. 54 for the next break. So we'll come back and we'll have like 18 minutes, kind of pulling the curtain back, let you guys see how we do it. Like Rami just stepped out. But when I come back, I'll know that I can take calls and I can talk until we get to the 54 mark.
Shoes that Booker dropped last month.
Devin Booker. Let's see what the topic of conversation with the Metsies would be right now. Really just going out to LA. handling business at home, sweeping the series. Excuse me. Some of these people stay on my gonads. Like I did the Juan Soto conversation when it was Subway Series. It was 2 weeks ago. People are adding me, expecting me to be like, well, what now about Juan Soto, Keith? Like, what now about Juan Soto? I'm talking about him. Good for him. I'm glad he's hitting. I'm glad you're getting a return on investment. Like, am I supposed to now retract what I said when Juan Soto was struggling? Am I supposed to now act like he didn't suck? Like he didn't go hitless against the Whites? Like, what are we talking about, bro? Okay. Keith McPherson on the Fan, hanging out on a Sunday, taking calls, talking sports. Congratulations to the Indiana Pacers. It's just their year, as we talk about 25 years since the Knicks got back to the Eastern Conference Finals. History repeats itself. The Pacers fans, they were waiting 25 years to get back to the finals, and it was their party and their celebration last night. So you tip your cap to Rick Carlisle and Pascal Siakam, Tyrese Halliburton. They're moving on to face OKC. I'll have eyes on that. I don't have a dog in that fight. I also didn't really have a dog in this fight. Like, I wasn't rooting for Indiana to beat the Knicks. I understand some Nets fans did that. I know some Nets fans were celebrating last night. I ran into a few of them, yucked it up, laughed. And, I understand, like, you're not rooting for your rival to have ultimate success over you or, do something that you weren't able to do. But it is what it is. I think that this was a successful season for the New York Knicks. It was one of the best seasons that Knicks fans can remember in recent time. And, like, I talked about young New York Knicks fans, some of whom are, they're inheriting the fandom from their mothers, their fathers, their brothers, their uncles, sisters. But, like, the Knicks being relevant like this on a national level creates Knicks fans in other states and cities that aren't here. That's good for business. Take the step forward next year. Get to the finals. Take the step forward next year. Figure out how to beat the Pacers. I think they can. As far as the Brooklyn Nets are concerned, nobody cares. They have the number 8 pick. Let's see what they do. The Net fan can celebrate the Knicks' demise, the Knicks ultimately not winning anything, not winning the East, not going on to the finals, giving Mikal Bridges up and feeling like you won the trade at least for year one. Speaking of trades, we're waiting for the MLB trade deadline. I think the Yankees now are going to definitely consider some things after being humbled by the Dodgers, losing that series. Their win streak ended at 5, and then their series win streak ends at 7. And now they're just hoping to not be swept tonight. And I'm hoping that they go out there and compete. I'm hoping that they go out there with some pride. The West Coast trip ends after tonight. They come back for a nice homestand. We'll be supporting them. I'm not punting on the season or I'm not burning the house down. And I understand people, season's over, can't beat the Dodgers. That's crazy talk. Might not even be the Dodgers that you face if you get to the World Series. Taking calls at 888-808-1019 on the Yankees. We'll get to the Mets as well. Francisco Lindor, 6-for-11, 3 homers, 3 RBI, leading the way. He's been balling at home. Somebody pull up his numbers in Citi Field this year. No slow start for Lindor, the unnamed captain. And Juan Soto coming along. Great. Let's go to Angel or Angel in Newark on the Fan. What's up, man?
I think you got a bright future in radio. And hey, strong playlist today. I like it.
Thank you, sir. Rami and I are working on it.
Yeah, no problem. I got just two quick questions and a request. Do you think any team now in the next couple of years can match up with the Dodgers? And then the second question is how long do you think it'll take the Nets to be competitive? Because I think they got a good coach, they got the draft picks. I'm wondering how long it's going to take them. And then my request: do you think? Look, I love New York City. I'm sure you love New York City. Everybody listening loves New York City. I'm wondering if you or anybody at the Fan that has a spine can tell Boomer to stop complaining and hating about New York City, please, because he's always complaining about the traffic.
Thanks for the call, Angel. I don't listen to the show in the morning because I do the nighttime show. You know what shows I listen to just for the time? I listen to Big Mac because I can't go to sleep at night. I literally leave here, get in the car, Big Mac is on the Odyssey app. So when I drive through the tunnel, I hear Big Mac show. And then when I can't fall asleep right away because I'm wired sitting here under these lights, taking calls, hosting my own show, most nights I listen to Big Mac till 4 a.m. And then I go to sleep and I wake up in the next morning and then I'll finish Big Mac show, or I'll jump depending on if I wake up before 10 a.m. If I sleep from like 4 to 9, I'll listen to Big Mac, and then I'll listen to BT and Sal, or I'll watch BT and Sal on Twitch. I miss Boomer and Gio in the morning. So Rami with the time. So like, I don't even know what you're talking about, bro. Boomer complains about the city. You got to take that up with Boomer. You got to take that up in the morning with Boomer. I don't even see Boomer and those guys. C-Mac sees them in passing. I don't even see. I leave here at 2 in the morning. I see Big Mac, and there'll be like me, Marco, Big Mac, somebody cutting tape. Like, I don't, I can't relay that message for you. I'm sure it'll get back to him. I'm sure somebody listening just heard that, but I don't know. I don't know Boomer to be a complainer about New York City. Like, somebody at the Fan have a spine to tell Boomer to stop complaining about New York. First off, we all complain about New York. I just was talking about, I was on the train last night. If you are in the city and you go out and party, man, these trains take forever. You are going to be sitting, waiting on train. It'll take you forever to get home by train. We all complain about it, but like, that's part of it too, right? We complain about it. We deal with it. We fight through it. And then like a night like last night, I was telling the chat how amazing it was, even though we lost, to see New York together and outside, united, Yankee fans, Knicks fans, watching the game in one place, hundreds of fans, all invested in one thing. The fact that the Knicks are playing on the last day of the month and the Yankees are playing in a World Series rematch. It was great. I'm like, I'm not young anymore. I'm not as young as I used to be, where I used to be able to be out and party and to be out last night in that atmosphere around sports fans. Like, it was sick. And I'm like, man, it just makes you realize how like New York is like, it's just not like anywhere else. And when we do get a champion, it's not going to look like anywhere else that has a parade or something. They're about to have a parade in Oklahoma City or Indianapolis. Compared to like what, like their parades aren't going to look bigger than the Game 6 celebration in the second round. 888-808-1019. Now let's go back to what you were saying before you got to the Boomer stuff. Hey, Booms, if you're listening, are the Nets still in the league? Can you stop complaining about New York? No, complain about New York because you're not telling any lies. From the cost of living here, whether the train price goes up or the Easy Pass goes up or the tickets and the parking and the traffic and come on, bro. We all complain about it, but we deal with it and we're not leaving. New York or nowhere. New York or nowhere was one of the sponsors of the event last night. It's New York or nowhere. Once you make it here and once you live here and you understand that, you complain, but like, whatever. Back to what you first said. That doesn't work for me. I'm very much in shape, but I like the drive. I like the timing of the drop. Like it's basically having Boomer weigh in. The first thing you said was, can anybody match up against the Dodgers? Yeah, we just saw the Mets beat them. We saw the Mets take 2 games from them in the NLCS. They're almighty, but that doesn't mean they can't be beaten. They lost series this year. Like the Dodgers are hurt right now. The Dodgers are without a lot of their starting pitching. They're not unbeatable. It's baseball. the Yankees could beat them tonight. The Yankees could match up with them in the World Series potentially. I don't want to make it seem like they are like the super team that can't be touched. Like they got swept by the Anaheim Angels. That's supposed to be a little crosstown rivalry. So can anyone match up against the Dodgers? Yeah. Yeah. The Mets, the Yankees should be able to. The Padres, the Angels, and anybody in baseball can line up their pitching and their hitting and beat the Dodgers. They can be beat. Now, what you said about the Brooklyn Nets, how long until they compete? I think it's going to be a few years. And yes, they do have the right coach. Finally, they figured that out. But I think it's going to be a few years. Maybe it's next year though. Maybe they figure out something in this offseason. Maybe they draft someone that can help right away. And when you're looking at the East, it's like, okay, the East should be a little different. And maybe there's a pathway for them to make the playoffs and compete next year. But I just don't see it, man. I think it's going to take a while. And I'm down for it to take a while. I'm down for the process. I'm down for them doing it the right way and drafting and developing these guys and not trying to say, after, and I know they're not thinking this. And I got to get back to the Brooklyn Nets YouTube and watch Scout. I know they're not thinking, the Knicks just had so much success. We've got to get back to competing or we'll never have fans in the city. There used to be more of that angle with the Nets. And I know because I used to go to games and I was at the playoffs. It was always like I remember they had a shirt in the 2015 playoffs. And it said, Brooklyn Nets, we are playoffs. And it was kind of like a shot at the Knicks because the Knicks were not playoffs. The Knicks were not going to the playoffs. And it was like a flex that, hey, yeah, we're the B team. We have no fans, but we win. We're going to the playoffs consistently. You're not. I don't think there's so much of that now. I don't think that the Brooklyn Nets are saying we have to compete. We have to get a superstar here. We got to be able to beat the Knicks or we got to be able to draw the common fan. Or there was so many years where the Knicks were eliminated and the only playoffs in the city was the Nets and they still weren't drawn. So I don't know how long it's going to take. And I don't care. I'm down for the long haul. I think it's going to take a few years. If I had to put it, let's say 2027. Let's say 2028. Who knows? 888-808-1019. Bobby and Belmore back on the fan. What's up, Bob?
Yeah, I mean, Glasnow, Glasnow, Snell, and Sasaki are all hurt. So they won with 3 pitchers last year. But the Yankees basically in a similar situation. Though Daniel really can't trust. You don't know. Yeah, you know he's pitching great. And Schmidt's a 5-inning guy. And the other 2 guys, you don't know about Warren and Yovanov. They really need to get a starting pitcher to training deadline the 8th. But I want to talk about the Knicks. I don't understand this guy Cat. I mean, this guy's on the floor every freaking play. I mean, you're 7 foot, and then he doesn't get back on defense because of it. And then as far as the pick and roll, I mean, he didn't. All of them were smuggling 3-point shooters. Game 5. What happened? It's just back to what they are.
Yeah, it's got to change. He's got to change. If they're going to run it back with this group and take a step forward, those things have to be addressed.
And win with offense, and I think you have to. I know Indiana's not a great defensive team either, but they're a better offensive team than the Knicks. And the Knicks defensively, I mean, the 3-point shooters were wide open again yesterday. And after Game 5, we sort of smothering them. But you say, why can't they play that every game? So I don't understand. I'm not going to say it's the coach's fault. I think they need another. I think they deserve another year, obviously. And Bridges is a little more left on his contract. And as far as getting Giannis, I think they should let this team. There's really only one team is Indiana that's a threat, and it could probably match up again because Cleveland's a paper tiger, and the Celtics are. Tatum's not going to play next year, and and Detroit is too young.
Yeah, and we have no idea who's going to rise like how Cleveland rose this year. Thanks for the call, Bobby. We didn't know Cleveland was going to win the most games, have the number 1 seed. Going back to Karl Anthony Towns and these are things that you improve on in the offseason. Can he improve them? Do they feel like he can improve them? Do they feel like I think they're going to give this group time, man. Cat is a local guy. Cat won you some games in this postseason. They're not going to bail on him. They're going to get better around the margins, and they're going to run it back with this group. And who knows where the chips fall next year? Maybe the Pacers, maybe this is their ceiling. They get to the finals, maybe they take a step back. Maybe they're hurt. We can't predict it. We can't call it. But I think it was obvious. Like when you say that the Pacers, they're not a great defensive team. Yeah, but they play their style of play. The Knicks have to match. They have to figure out how to be able to beat this team. And then you mentioned Game 5. No one can tell me that the Pacers in Game 5 didn't take their foot off the gas and kind of say, yeah, you got it. We're going to go back to Indy and win it in our place in front of our, wives and girlfriends and kids and moms and dads. Like we're going to wear those final hats. We're going to hoist the trophy in our building. We're going to give our fans that. Like they had a game to play with essentially because they went up 2-0, because they were up 3-1. They essentially could come to New York. And I've said this at least 10 times this week because of the way that it's structured. 2 in New York, 2 in Indiana, 1 in New York. They knew they were getting back on that flight that night. They knew they were going back to Indy anyway. So, all right, we got to go back to Indy anyway. Leave it all on the floor Saturday. Saturday was their night. Last night was their night. We got to give the Pacers their credit, their due. This is their origin story. They took the step forward this year. The Knicks have to do the same next year. The Knicks have to find a way to match up and beat them next year. And if they do meet them for a third time in a row, like this is a 30 for 30. This is a documentary being written here. This is an NBA script. Okay, they meet them in 24, 25, and 26. If they meet them again, they have a little different team. They can throw a little different look at them. And if it matches up that way and lines up that way, and the Knicks are victorious, they go on to the finals. And that's more progress. 888-808-1019. Limo driver Ed, somewhere around the Newark airport, back on the fan. What's up, man?
All right, man. I'm about to pull into that Whitney Houston rest stop in a minute. But let me tell you one thing. That's why I told everybody, stop pumping the brakes. Stop. You know what? West Palm was happy enough, even though the way they played Indiana, they knew they was going back home, and if they wanted to win on their floor. We blew that first game. We should have won it, and we could have had game 7. Not really saying it's good, but we could have had it at home. Next year, you got to get a guy. I've never heard of no guys that's 7 foot. You're in the NBA. Do anybody. You miss all of those shots as soon as you come out off the halftime. Oh, shut up.
Thanks for the call, Ed. I'm not sure what happened there. I know you're driving. I know you do the airport stuff. Call back if you'd like. But I'll take it from there. You're talking about Cat, and your topic you never got to, but it said the Knicks need KD. KD doesn't want to be a Knick. He's been open about it. Now, obviously, you could get traded somewhere you don't want to be, but he's been pretty open about not wanting to be a Knick and not thinking the Knicks are cool. Hey, KD, don't you regret not coming to the Knicks? I don't think the Knicks are looking to add KD. In theory, though, that's another 7-footer. That's another guy I think KD's defense is underrated. Now, I'm not saying he's all defensive team. He is a little bit older, but I think with his size, his length, what he's able to do from when I watched him, I used to be like, K defense, underrated. When he wants to buy in and play defense, he can play defense. He's not Karl Anthony Towns. I don't see them getting KD though. I don't see them getting Giannis. I see them running it back with this group. I see them adding some pieces to their bench. Maybe they move Mitchell Robinson, or maybe they move, somebody else. Marginal moves, but for the most part, this is the team. This is who you gave up assets for. This is who you gave up players for. You gave up so much to get Cat. You gave up so much to get Mikal Bridges. You gotta run it back. You gotta see it through again, and you look at your flaws and you look at what you have and you fix them. You try to fix them. Brunson deserves some blame too. I know we don't blame Brunson because of the leader he is, the captain he is, how clutch he's been, but it's a tough game last night, rough game. He's got to be a facilitator. He's got to know in certain matchups, hey, I got to give the ball up. They can adapt. They can learn from this experience. They can change the team. They can improve the way they play. And they can be right back in it next year in the Eastern Conference Finals, or even who knows how it shakes out. But if they run into the Pacers, I think they can have a better formula for beating them. They were not beating them this year, especially after dropping that first game. That first game was the series, in my opinion. I remember I was on. I left the house. They fouled Deuce McBride shooting a 3. They fouled Karl Anthony Towns shooting a 3. And I literally thought the Pacers were giving the game away. They were doing stupid things. And so Rami was producing that night. And he's texting me what time I'm going to be on. I'm like, bro, I know. I'm aware. I'm like, but I'm not leaving the house until I feel like the Knicks got the game. By the time I got through the tunnel, listening to Monica McNutt talking about, the Knicks not, shooting the ball too fast and not dribbling out the shot clock, or I'm like, you got Brunson. Brunson with the ball should be dribbling out the shot clock. Any other time he's holding the ball. They got so bad in that first game, and that one's going to sting, and this one's going to sting for a long time. But before you know it, You'll be back on the floor in October. The summer will go. It'll be a long summer, but you make adjustments and you find a way. You find a way to get better, improve the team, and run it back and hope that you take another step forward. They went from back-to-back second-round exits to everyone thinking they were going to be a second-round exit against the Celtics this year. But the team that they built to beat the Celtics did do that. They took a step forward. Eastern Conference Finals. Back-to-back years, they lose to the Pacers. Next year, got to get to the finals. That's got to be the bar. That's got to be the goal. All right, I'm running out of time. Last hour of my Sunday Sauce special show. Keith McPherson, your nighttime host on the Fan till 6 p.m. 888-808-1019. Call us up. We'll be right back. Okay, put him on. This is New York. People are bugging out. There's nothing like, what are we going to talk about? The Yankees losing by 16 runs or the Mets sweeping the Rockies? Okay, chat. So Rami is screening calls. Rami's screening calls, and somebody calls and they go, "You've been talking about the Knicks all day. Stop talking about the Knicks. The season's over. Move on. Stop talking about the Knicks." Can't please everybody, and I don't aim to please everybody. The Knicks are the story. They just lost last night. It hasn't even been 24 hours. Beertopia Gaming on Twitch. It's been a while. How are you? Cheers. Mets fans are laughing at what? The Dodgers, the same team that ended their season. The Dodgers, they're laughing at the Yankees losing the Dodgers. I don't get it. Glad you had fun. So much fun, man. Love my life. Love the blessings that God has put in front of me. Love who I am and who I've been able to become through being prayed up, praying hands, lightning bolt. That is my like alternate logo here. To think about like how long I've been in New York and what I've done to get to this point, to like be on stage last night at the event. We sold over 250 tickets to the event. A lot of those tickets were sold through me. To be on this live right now with 1,400 people in here, the love and support that I get from people, it's extremely humbling. It's a blessing, and I'm just always trying to do the next thing. This weekend was so much fun for me as a fan, like going out to Somerset, throwing out the first pitch. Then Saturday doing that watch party, and then Sunday hosting the day. Like I could cry tears of joy. Like if I really got emotional right now, that like this is my life and this is what I get to do for a living. Like it's a blessing, man. It wasn't always like this, yo. It was not always like this, yo. Yeah. It took a lot of work and prayer and opportunities and people helping me and me not wasting a day. You know, my boy Jared, who owns the bar used to be called Brooklyn Tailgate Brooklyn. And it was at a little different location. And I used to do Brooklyn Nets watch parties there. I did a Talking Nets live podcast there twice, and I did like 2 watch parties during the Nets playoff run. And he laughed last night. He's like, "You're not doing Talking Nets anymore?" Like this YouTube channel started as the Talking Nets YouTube channel, and I rebranded it to Keith McPherson. The Nets are not a money driver. The Nets are not moving the needle. But he's like, "Bro," he's like, "I'm so happy you're back. So happy to see you. Like you've grinded, bro. You don't waste any time." And I'm like, "Yeah, back then I wasn't on the radio. And I've leveraged my radio show and this radio audience into having more of a social digital presence." And it's funny, like I meet people at the bar last night and they're like, "You know, my dad loves your show. My dad listens to you on the radio." And so I'm blessed, like through the radio, which is an older form of media, I have people that are aware of me through this microphone and this platform, but then also using the digital social media, I have people aware of me. It's just crazy, man. It's a blessing because it's hard to do. So many people want to do these jobs. So many people want to build. So many people want to be influencers, media members, hosts. I've been able to do it, and like I'm consistently doing it. And it's because of y'all, man. You're listening to me. You're watching me right now, yo. I literally wish I could thank every single one of you, shake your hand and being like, yo, thank you for rocking with me, bro. Like, I'm living my dream in New York City because people have accepted me. And even the people that don't fuck with me, even people that are haters that don't rock with me, like, thank you too. Like, all of it builds and adds to it, man. I literally, Reddit has the most haters. If you go to WFAN Reddit, there's a ton of Keith McPherson haters there. But what they don't realize is, like, hating on me keeps me in the conversation. So I went on there and I wrote a post. Yo, thank you. It's going to be a great summer. A hater's job is to hate. Let them hate. The next thing I'm doing this month is I'm done responding to the negativity. I'm done responding because it's gotten to the point there's so much of it. I don't have the time. I got a whole kid to raise. I got so many different verticals and things that I'm working on and doing. I don't have time to go back and forth with a hater online. I'm going to let a hater hate. What'd you say? Who's on it at 6, Paul? Okay, so that's fine by me, man. Appreciate you. Good stuff. Always good working with you. I'm sure this is going to go to 54. Let's bring it home, man. Another good hour here. My boy know, because he was here from Talking Nets days. I'm in a blessed mood since some buns got sent home. The Nets fans feel like they got one. Yo, appreciate you, bro. I know we have our differences, but still send out respect to you on all your platforms. Of course, I got differences with everybody. I'm not like anybody. Some people cross the line, though. I'm like, what was that plan? Nah, I ain't want him to get another game, bro. You ever have a hot mic? Knock on wood. I turned that mic off. And even right just now where I cursed, I'm mindful of it. I've never cursed on air. I'm on the dump button and I turn that mic off. And like, I don't say anything crazy. I don't say anything too hot. I don't say anything that'll get me, like some people talk about like what Tom Brenneman did, like that hot mic. That ain't me. And if you don't know, now you know. Man, thanks for listening to the show. We got one more hour. Let's bring it home. Let's get as many calls in as we can. Whatever you guys want to talk about. Somebody just called Rami. And Rami, of course, screens the call and doesn't put it through. And Rami might not want to mention this, but I'll mention it because he told me. And I brought it up to the chat. Like somebody's like, the Knicks season is over. Why are you guys still talking about the Knicks? Excuse me, what? Did you call the right station? This is the fan in New York. There are a ton of Knicks fans that need a day like this to call up, express themselves, talk through the things that happen, the things that may happen in the future. And that's what we're going to do. Spoiler alert. That's what they're going to do all day tomorrow as well. I'll be on tomorrow night. Spoiler alert. Another 5 hours tomorrow night. We're going to do that as well. You can expect that from the warm-up show to that's hold on. C-Mac will be on tonight. then the warm-up show, then the morning show, the midday show in the afternoon. They're going to be talking about the Knicks. So if you don't want to hear any Knicks conversation, this is not the spot. It's June 1st. It's going to be the Knicks still on June 2nd and probably still this whole week, probably through the finals.
Straight into football,
bro. That's what I just said to you, bro. What are we supposed to talk about? How Juan Soto has come alive against the Colorado Rockies? Not minimizing it, but it is not moving the needle. The Mets sweeping the Colorado Rockies, that's what they're supposed to do. The phones are not ringing off the hook about them sweeping the Rockies.
Out again tonight. They'll get some play.
I mean, the Yankees always get play because this is the Yankees radio network. But, like, what are we supposed to talk about in a 18-2 blowout? They lost the series already. It's embarrassing.
Next week and the week after that and the week after that and the week after that. The Knicks, that's it. This is it. We're probably not even going to talk about the Knicks till, like, unless something major happens in the offseason with them, you're not going to talk about the Knicks until next April.
No, we're gonna talk about the Knicks in the draft. We're gonna talk about the Knicks when NBA free agency frenzy starts next month. Like, but you know why? Because they're relevant. This is good. They just were one of the last teams standing. They just went to Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals. We're not gonna just discard that. We're not gonna just move on to the regular season baseball. And you know what? Here's another spoiler alert. It's only a few weeks until we start talking about the Jets and the Giants and Russell Wilson and Jackson Dart and Justin Fields and Garrett Wilson. Like, stay tuned. 888-808. All of it. This is a sports radio station. We do this. Like, it doesn't. I always joke. I have these shows where I'll be like, you know what? You guys don't ever get tired of this, do you? Whenever I turn on the fan, somebody's here hosting live, somebody's calling, somebody's screening those calls, and we talk about the same things nonstop, over and over, not a day. You guys do not get tired of this. So let's continue. 888-808-1019. John is in Lindenhurst on the fan. What's up, John?
Hey, Keith, how you doing, brother? That's a call, man.
You got it. I'm good.
Yeah. So, just on the Knicks, obviously it's like you said, it's a morning day for us Knicks fans, right? But in terms of the all season, I got my top 5 free agents, and it's kind of weird with the NBA. Like, even like these bench players get like these crazy contracts and stuff like that. Like, I remember like Timofey Mozgov got like paid. Like, it's crazy. But number one for me, fitting in with the Knicks, I love Chris Boucher from the Raptors. I think he's a guy you got to target. And then there's a couple guys that you would know as a Mets fan. I mean, Brook Lopez, he's a UFA. I think he could take like a cheap deal, come to the Knicks, or Karis LeVert. Karis LeVert, I like him coming off the bench for the Knicks, and Dorian Finney-Smith. I'm curious what the
all great role players that could come and help this Knicks team. Definitely. I mean, Brook Lopez is getting up there in age, but he brings something to the table. I don't know if the Knicks would explore it, but definitely Dorian Finney-Smith adding more defense, a guy that can shoot. I could see it. I don't know exactly what they are going to be targeting, but those are all good options. Thanks for the call, John. What were you seeing? Splash Mountain's too old. You don't want to see him on the Knicks. You got to get younger. Yeah, he's starting to. I mean, the Nets are trying to, some Nets fans are, hey, bring him back so he can keep padding his all-time leading scorer stats. Bring him back to Brooklyn, I'm saying. Some Nets fans are, I'm good on it. He should have been back. He was part of the team that helped Giannis win in Milwaukee. Like, he should have been a Net, whatever. He was Splash Mountain once he left, but I saw Brook Lopez shooting threes for the Brooklyn Nets. Yeah, we're going to get into all of that. This offseason and the conversation around the Knicks, it's not going to get quiet because the fan base wants to know how they get better.
Chris Paul couldn't win it when he.
Nah, you want these.
Just now.
you want talent, young, talented players. We're talking about them not being able to keep up and run with the Pacers. So why are you going to bring in some old men? You're not going to bring in any old men. Connor is in Wayne on the fan. What's up, Connor?
Hey, what's going on? I have 2 questions. I have a question about what you think the Oklahoma City Thunder's future is going to look like with them being in the finals this year and their 5 first-round draft picks this year. And my second question is, what do you think about Tyrese Halliburton? Because I think he absolutely sucks. Timothy Chalamet, I feel like owns him.
Thanks for the call, Connor. Yeah, he's a villain. Tyrese Halliburton is just going to be one of those guys that Knicks fans hate. back-to-back years, going back to the Wally Zerbiak wannabe all-star comments, going back to the fact that you didn't draft him. Tyrese Halliburton is a villain. Timothy Chalamet. What a year for Timothy Chalamet. OKC's not going anywhere. I think this is the year they win it. And I think this is a team to be reckoned with. I think they're going to be here for a while. They're young. They're going to have some trouble paying everybody, but not yet. Like, when that time comes, Sam Presti is brilliant. And they've had MVPs from KD, Westbrook to now SGA. And they had that team with KD, Russ, and Harden that got close. This is the team. And that fan base, they're lit out there. You know, when Trae Young was talking about, it's louder in OKC than it is in New York, Trae Young, you know, he went to games out there as a young fan. And I don't know. I've never been out there. I've been in the Garden, and he was just trying to stick his nose into, you know, somebody else's business because he's eliminated. But they do have a strong fan base out there. It's a small market, but like they rock with the Thunder, man. They really do. And I think they're about to win it in 5-6 games. And that starts their run.
And they're probably not going to be able to pay everyone, but because they have all these first-round draft picks,
they'll replace,
just keep reloading with role players. And if they keep hitting on these picks the way they have with Williams and Dort and all these guys, they keep hitting, guess what? The role players are going to continue. And if they don't hit on a couple of picks, well, they'll just flip them like they did for Caruso and
sure.
Young nucleus and this core built around SGA is there. They won't be able to pay everyone. They're not the type of team that's going to go into the, you know,
the money SGA is about to make is incredible.
And they're not a team that's known to go into the taxes and all that stuff. They're not going to do that. They're going to want to stay flexible, right? With essentially the new cap in the NBA is a hard cap with all the restrictions that if you go above the second level.
But win the championship and no one cares.
And then they'll continue. So, okay, we won't be able to bring one guy back, but that means we're bringing someone new back.
And these guys will come back every 5 years, 10 years, 20 years and celebrate the 2025 championship. So, yeah, they're on their way, and I don't see them losing to the Pacers. I think they've got a ton of rest. I think they match up well against them. I think it's going to be a fun matchup to watch because of how deep both teams are. But yeah, I don't think they're going anywhere in a little while. You know,
shocked that Denver didn't go hire a new coach, like that they just kept their interim guy as the long-term head coach, because it felt like if you're going for Michael Malone, if you're firing him, like it's to make a big.
It's kind of a knee-jerk reaction right before the playoffs.
It's weird that they didn't. So, but they're still a talented team, and Jokic, as long as he's there, they're great. You still have Houston, which I only think is going to get better. And
Bron, and Luka, one more year, Bron. Farewell tour for LeBron James.
They build around Luka, so they're going to be good for a while. The West is loaded, so win it this year if you're OKC, and then reload for next year because the West is going to be a tough battle again.
888-808-1019. Everything's on the table in this last hour. Obviously talking about the Knicks, but still talking about the Yankees and the Mets. Let's mix in some baseball calls as well. Ben in Connecticut on the fan, my guy. Welcome back.
How's it going, Keith? First of all, it's so nice meeting you. Another week at La Bodega. Couldn't have been nicer, man. You're one of the real authentic, I guess, local celebrities around here. You're just kind of like, it was a real stand.
Thanks, Ben. I don't walk around like I'm a celebrity. I do all the same things I've always done. I was just in the chat talking about, the party we had out in Brooklyn and how just dope it is. How I just feel blessed that, like, I've been in this city, going to games, talking sports in bars and arenas or whatever, but now I'm able to do this on WFAN and I've amassed a decent following, but like that doesn't come with me. When you see me in person, I'm the same person. So good meeting you. Whenever you see me, I'm not going to act like I'm somebody bigger or better than anybody else. I know I'm great, but I'm not greater than anyone. So thank you for sharing that.
You got it. On a couple points on the Yankees. Real quick first, with the AL pennant rings that they're casting aside and stuff. I obviously do like the mentality of like it's win it all or it doesn't matter, and I do think it's a championship mentality. But one point I wanted to make that kind of separates baseball from the other sports is that, like, there is some cachet to being the American League champion. Like, for a long time, winning the pennant was a really big deal. Like, you read about the old pennant races. These things have been around since like the 1880s. And so it is different. It's not like, oh, we won the Eastern Conference or something. It's one league split up for like 2 sections of travel scheduling like they do in up.
I'm with you, bro. I hate that it's so minimized. I've used it in arguments. I'm like, the Yankees did end one drought last year. They did win the American League, and not for nothing, I enjoyed watching that. I got emotional watching them win, seeing Cashman hoist that trophy. Like, it counts for something. There are plenty of teams in the American League, they're never winning it. They don't win it. They don't know what that's like.
Exactly. And like, going to some of those games in the ALCS and like winning big ALCS home games last year.
Fun.
I just turned 30 years old. Like that's something that I haven't had.
There you go.
I found that happened, right? So it is big, and I think it's worth celebrating a little bit.
Yo, why? Thanks for the call, Ben. Why you gotta do that? Why you gotta... Shout out to John. Had John on Thursday. But yeah, I can't minimize it. I understand it's the New York Yankees. It's championship or nothing. And I get the mentality of Giancarlo Stanton. I want Stanton to come back and play, help the team, bro. Come back and play. Stanton has become this like voice that we're hearing about, whether it was earlier in the season with the Diamondbacks, it was like, oh, Stanton came and addressed the team and said, we don't get swept at home. Yes, we do. I've seen it. I've been there. Happened last year against the Cincinnati Reds, Ellie De La Cruz and those guys. It could happen again. And then, Stanton telling them, this is not the ring we want. We know. But like, it's still a memory. It's still something that commemorates the season. Like you did actually end the drought of World Series appearance. And like, that's what I say. Me as a fan, yeah, it crushed me as a fan to lose the World Series in that fashion, to be there. I will never sit in that section again where I watched that 5th inning. But I got to go to the World Series, man. I didn't get to go in 2009. I didn't get to go any of those other years. I wasn't up here. Like, there's value in that whole postseason run. I got to go to the Royals series, the entire series. Like, I got to go to the Guardians series, or the games at home. Like, you can't minimize it for me. Those are memories. They're fun. And I hope that they get back. The obvious goal is to win the World Series, but you got to do those other things before it. You got to do those other things to get there. Joan is in Manhattan on the Fan. How you doing, Joan?
Oh, hi. Yeah, I want to ask you what you know about what's happening in Baltimore. Apparently, the Orioles fired their manager. What's going on there?
Free falling. You love to see it. They just, what I think happened with the Orioles, they overplayed their hand with their young guys. They thought that they arrived when they won those 101 games, and then they got swept in the postseason. And then they didn't want to pay guys. You went and traded for Corbin Burns, but you didn't want to pay him. Anthony Santander has his best year. You don't want to pay him. They thought they could get by with Kyle Gibson. They thought they could get by with no pitching. It's pitching. Especially like I think their new ownership was not on the same page with management. They put too much time and resources into their build a ballpark, changing the dimensions of their ballpark and adding a splash party, Mr. Splash, and all this other stupid stuff. And now they're terrible. So I like it because I'm a Yankee fan, and that's where the Baltimore Orioles should be, in the bottom of the division. It sucks that the Yankees went there and lost to them, but we'll have some get back real soon. Thanks for the call, Joan. 888-808-1019. I don't know. I don't worry about Baltimore. I know Rami used to work down there in Baltimore with the Orioles when they were trash, but then they got a little pop with Gunnar Henderson, Holiday.
To me, is I can't help but wonder if this was a new ownership thing, and that's the problem.
That's who I blame. Because I blame the new ownership because
the Astros championship team. He built the Cardinals championship. He drafted all these guys.
And they're exactly. So that changed. And then their last ownership group came out and said basically like, oh, we got to raise ticket prices because they're not going to be able to pay these guys. But then the new ownership group comes in with the money, and the first thing that they should do is pay guys, and they're not paying guys. So are they not going to pay their?
And it makes no sense to me. And the guys they traded, like Stowers and Norby, traded to Miami for, who was it? Rogers, the pitcher. Like, that was a terrible trade last year, which made no sense to me. The team was free falling. And by the way, you're going to blame Brandon Hyde. I know Brandon Hyde. And again, this has nothing to do with a personal relationship. He didn't know me well. I just worked all those games at Camden Yards, and I know him. And he was a good manager, and the guys loved him and respected him. So, okay, maybe he's the kind of manager that people say he can help you through the rebuild, but can't get you over the bump. I don't necessarily buy into that. I don't think changing the manager was going to do anything. And you saw the first 2 games after they changed the manager, they got blown out in those games.
Mm-hmm.
This weekend, maybe it's a get-right weekend.
It's a disconnect, bro.
Against Chicago, but it makes no sense. They brought in no pitching in the offseason. They didn't do anything. You have Charlie Morton, who's 1,000 years old, starting for them today. You have this young, talented core, and everyone collectively from the second, it wasn't just from this year, since June of last year, the entire team collectively took a step back, including Corbin Burns, who you didn't pay, and now they just haven't gotten back to that level. I don't know what the change is. One guy who I do think, and I tweeted this out last week, just because I was watching that. I still watch them. I still follow the team. I like a lot of people down there. I have friends at the radio station down there. I have friends who work there. And one thing that I think would actually make sense for these young guys, a Joe Girardi type. If he's interested in
I did see you tweet that out.
I think a guy who can come in and has experience with bringing up young guys like he did with the 17 Yankees, and he could tell them he's a little bit tougher. He's an old school manager. Brandon Hyde was more of a, care gloves, kid gloves type manager, kind of the way Boone is a little bit. But Girardi can go in there and tell these players, hey guys, now you made it, but you didn't make anything. You're in the big leagues now. Now you need to step up your game. He could be a little bit tough on them, and maybe some tough love is what they need down there, because those guys are just loafing out there, and they're all really talented.
Yeah, they're searching for it. I mean, they beat the White Sox, and they're starting to show some life in this last week, but they're completely out of it. I don't feel bad for them. Yeah, it's great. And Brandon Hyde, he always had a attitude against the Yankees, where we're throwing at guys or
down there. I was told I couldn't wear my Yankee stuff.
Yeah, they hate the Yankees, and it's like, bro, we don't think of y'all like that. We're not looking at you like that.
But I was told as long as you're working at the radio station, you can't come in wearing your New York stuff and all that stuff, which is okay. That's fine. I get it. I was respectful to them. I understood that. But at the same time, they had this complex where it's like, oh, we need to beat the big. They hate the Yankees. It's like, we don't even think about you.
Yeah, and Camden Yards is Yankee Stadium South. It is awesome. I got to get back. It's been years since I've been, but every time that the Yankees go there, the Yankee fans dominate their building. There's nothing they could do about it either.
I remember watching Nestor Cortez throw in the most humid, hottest day of the summer, just dominate on a Sunday afternoon. That was a couple years ago.
And it's all Yankees fans in the lower bowl because of those ticket prices compared to Yankee Stadium. Fans are grabbing those up. So, yeah, the Orioles are cooked. And you know what? Don't feel bad for them. 888-808-1019. Let's see. The ABS challenge system will likely be implemented in the 2027 season. Let's see. It's foul territory. ABS challenge system will likely be implemented in the 2027 season after feedback MLB received from players this spring. Well, I don't know what else you need. I had some shirts made, ABS ASAP. I think I got that one coming in the mail. I got to rock that now. That's not soon enough. ABS ASAP. So the automatic balls and strike system, we needed it. What was it? The Padres Pirates game? Bro, there was an egregious call. Yeah. There was a strike called, and it should have been a walk, and the walk would have walked the run in. I saw the clip over the weekend. I was like, this is terrible that they let this go on. And it's an ump show. It's the ump playing God and not wanting to admit fault, and then they make a wrong call in the time and they can't reverse it. It is what it is. 888-808-1019. Let's take another Yankee call before we break, and then I've got straight Knicks calls probably to bring us home. So let's go to Phil in Bayside. Phil, you're on the fan.
Hey, Keith. First, before I ask my question, how'd you make out with the first pitch the other night?
Good. I said it was different than I thought. And shout out to BT and Sal. I text BT and Sal. I'm like, now you guys psyched me out. I was not thinking about it. I'm not afraid to throw a baseball, whatever. But I'm like, BT gave advice on how to do it. And I'm like, now I'm in my mind's eye, it changed. But one, we couldn't step on the mound because once the mound is manicured and nice, you're not stepping on the mound. So I threw from in front of the mound. And I also was like, yo, can I throw it hard? Can I wing it as hard as I can? Because they had the gun on it. And they're like, no, just step up, throw a strike. So I step up, I throw a strike right to the guy. It was fine. Yeah, I made out fine.
My man. What are your thoughts on the Yankees getting Alcantara from Miami? Buy low type of situation?
I mean, he's not having the year that we thought. He's not looking like the pitcher he once was. But there is some thought to, hey, check on him and maybe get him in Matt Blake's pitching lab, right? Check on him and see what the cost is for him. And maybe they can fix him. Maybe they can get him right. It's tough to play for the Miami Marlins in front of 3,000 people on a miserable team. The thought is maybe get him on a contender and get him in a different pitching lab, scouting department, whatever, and maybe you can get the best out of the guy. But now, nobody's going to give up top prospects for him, you think, so why not check on it?
I understand. I think it's worth a shot.
Yeah, I would be checking on it. Thanks for the call, Phil. I would assume Brian Cashman has made moves with the Marlins. Augustin Ramirez and Jazz Chisholm. He traded for John Birdie the year before that. Like he's got a direct line to the Marlins, and he said he wants to improve the pitching. So you would assume that he's going to check on Alcantara. Why not? Why not see what the price is? If the price has dropped, I would check on it. Why can't he? We've seen him be an ace. Why can't he figure it out with the Yankees? Maybe he does. Maybe with the stakes being higher and him being on Aaron Judge's team with Paul Goldschmidt and Cody Bellinger and yeah. But I'm not giving up George Lombard Jr. for him. That's what was thought, that they're going to want your top prospect. I'm not doing that now. 888-808-1019. Let's see. We got Pat, Sharif, Julian, and Jonathan, and that'll probably get us through the rest of the show. So we'll go in that order when we come back. This is the end of my Sunday sauce. This has been great, honestly. I've been doing a couple of these Sunday shows, and I got to listen to Tommy's show yesterday, and Big Mac's Saturday show. Congrats to Big Mac getting the Saturday spot. It's awesome to have, the nighttime guys get some daytime love, and then also even just the younger guys here on the Fan get an opportunity to talk with all of you and host the show. So let's bring it home. When we come back, we'll get the rest of these calls in. This is Keith McPherson, your nighttime host on the Fan. A little Sunday sauce returns right after this. And I'm about to pack it up, bro. Hi, Keith. Last night was painful. What are the odds the Yankees don't get swept? They're probably getting swept. Unless we can jump on Yamamoto fast, which I don't expect them to, we're probably getting swept. Ryan Yarbrough's got to have an elite game. We're probably getting swept. Even if he has an elite game and it's a close game, I expect the Dodgers to win that game. We're probably getting swept. Yamamoto has been an ace. We're probably getting swept. KM to AM, only 6 more hours, Keith. Well, the KM to AM will start in 25 and a half hours when I'm on at 7. But the reason that we call this Sunday sauce, I just came up with a name for when I do these Sunday shows because they can't be KM to AM. You know what I'm saying? Sunday sauce. I've been swapping out my Friday shows and going to the Somerset Patriots or going to Yankee games, kind of I'm very much I go to games. I'm not in my head, I'm not a celebrity. I got a little motion out here, but you can find Joe Crack at all type of events. You can find me at all type of events. I'm easy to find. I'm easy to spot. I like talking to people. Bro, I was out at Somerset with the Patriots, and I was straight up signing autographs for kids for a minute. And I'm not famous, but these kids were all pumped to meet me. I'm trying to see if I could find it. Probably not on my story anymore. But yeah, I do the nighttime show, which is great, but it's a completely different vibe and audience at night reacting. I'm the first one to react to whatever happens in New York sports. These Sunday shows, Sunday sauce, have been great. And like I said, Big Mac now is doing every Saturday, and I heard Loogie on, so it's cool, man. It's I think the station is in a healthy spot, man. We got a lot of talent, a lot of different guys, a lot of young up and coming guys. And I think we're holding it down. So Mets have to tie or take 3. That'd be great, right? But honestly, if they split, they're good because they took 2 out of 3 at home. If they take 2 more, that's 4 out of 7. So I think Sco, if you change it, like, I think the Mets just have to tie. 3-1 would be ideal to take the series, but they already took the series at home. If they split, you're all good. Jack of all trades. They used to call me Mac of all trades. Deuce wasn't out of bounds, just saying. TJ McConnell was. I can't hear Joe now, which sucks because Joe is on early. I want Paul Skeens. Don't we all? Wouldn't that be nice to get Paul Skeens? That would be great to get Paul Skeens. You got to pay too much. Got to pay too much for that guy. I'm packing up, bruh, because I'm hungry and tired. I'll be right back, though. Let me put the BRB up. I'll be right back. I'm just putting the water up. Appreciate you, bro. Sorry for the start. Till 12. Yeah. And where's Fleegs been? I haven't seen Fleegs. Oh, you know what it was? There were West Coast games. I haven't seen. Yeah, I haven't seen Fleegs at night in a minute. All right, here we go. New York. Thanks for rocking with me. Hopefully you feel a little better about things. The sports are going to keep sportsing. The seasons change with the seasons. It's June now. It's about to be warmer this week. Maybe you go out to Yankee Stadium and, I mean, the Mets got 10-10, 10-10, and 10-10 late starts. So, I mean, we're going to have some nights this week. I'm definitely planning on going to Yankee Stadium for one of the Guardians games, one of the Red Sox games, and then I'll be on at night. My show will start, and we'll have, reaction to the Yankee games, but then we'll also have the Mets-Dodgers game. I was just in the chat talking to Sco, and he's like, the Mets have to tie or take the Dodgers three out of 4, and I'm like, they just gotta split. They beat them at home. Just split. You'll take a split. You'd love to take the series. The Knicks would have loved to take the series as well, but it was tough, man. You lose that first game, you lose that second game, and honestly, a lot of fans were saying pack it up after they went down 2-0. And then a lot of people were saying pack it up when they went down 3-1, but then they rallied. They won at home. They didn't let the Pacers end it on the floor at Madison Square Garden, but ultimately, man, I did not think that the Pacers were going to lose in Indiana and come back to New York. And they imposed their will. It's a tough way to watch the Knicks go out because it's like, man, you've seen them play much better than that. But now the offseason begins, and now you start to think about moves and what happens next so that they can improve this team, and then they can take another step forward. Progress happened. Progress was made. They got out of the second round this year. They defeated the almighty defending champion Boston Celtics. Now, though, you're looking at a problem. The Pacers have eliminated you back-to-back years. You're looking at some villains over there. How do they make this team better? And how do they make this team be able to knock off the Pacers the same way they kind of assembled the team to beat the Celtics? Now you got your eyes like the Celtics without Tatum next year. You're not really so much worried about them. It's about how do we run with the Pacers? How do we make this team better? How do we make the defense better? How do we make the bench longer so that if we run into the Pacers again, speaking as if I'm with the Knicks. I'm not a Knicks fan, but how do the Knicks make their team better that the team is able to knock off the Pacers and take the step forward if it's Pacers Knicks again for a third season in a row. What a script. What a movie. What an origin story that is being written right in front of our eyes. Let's go to Sharif and Brooke. Actually, I said I was going to go Pat, Sharif, Julian. Let's go in the order I said I was going to go. Pat is in Ridgewood. What's up, Pat? Good. How are you?
Yeah, me last with the guy who was complaining about, talking about Nick.
It's not going to stop, and it ain't me. The same people were complaining last week about talking about Juan Soto. I'm like, bro, everybody's going to talk about the same stuff.
We have the whole summer to talk about how last night's starting pitcher should have been taken out in the fifth instead of the sixth or whatever. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, with the Knicks, I think you're right. They're going to run it back. I fired Tibbs, but I don't think they're going to do that. So,
he's safe with Rick and Jalen Brunson, man. They're in this together. He's not going anywhere after beating the Celtics.
But if there's one change I consider making, I'd consider seeing what you get for Josh Hart. He makes $20 million. Wonder what it would take to get Quentin Grimes or, Leon Rose is a smart guy. I think I'm just tired of watching.
To get Quentin Grimes back?
I'm just tired of watching like a 6'4" shooting guard who can't shoot.
Understood. You could get more at that position. Completely understood. Thanks for the call, Pat. I just got to roll it along. I don't know if I'm going to have another break here. I've got like 17 minutes left of the show, and I do want to get to everybody. Has the dream completely evaporated and died as far as the Villanova Wildcats and their championship pedigree in college coming to the Knicks and leading them to a championship in the pros? Because if so, then break it up, right? So, move on from Josh Hart. You never got to actually see all four of DiVincenzo, Hart, Bridges, and Brunson play together. So, yeah, but I don't know. As the same way I say that Tibbs is safe with Rick and Jalen Brunson, I think Josh Hart is safe too. Because if you get rid of Josh Hart, then what's the podcast? What's the roommate podcast going to sound like? Sharif is in Brooklyn on the Fan. What's up, Sharif?
Hey, what's going on? Like you basically said, the season's over. So what you got to do? Basically, the Knicks what I've read is they got no cap space. The coach doesn't play anybody that comes off the draft. So even if he gets new players, they're going to be bench players. He's not going to play them. So pretty much it's the same, it's the same thing that's done year after year. So what you have to do, you have to make what you have better. Well, Cat, he needs off-season training. Just the way they were talking about Luka in LA, they need to say the same thing about Towns. And the Knicks got to be better in transition defense. They got to get somebody that's going to have them much better in stamina. That's how you're going to get them better. And Cat, I don't know why they call him Big Bodega, because Big Bodega, there's no such thing as a Big Bodega. Oh.
Thanks for the call. A big bodega is a grocery store, a supermarket. It's Morton Williams. That's key food. That was good. Thanks for the call, bro. Cat has to work on some things, man. I don't think he's going anywhere. He's got to work on some things. Tibbs got to work. I like what you said about, Tibbs is Tibbs. He's going to play his starters. So give him better starters. But he did adapt. He was forced to change and did play his bench. So build a better bench. He showed you he wasn't going to die hard on his own. Like he figured something out, and he did get to his bench. So they got to have better players coming off the bench. It can be done. The time is now. The window is now. Julian is in Oakland, New Jersey on the Fan. What's up, Jules?
Hey, Keith, how's it going? Yeah, I agree with you. I think they should run it back and upgrade the bench. Like, you got to upgrade it on the margins. You need to keep something the same. They had a big change last year, that's with that. But you got to have some continuity, because if you keep changing things, it's just going to take longer to adjust after all the changes.
Right. And like, they've tweaked this team year after year. It was RJ Barrett and IQ and Randall, and they lost to the Heat. And then last year, when they lost to the Pacers, Bridges wasn't on this team. Cat wasn't on this team. It was iHeart and DiVincenzo. And now this year, like, are you going to change it again? I don't know. I think there has to be some continuity. There has to be some growth. There has to be some time to develop and build on this run and this chemistry with the same bunch for the most part.
Yeah, and it just sucks losing to Indiana. Like, I would have much rather lost to Boston in the Eastern Conference Finals if it came. If it went that way, I would have lived with it better. Because it definitely was a winnable series, but they just didn't do what they had to do.
Yeah, it sucks how it shakes out, right? Like all season long, not all season, but from February and March, the conversation was, well, no matter what, they're going to run into the Celtics, and that'll be the season. Another second round exit, they're going to run into the Celtics, and the Celtics are going to beat them. They can't defend the three. They're 0-4 against the Celtics. It's inevitable. And it wasn't. That's the beauty of the playoffs. That's the beauty of, like, all of this sports. You don't know what's going to happen. But then they run into the Pacers again, and it's in the third round, not the second round. And it was the Pacers' year to make history. It was the Pacers' year for them to take a step forward and build on what they did. Maybe next year will be the Knicks' year.
Yeah, we'll see. And Yankees Dodgers was brutal. Hopefully they avoid the sweep tonight. I won't go too deep into that because I know you got to get going.
Yeah, you can. I'm going to go to Jonathan in Los Angeles next. I definitely want to talk to John. I know he's feeling it out there as a Yankee fan that lives in enemy territory. I can only imagine, but it's rough to watch, dude. Like I was out there with a bunch of Yankee fans, and we couldn't look at the TV. It was like start the Knicks game. Like it was embarrassing.
I can only imagine. I would have came if it wasn't for the Knicks, but I'll catch you soon. I'll be at the stadium Friday, so hopefully you're around.
I'll see you Friday. Thanks for the call, Jules. 888-808-1019. Please let us have a good Sunday night. Let's get a good Sunday dinner in, watch Sunday night baseball, and the Yankees not get embarrassed. Jump on Yamamoto quickly. Come on, Judge. Jump on Yamamoto quickly. Get some runs on the board. I think Ryan Yarbrough, being a former Dodger, he should be comfortable on that mound in that ballpark against the team that he pitched some, 30 games for last year. Like, I want to believe that they have a shot to not get swept, but I don't believe it, man. I just think that the Dodgers, like, they turn up against the Yankees. They party against the Yankees. Their fans love it. Here we go. Game 3 of this World Series rematch, trying to not get swept at Chavez Ravine. Jonathan out in Los Angeles, my guy. How you doing?
Yo, what it do, man?
Kind of bracing for impact with this last game. I know I'm going to be mad. They killed my mood in 2 completely different ways. They blew a 3-run lead, and then they got absolutely blown out the next day.
Facts, bro. I called in C-Mac on yesterday morning, and I don't know. It was just frustrating watching them Friday. And then I thought I was enough. But I never thought that was going to happen yesterday. 18-2. I'm still getting calls and comments from these Dodgers fans, man. But let me tell you something, bro. It's crazy how the amount of hate that these Dodger fans and they're enjoying, dude. They're beating us, they're stomping on us, even though we're like.
I know, and I know but like I had some missed calls and a missed FaceTime and some mocking like pictures and stuff. Like the Dodgers love it. In their World Series parade, they're chanting "F the Yankees, Yankees suck." They love that they're like, we're the new Yankees. We are what y'all used to be, and you can't do anything with us.
But you know what, Keith? They do that because it's like you bring it down Goliath. Us Spanish people are Mexican. We call it, we're the Big Papi. That's why you guys get all excited. Because you guys are beating Big Papi. You guys are finally beating Papi. You guys are not used to winning. But you know what? That's for another day, man. My guy, I got your shirt today. I'm going to rock it tonight. So hopefully that's my little good luck charm. If it is, bro, I'm going to rock it for, special big things that we need, man. Bro, it was crazy. Shout out to Garrett Cole, man. Unbelievable.
Oh, yeah. Saw you on the field in Anaheim. And that's why I say you're dad of the year, bro. And thanks for supporting and buying a shirt. Tag me when you post it, and I'll retweet it. I appreciate it.
I got you, my guy. And hopefully, come on, bro. We can't embarrass ourselves. We needed some sort of respect for the Yanks, man. I really hope they win it, man. And I'll catch you tomorrow, Keith. Go Yanks, man.
Let's go Yanks. Thanks for the call, Jonathan. Jonathan is, like, for what he does for his son, Sebastian, coming to Yankee Stadium for opening day, going to Anaheim, being on the field with his son is lit, man. They're diehard Yankee fans, but they live in LA. They live in Los Angeles, and they got to deal with the Dodgers fans all day, every day. So come on, Yankees, please. Like, you did it in June, Sunday Night Baseball. You fought to not get swept so we could, have a little bit of dignity and pride. Figure it out tonight. Find a way tonight. We need it. Coming off of the Knicks loss, coming off a 16-run loss, coming off of blowing the game on Friday that gave us all flashbacks to the World Series. Give us something tonight to go to sleep feeling good about. Gary's out in Queens. What's up, Gary? You got it.
Hey, Keith. Pleasure to talk to you again. You're the best personality on FAN. You're really good at what you do.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I haven't followed the Knicks game, so I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about them, okay?
52?
Okay.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, it's a general. What's the biggest reason the Knicks lost? What's the biggest couple of reasons?
This game last night or the series? I just don't think they could run with the Pacers, their play. I think that first loss flipped the entire series, turning the ball over in defense.
Okay.
No, they were blowing them out. They had a 16-point lead in the fourth quarter. You can't lose that game. You cannot lose that game. It flipped the series.
Yeah. And how big was with the Celtics? How big was Tatum? I know it was big. Do you think they would have won the series if Tatum?
They would have still won the game that Tatum got hurt, but we can't discount Tatum. Tatum had his best game. We can't discount like maybe Tatum turns it on, but I think they still would have beat the Celtics with a healthy Tatum. The Celtics blew it. The Celtics lost those first two games at home. You can't do that and expect to win the series.
Yeah. And I know Brunson got the max contract, right?
No, Brunson took less.
Yeah, but good, pretty good money. What other player do you think would get another extension at good money?
Mikal Bridges is up for an extension to get paid. Thanks for the call, Gary. I don't know. I guess they're going to potentially do that, but I don't know if I would want to do that. Might want to check and see what he's worth to somebody else. And yeah, I just got to get to some other calls. I'm running out of time, and I know there's Knicks fans like, why are we asking questions about the Knicks at this juncture? Let's get to the brass tacks and the things that need to happen next. Anthony is in Bridgewater, New Jersey. Anthony, you're on.
What's up, Matt? How you doing, buddy?
Good.
So, Joe, real quick, I saw you. I was with my kids on Friday. I took a quick picture of you at the Patriots game. So, thanks for coming around there.
Awesome. Those kids were great. They made me feel like somebody. I signed a bunch of autographs, took pictures. That environment out there, I encourage anybody to go see a game out at the TD Ballpark in Somerset Patriots, how they do things. I'm going to be back every month now.
I'm a big Mets fan, but I enjoy going there with the kids. They enjoy it. It's a good atmosphere. And here's a good thing too: you get to see like future guys out there. So it's pretty cool. Real quick about the Knicks, I agree with you 100%. They got to keep this core. The Celtics are not going to be the Celtics next year. If you look at it, the Knicks just lost in the Eastern Conference Finals. They are going to be a top 2, maybe 3 team next year. A move or two. They have probably just as good a chance as anyone to be back in the Eastern Conference Final next year. I can't even think of two teams that would be better than them coming to next year.
Yeah, and that
do it. I think you ruin your chance rather than and then just getting side pieces. What do you got?
Yeah, that's got to be their thought process, that we were one of the last 2 teams in the East. This team, the Pacers, might lose in the finals, and their team is going to look different. They might take a step back. Their thought has to be, it's our year next year. The Celtics aren't there. The Cavs are, I don't know, they might be kind of fraudulent. Like, there's nobody else in the East. We won 50 games. Like, we got to improve so that it's us standing at the end of the season and not the Pacers. It's about beating the Pacers. Thank you for the call, Anthony. Good seeing you out there at the ballpark. Let's go to Will in Brooklyn on the Fan. I'm losing time. Go for it, Will.
Yo, Keith, it's Will. How you doing?
Good, bro. How are you?
Just left the Liberty game with my mom and everybody, the whole family going.
Nice. They smoked them. Rami and I were looking at the score. It was like 93-33.
You know it. Keith, as part of Talking Nets family, last night was the greatest night for anybody other than Knicks fans. Losers can't go party in the street, celebrating a win in the second round, third round. You guys are losers. Your fan base are losers. Robbie, you're a loser. Knicks fans.
I knew we were going to get one of those in. I didn't know it would be Will. from Brooklyn who just left the Barclays Center. I knew we were going to get one of those in. Rami, I think, was doing a good job today not screening those calls to come in because most of the day I listened to Moose and even how I started the show, it felt like a therapy session. It felt like a much needed healing time. But I said, I'm like, I know that I was out there in Brooklyn last night. There were some Nets fans buying some rounds and cheersing and celebrating. Said they didn't get it done. They didn't win anything. First year of the Mikal Bridges trade, what did it get you? Last call goes to Ian out in Tampa, Florida on the Fan. Go for it, Ian. You got time.
Yeah, to the Nets fan, good luck with that first round pick to that lottery.
Right. It's nothing, right? Like that's why I've stood down as a Nets fan. We have nothing right now.
Yeah, real quick. You move Hart, and you have Robinson on the bench. That takes care of 40% of your bench right there in terms of backup unit. You move Bridges, perhaps the big guard, bring in a solid 6'9" baller who can rebound and block shots because Cat couldn't rebound over me. I don't know. What do you think about that idea?
Yeah.
Of re-signing, of putting Bridges in front of a big contract. Let's package him and get with somebody else and get a decent start. I don't know. Not an impulsive kind of guy because the way people are acting, that you trade anybody, including their grandmothers.
Yeah, I don't expect them to do anything crazy. I think they're going to look at this team and the success of this year and say, we were right there. What, like, don't disband this group. You've tweaked and changed the group around Brunson the last few years. Sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you, but like maybe this time stay the course. Maybe this is the group and just add some bench players and improve on the margins and like improve on things like Mikal Bridges. Drive to the hoop, bro. Get fouled. Shoot some free throws. Karl-Anthony Towns, get better with your defense. You know, Brunson, he's small. He's unathletic. There's only so much he can do. But Cat, there's really no excuse because he's a very athletic big man. He's got to get better defending, and they got to figure out little things. Like you said, with Josh Hart, maybe there's more to be desired with Josh Hart.
Real quick, though, let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of coaching, when you have players with certain deficiencies, I mean, a good coach comes up with ways of masking those deficiencies now.
Yeah, if you have the other players to go to, and I think that's going to be the project for this offseason. Leon Rose and Tom Thibodeau are going to have a lot of conversations. And I don't think they're going to do anything rash. I don't think they're going to try and get Giannis. I don't think they're going to bring in a Chris Paul no. I think they're going to look at this team and say, we won 50 games. We were able to beat the Celtics. We lost to the Pacers. How do we beat the Pacers next year if that's the team standing in our way? And who do we add to make this team better? Give us a deeper bench so that we can run, get more athletic, so that we can play at the pace of the Pacers.
Salary cap ain't thing either because Commissioner Pencilneck, he's made it such a complicated, convoluted process. So imagine the Knicks couldn't even re-sign Hartenstein.
It's a maze. Yeah, the second apron, it just doesn't allow you to, and it sucks, right? Because Isaiah Hartenstein, he came on the scene with the Knicks. Nobody was checking for him. Nobody was talking about him. Like the Knicks made him. Then we see him. We see how he passes the ball, how he rebounds, how tough he is. Like the Knicks put him on, and then the Knicks can't keep him, and he goes to OKC. They're in the finals.
He's about to win a championship.
He's about to get a ring his first year outside. Yeah.
Wow. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks for the call, Ian. It's crazy. I don't know, man. I can't explain the CBA stuff to you either. For a while, I was like, I think I asked ChatGPT, I'm like, how do I explain the Knicks not being able to pay Isaiah Hartenstein? A guy that they brought on the scene, developed Mitchell Robinson gets hurt and he emerges. So that's it. Coming up next is Emmanuel Barbari into Yankees baseball. E-Man, do your thing. Let's rally the troops, some positive energy, some positive vibes as the Yankees try to avoid the sweep. You'll hear from Dave and Susan from Vin Scully Avenue, Chavez Ravine, Dodger Stadium, the theme park of ballparks. Thank you so much for calling and listening to my Sunday Sauce special show. I'll be back on tomorrow night, KM to AM. Everybody have a good Sunday night. Be safe out there. Later.
I hate the Mets. Beat.
All right, Joe. I am out. I am tired and hungry, and I got to go home. And I appreciate all y'all, man. I appreciate all y'all, man. Will, you got that in, Brody. Peace, peace, peace.